of all the comic aspects presented by the obstinate old forms as well as by the new trends of philosophic thought. The leaders of theology, philosophy, medicine, law, and magic pass before our eyes. In this respect the third book reminds us of Rabelais' Prologues. It is a magnificent piece of Renaissance journalism, founded on the grotesque elements of the marketplace. We have analyzed the considerable influence of popular festive forms on a number of important episodes of Rabelais' novel, scenes of battles, thrashings, uncrownings, as well as games and fortune-telling. The influence of the carnival forms is far from being exhausted by these scenes. We shall see other projections of the carnivalesque spirit in our next chapters. Here we shall be content with the discussion of two subjects: the basic philosophic meaning of the folk carnival and its special functions in Rabelais' novel. What is the general world outlook expressed in the popular festive carnival forms? As a starting point, we shall turn to the description of the Roman carnival as given by Goethe. This remarkable picture deserves attentive study. Goethe captures with great depth and simplicity nearly all that is essential in this phenomenon. The fact that his description refers to the carnival of 1788, a comparatively late event, is of no importance in this case. The central philosophy of the carnival system was preserved long after Goethe's time. Goethe was prepared better than anyone else for the event he was to describe. He showed throughout his life an interest and love for popular festive forms and for the special element of realistic symbolism manifested by them. One of the most vivid impressions of his youth was the election and coronation of the head of the Holy Empire of the German nation, which he attended in Frankfurt. Although he described this festivity much later, his presentation of the topic and a number of other considerations convince us that this was one of the formative experiences of his youth. In other words, it was one of those events that to a certain extent determine the artistic vision of a lifetime. The Frankfurt festivity offered a popular semi-symbolic spectacle displaying the signs of power, authority, elections, coronation, triumph. It was a political drama without footlights, in which it was difficult to trace any clear dividing line between symbol and reality. True, this pageant did not deal with national uncrowning but with a coronation. But the generic, formal, and artistic relation between election, coronation, and triumph on the one hand, and uncrowning and mockery on the other cannot raise any possible doubts. Originally, all these ceremonies and the images that composed them were ambivalent. The crowning of the new always followed the uncrowning of the old, as triumph succeeded mockery. We have said that Goethe loved popular festive forms, for example, masquerades and mystifications. He engaged in them in his youth and described them in Dichtung und Wahrheit. In his mature years he liked to travel incognito through the Duchy of Weimar and was greatly amused by such masquerades and shows as he saw on these journeys. But this was not a mere diversion. He was aware of a deeper and more essential meaning of these travesties, of these changes of costume and social status. Goethe was also attracted by the comic, carnivalesque spirit of Hans Sachs. 186 Finally, during the Weimar period of his life Goethe was officially put in charge of court festivities and masquerades. For that purpose he studied the carnivalesque forms and masks. Let us now follow Goethe in his description of the Roman carnival in his Italian journey, bringing out all that suits our own purpose. The poet first of all stresses the popular character of the carnival and the people's initiative in its celebration. It is a festival offered not by some exterior source but by the people to themselves. Therefore the people do not feel as if they were receiving something that they must accept respectfully and gratefully. They are given nothing, but they are left alone. This festivity demands no sanctimonious acknowledgement or astonishment such as official occasions usually expect. There are no brilliant processions inviting the people to pray and admire. Instead a signal is given to each and everyone to play the fool and madman as he pleases. This is extremely important for the carnival atmosphere that even in its beginning it has no serious or pious tone. Nor is it set in motion by an order, it opens simply with a signal marking the beginning of merriment and foolery. Further, Goethe stresses the suspension of all hierarchic differences, of all ranks and status. Carnivalesque revelry is marked by absolute familiarity. Differences between superiors and inferiors disappear for a short time, and all draw close to each other. Nobody cares what may happen to him, while freedom and lack of ceremony are balanced by good humor. During this time, even to this day, the Roman rejoices because, though it postponed the festival of the Saturnalia with its liberties for a few weeks, the birth of Christ did not succeed in abolishing it 187. At the given signal the serious Roman citizen, who all year round feared to make a faux pas, immediately put aside his circumspection. Let us stress this complete liberation from the seriousness of life. In the atmosphere of carnivalesque freedom and familiarity, impropriety also has its place. The masker impersonating Pulcinella often permits himself indecent gestures in the presence of women. As he talks to women, he manages to imitate with a slight impudent movement the figure of the ancient god of gardens, and this in Holy Rome, but his frivolity excites more amusement than indignation. 188. Goethe also introduces the theme of historic uncrowning. In the midst of the dense and milling crowd, the Duke of Albany made this drive every day, to the great inconvenience of the crowd, reminding Rome, ancient ruler of kings, throughout these days of universal mummery, of the carnival comedy of his kingly pretensions. 189. Still further on, Goethe describes the battles of confetti, which acquire at times an almost realistic character. He also pictures mock disputes and verbal tournaments between the maskers, as between the captain and Pulcinella. There is also the picture of Pulcinella being elected the king of clowns. He receives the jester's staff and rides down the Corso in a decorated carriage to music and loud shouting. Finally, the author presents an extremely characteristic scene which takes place in a side street. A group of masquerading men appears. Some of them are disguised as peasants, others as women. One of them displays the signs of pregnancy. A quarrel breaks out among the men, and daggers made of silver foil are drawn. The women separate the fighters. The pregnant masker is terrified and her labor starts in the street. She moans and writhes while the other women surround her. She gives birth to a formless creature under the eyes of the spectators. Thus ends the performance. The mimicking of the knifing and of the act of birth need no special explanation. After all that has already been said, the slaughter of cattle, dismemberment, and the act of birth form, as we may recall, the indissoluble unity of the first episode in Gargantua. The combination of killing and birth is characteristic of the grotesque concept of the body and bodily life. The entire little scene played in the Roman side street is a miniature comedy of the body. The Roman carnival ends with the fire festival, or Moccoli, which in Italian means candle stumps. This is a grandiose pageant of fire along the Corso and the adjacent streets. Each participant in the parade carries a lighted candle. Sia ammazzato chi non porta moccolo. Death to anyone who is not carrying a candle. With this bloodthirsty cry, each one tries to blow out his neighbor's candle. Thus fire is combined with the threat of death, but the louder the cry, the more does the threat lose its direct threatening meaning. The deeply ambivalent nature of the wish for death is disclosed. Describing this gradual change of tone, Goethe quite correctly broadens its nature. Just as in other languages curses and obscene words are often used as expressions of joy or admiration, so, on this evening, the true meaning of Sia ammazzato is completely forgotten, and it becomes a password, a cry of joy, a refrain added to all jokes and compliments. 190. The ambivalent character of all abusive expressions is correctly understood by Goethe. But his assertion that the initial meaning is gradually lost can scarcely be justified. The expressions he cites in which the wish of death is meant to express joy, good-natured mockery, flattery, or compliments are far from losing their initial intention. Indeed, it is this intention that creates the peculiar character and charm of these carnivalesque interjections, which would not be possible at any other time. The heart of the matter is the ambivalent combination of abuse and praise, of the wish for death and the wish for life, projected in the atmosphere of the festival of fire, that is, of burning and rebirth. Beyond the formal contrast of meanings presented by these interjections, beyond their subjective interplay, there stands the objective ambivalence of being. This objective convergence of contrasting elements is not clearly realized, but is somehow dimly felt by the participants in the festival. The combination of sia amizzato with joyful intonation, with friendly, caressing greetings, with compliments and praise, is completely equivalent to the combination of killing and the act of birth in the previously mentioned side street comedy. Actually, the same drama of pregnant and birth-giving death is enacted in the side street show and in the Makali closing the Roman carnival. The festival of fire revives the ancient ambivalence of the death wish, which also sounds like a wish for renewal and rebirth, die, and live again. This ancient ambivalence is not a dead remnant of the past, it is alive and finds a subjective echo among the participants in the festival precisely because it is objective, even if this objectivity is not completely grasped. During Carnival the ambivalence of being is revived, it is expressed in the ancient, traditional images, daggers, birth, fire. The same objective ambivalence of becoming was expressed by Goethe on the high level of lyric and philosophical consciousness in his immortal poem Sagt es niemand. Und so lang du das nicht hast. Dieses Stirb und Verdi. Bist du nur ein trüber Gast. Auf der Dunkeln Erde.191. Goethe's poem expresses the same carnival cry of the fire festival, sia amizzato, combined with joy, greetings, and praise. During carnival season the wish for death stirb sounds at the same time as Verdi. The participants in the celebration are not gloomy guests. Actually, they are not guests at all. Goethe correctly stressed that carnival is the only feast the people offer to themselves, they do not receive anything and have no sanctimonious regard for anyone. They are the hosts and are only hosts, for there are no guests, no spectators, only participants. And they are anything but gloomy. At the signal announcing the beginning of the festival, all those present, even the most serious, have put aside their austerity, Goethe stresses this. Finally, it would be scarcely appropriate to speak of darkness during Makali when the entire Corso is flooded with fire, with the flames of lighted candles and torches. Thus, there is here a complete parallelism, the protagonist of Carnival, the people, are the absolutely merry hosts of the earth flooded with light, because they know that death is pregnant with new life, because they are familiar with the gay image of becoming and of time and are in full possession of the Stirb und Verdi. The heart of the matter is not in the subjective awareness but in the collective consciousness of their eternity, of their earthly, historic immortality as a people, and of their continual renewal and growth. But the first two lines of Goethe's poem, Sagt es niemand, nur den Weisen. Den die Mensch gleich Varinet, 192. Were not written by the man who took part in the Roman carnival but rather by the Goethe who was a Grand Master of the Masonic Lodge. He seeks to transform into esoteric wisdom the awareness that in its fullness and concreteness was accessible in his time only to the great masses. Actually, it was die Mensch, the masses, who taught their own truth and who in their own language, their poetry, their carnivalesque images, imparted it to the wise Goethe, who was wise enough not to deride it. Let us quote another parallel passage, which confirms our proposition, in Eckermann's Conversations with Goethe, concerning the Night of St. John, Goethe quotes his poem. Let the children enjoy the fires of the Night of St. John. Every broom must be worn out, and children must be born. And comments upon it as follows. It is enough for me to look out the window to see in the brooms which are used to sweep the streets and in the children running about in the streets the symbols of life ever to be worn out and renewed. Conversations with Goethe, January 17, 1827. Goethe understood the language of the popular festive images. His sense of style was not offended by the carnivalesque combination of the images of the broom sweeping the streets and of children, the most universal of all symbols, representing the ever-dying and renewed life. But let us return to Goethe's description of the Roman carnival, and in particular, to the ambivalent curse that is also a confirmation, sia amizzato. In the world of carnival all hierarchies are cancelled. All castes and ages are equal. During the fire festival a young boy blows out his father's candle, crying out, sia amazado il Señor Padre. Death to you, Sir Father. This admirable carnivalesque interjection of the boy merrily threatening his father with death and blowing out his candle needs no further comment. Thus ends the Roman carnival. Around midnight there is a supper in every home. Meat, which will be forbidden during Lent, is consumed in great quantities. The last day of the festive season is followed by Ash Wednesday. For this occasion Goethe gives us, one might say, his philosophy of carnival, trying to disclose its serious meaning. In the course of all these follies our attention is drawn to the most important stages of human life. A vulgar Pulcinella recalls to us the pleasures of love to which we owe our existence, a Babo profanes in a public place the mysteries of birth and motherhood, and the many lighted candles remind us of the ultimate ceremony. 193. Goethe's reflections are somewhat disappointing. They do not give all the elements of carnival. For example, there is no election of the King of Fools, and no mock wars or killings. The meaning of the celebration is limited to the aspect of individual life and death. The main collective and historic element is not disclosed. World conflagration is reduced almost to the dimension of funeral candles in an individual burial procession. Pulcinella's Indulgences, the scene of childbirth enacted in the streets, the image of death symbolized by fire are correctly tied together as a whole, as one meaningful and universal pageant, but Goethe's view is based on a narrow, individual conception of life and death. So the admirable initial picture of carnival presented by Goethe is transferred in his Astromitwachbetrachtung to the sphere of an individual subjective experience. And thus were these images to be interpreted during the Romantic era. They were seen as symbols of individual destiny, while instead it was precisely the people's destiny that was revealed in them, indissolubly linked to earth and permeated by the cosmic principle. Goethe himself did not seek in his artistic creation to individualize the carnivalesque images, but his Ash Wednesday meditations opened the way to this process. 194. Goethe's merit in the pages quoted from Italian Journey and from the Conversations is great. He saw and was able to disclose the unity and the deep philosophical character of carnival. Beyond the isolated, apparently unrelated foolish pranks, obscenities, and coarse familiarity of carnival, and also in its complete lack of seriousness, the poet sensed a single viewpoint on the world and a single style. He discovered this unity, even though he did not find a clear, theoretic expression for it in his concluding lines. In connection with Goethe's conception of realist symbolism in popular festive forms, we will quote two of his comments from his talks with Eckermann. Concerning Correggio's picture The Weaning of a Child, Goethe says, "Yes, this, indeed, is a picture. Here we have spirit, naivete, sensual imagery, all combined. The sacred theme becomes all human and is a symbol of a phase of life through which we have all passed. Such a picture is eternal because it goes back to the earliest times of mankind and foretells the most distant future." Conversations with Goethe, December 13, 1826. Concerning Myron's cow, Goethe wrote, "Here we have a representation of highest art. This beautiful image shows us the principle of nourishment, on which the entire world relies and which penetrates all nature. I call this and all similar works the true symbols of God's omnipresence." 195. As we can see, Goethe fully understood the symbolically extended meaning of the images of feeding, in the first example the nursing of a child, in the second the suckling of a calf. We shall quote two more excerpts from the talks with Eckermann which reflect Goethe's almost carnivalesque conception of the idea of death and renewal presented both by separate individuals and by all of humanity. You may note in general that in human life there is often a turning point. If everything favored a man in his youth and he was successful in everything, now all is changed of a sudden, defeats and misfortunes follow each other. Do you know what I think? Man must again be destroyed. Every outstanding person is called to fulfill a mission. Once he has fulfilled it, he is no longer needed upon earth, and Providence predestines him for something else. Ibid, March 11, 1828. I foresee the time when humanity will no longer please the Creator, and he will have to destroy everything once more, in order to renew creation. I am firmly convinced that everything is moving in this direction and that the exact term and time for this renewal have already been ordained. But we still have, of course, sufficient time before this, and we may still enjoy ourselves for thousands and thousands of years upon this dear old earth. Ibid, October 23, 1828. We must add that Goethe's view of nature as a whole, as all, including man also, was penetrated by carnivalesque elements. About 1782 he wrote a remarkable poem in prose entitled Nature and composed in the spirit of Spinoza. Here is an excerpt from this poem. Nature. Surrounded and embraced by it, we cannot emerge from it, nor penetrate deeper into it. Unwanted, unexpected, it draws us into the whirlwind of its dance and flies on with us, until we drop wearily out of its hands. It has no speech, no language, but it creates thousands of languages and hearts, through which it speaks and feels. It is all. It rewards and punishes, gladdens and torments. It is stern and gentle, loves and terrifies, is impotent and all-powerful. All men are in it, and it is in all men. It conducts a friendly game with all, and the more they win in it, the more it rejoices. With many, it plays so secretly, that the game ends unwittingly for them. Its spectacle is always new, for it creates continually new spectators. Life is its best invention, death means greater life to it. It is whole and eternally unfinished. As it creates, so can one create eternally. We can see from this quotation that nature for Goethe has a deeply carnivalesque spirit. At the end of his life, 1828, he wrote an additional explanation of his poem Nature. In this piece we find the significant words, one may see a sort of pantheism, while at the base of world phenomena one presupposes the imponderable, humorous, self-contradictory creature which can be taken for a doubly serious game. Goethe understood that seriousness and fear reflect a part that is aware of its separation from the whole. As to the whole itself in its eternally unfinished condition, it has a humorous character, that is, it can be understood in a comic aspect. We shall now return to Rabelais. To a certain extent Goethe's description of Carnival can serve as a picture of Rabelais' world, of the Rabelaisian system of images. Do we not find in Rabelais' novel all the elements depicted in Goethe's Roman Carnival, the peculiar festive character without any piousness, complete liberation from seriousness, the atmosphere of equality, freedom, and familiarity, the symbolic meaning of the indecentiis, the clownish crownings and uncrownings, the merry wars and beatings, the mock disputes, the knifings related to childbirth, the abuses that are affirmations. All of these are contained in Rabelais' world, and they have all the same philosophic meaning. What is this meaning? The carnivalesque crowd in the marketplace or in the streets is not merely a crowd. It is the people as a whole, but organized in their own way, the way of the people. It is outside of and contrary to all existing forms of the coercive socio-economic and political organization, which is suspended for the time of the festivity. This festive organization of the crowd must be first of all concrete and sensual. Even the pressing throng, the physical contact of bodies, acquires a certain meaning. The individual feels that he is an indissoluble part of the collectivity, a member of the people's mass body. In this whole the individual body ceases to a certain extent to be itself. It is possible, so to say, to exchange bodies, to be renewed, through change of costume and mask. At the same time the people become aware of their sensual, material bodily unity and community. During his Italian journey Goethe visited the amphitheatre of Verona. It was, of course, deserted. Apropos of this visit, Goethe expressed an interesting idea concerning the self-awareness which this amphitheatre brought to the people. Thanks to it, they could perceive the concrete, sensual, visible form of their mass and unity. Crowded together, its members are astonished at themselves. They are accustomed at other times to seeing each other running hither and thither in confusion, bustling about without order or discipline. Now this many-headed, many-minded, fickle, blundering monster suddenly sees itself united as one noble assembly, welded into one mass, a single body animated by a single spirit. OPCIT footnote 32, p. 35. A similar sense of unity was brought to the people by all the forms and images of medieval popular festive life. But the unity did not have such a simple geometric character. It was more complex and differentiated. Most important of all, it had an historic nature. The body of the people on Carnival Square is first of all aware of its unity in time, it is conscious of its uninterrupted continuity within time, of its relative historic immortality. Therefore the people do not perceive a static image of their unity, ingested, but instead the uninterrupted continuity of their becoming and growth, of the unfinished metamorphosis of death and renewal. For all these images have a dual body, everywhere the genital element is emphasized, pregnancy, giving birth, the procreative force, Pulcinella's double hump, the protruding belly. We have pointed this out and will resume this subject in another chapter. Carnival with all its images, inchenches, and curses affirms the people's immortal, indestructible character. In the world of Carnival the awareness of the people's immortality is combined with the realization that established authority and truth are relative. Popular festive forms look into the future. They present the victory of this future, of the Golden Age, over the past. This is the victory of all the people's material abundance, freedom, equality, brotherhood. The victory of the future is ensured by the people's immortality. The birth of the new, of the greater and the better, is as indispensable and as inevitable as the death of the old. The one is transferred to the other, the better turns the worse into ridicule and kills it. In the whole of the world and of the people there is no room for fear. For fear can only enter a part that has been separated from the whole, the dying link torn from the link that is born. The whole of the people and of the world is triumphantly gay and fearless. This whole speaks in all carnival images, it reigns in the very atmosphere of this feast, making everyone participate in this awareness. In connection with the realization of the whole, eternally unfinished, we would like to quote another excerpt from Goethe's Nature. Its crown is love. Only through love can we draw near to it. It has placed abysses between creatures, and all creatures long to merge in the universal embrace. It divides them, in order to bring them together. It atones for a whole life of suffering, by the mere pressing of lips to the cup of life. We shall conclude by stressing that the carnival awareness of the people's immortality is intimately related to the immortality of the becoming of being and is merged with it. In his body and his life man is deeply aware of the earth and of the other elements, of the sun and of the star-filled sky. The cosmic nature of the grotesque body will be analyzed in our 5th chapter. Let us now turn to our second question concerning the functions of popular festive forms in Rabelais novel. Our starting point will be a brief analysis of the French comic drama The Play in the Bower, Jeu de la Fourrière, of the troubadour Adam de la Halle from Arras. This drama was written in 1262, almost 300 years before Rabelais. The first comic play, it presents a feast of carnival type, using this theme and all the privileges implied by it, the right to emerge from the routine of life, the right to be free from all that is official and consecrated. The theme is treated simply, but directly. It is typically carnivalesque from beginning to end. The play in the Bower has scarcely any footlights, one might say, to separate it from real life. The performance was given in Arras and the action is also set in Arras, the author's hometown. The characters are the author himself, the young troubadour, his father Maître Henri, and other citizens of Arras who appear under their real names. The topic of the play is Adam's intention to leave Arras and his wife to study in Paris. This episode actually took place in the troubadour's life. However, there is a fantastic element interwoven with the many features of real life. The play was performed on the 1st of May, which was the time of the fair and of a popular festival, and the drama's entire action is coordinated with these events. The play in the Bower is divided into 3 parts. The first part could be defined as carnivalesque and biographical, the second part as carnivalesque and fantastic, and the last part as a carnivalesque banquet. In the first part of this play the personal family affairs of the author, Adam, are presented with utmost freedom and familiarity. There follows a no less frank presentation of the other citizens of Eros, in which their private lives and their boudoir secrets are disclosed. The play starts with Adam appearing in a scholastic gown. This is a masquerade, since he is not yet a student. He declares that he is leaving his wife, Marie, to go to Paris and improve his education. He intends to place his wife under his father's care. He tells how much Marie attracted him before their marriage. This leads to a detailed, very frank and free enumeration of her charms. Enter the father, Maître Henri. Asked by Adam to give him some money, the father says that he is unable to do so, being old and sick. The physician diagnoses the father's disease as avarice and names several other townfolk afflicted with this disease. Then the physician is consulted by a prostitute, Dame Dous. Apropos of this consultation, the play offers a survey of the boudoir life of Eros and names other young women of shady reputation. During this medical dialogue, urine figures as the determining factor of human character and destiny. The images of the physician and of the diseases and vices are treated here in the carnivalesque spirit. Enter a monk collecting a donation for Saint Acharias, who cures madness and folly. Some people wish to be helped by the saint. Enter a madman accompanied by his father. The role of the madman, as well as the theme of insanity and folly in general, is important in the play. The madman freely criticizes a decree of Pope Alexander for which reduces the privileges of scholastics, among them those of Maître Henri. Thus ends the first part of the play. The free talk and obscenities of these scenes are usually interpreted by scholars as the coarseness of the times. Actually, this coarseness has a system and a style of its own. They represent the grotesque aspect of the world with which we are already familiar. The boundaries between the play and life are intentionally erased. Life itself is on stage. The second part with its fantastic theme starts after the monk, symbolizing the official church and the official truth, falls asleep near a bower which forms the main section of the stage. A table is set in the bower, awaiting the visit of 3 fairies who are allowed to appear only on the eve of May Day and only when the official world is absent. Before their entrance, Harlequin's army marches by with a jingle of bells. Enter King Harlequin's messenger, a comic devil. Then the 3 fairies enter. The next scene presents the fairies' supper in the bower, their conversation among themselves and with King Harlequin's messenger. His name is Croquet Sots, Fool Eater. The fairies predict the future, good or evil, and some of it concerns the author, Adam. They spin the wheel of fortune. At the end of the supper Dame Dous enters. Fairies protect prostitutes, who also reign supreme on May Day Eve with its license and revelry. Dame Dous and the fairies represent the unofficial world, which that night is granted full liberty and impunity. The last part, a carnivalesque banquet, takes place before sunrise in a tavern where the participants in the May Day festivities and the characters of the play are assembled. All drink, laugh, sing, and roll dice. They play for the monk who has fallen asleep once more. The host of the tavern takes the monk's reliquary and parodies his curing of fools. His antics provoke loud laughter. At the end of the scene the madman breaks into the tavern. But at that moment dawn breaks and church bells begin to ring. May night with its freedoms is over. Upon the monk's invitation the guests betake themselves to church. Such are the main elements of the first French drama. Strange as it might seem, it contains the embryo of almost all of Rabelais' world. Let us stress first of all the close relation of the play to May Day. It springs, up to its minutest detail, from this feast's theme and atmosphere, which determine its form and character as well as its content. The authority of the official realm of church and state is suspended, with all its norms and values. The world is permitted to emerge from its routine. The end of festive freedom is clearly heralded by the ringing of the morning church bells, while earlier in the play the bells of the marching harlequins begin to tinkle as soon as the monk has made his exit. The banquet theme plays an essential role in the play, with feasting in the bower and in the tavern. Let us also stress the theme of dice. Not only are dice a common form of recreation, but they are also intimately linked with the feast. Games are extra-official and are governed by rules contrary to the current laws of life. Further, the suspension of the Church's exclusive power brings back the uncrowned pagan gods, marching harlequins, the messenger croquet sots, and the fairies directing the dance of the prostitutes. The theme of Dame Dowse merits our special attention. On May Day Eve, prostitutes enjoy special privileges and even authority. In our play, Dame Dowse prepares to settle accounts with her enemies. Finally, an important element in the play is represented by the wheel of fortune and the predictions and curses of the fairies. The feast looks into the future, and this future acquires not only a utopian character but also the primitive archaic form of prophecies, curses, and blessings, which initially concern the future harvest, the increase of cattle, etc. The theme of the relics is also characteristic, related as it is to the dismemberment of the body. A typical role is played by the physician and the attribute of his profession, urine. The theme of madness and folly is very important. Something like the marketplace CRI, but addressed to fools, is introduced into the play and determines in part its atmosphere. The feast grants a right to folly. Folly is, of course, deeply ambivalent. It has the negative element of debasement and destruction. The only vestige now is the use of fool as a pejorative, and the positive element of renewal and truth. Folly is the opposite of wisdom, inverted truth. It is the other side, the lower stratum of official laws and conventions, derived from them. Folly is a form of gay festive wisdom, free from all laws and restrictions, as well as from preoccupations and seriousness. Let us recall the apology of the 15th century Feast of Fools in Chapter 1. The defenders of this feast understood it as a gay and free expression of our second nature, in which gay folly was opposed to piousness and fear of God. Thus the champions of the festival considered it a once-a-year liberation, not only from routine but also from the religious outlook. It permitted the people to see the world with foolish eyes, and this right belonged not to the Feast of Fools alone but to every feast in its popular marketplace aspect. This is why the theme of folly and the image of the incurable fool are so important in the festive atmosphere of the bower. The play ends with the fool appearing just before the church bells start ringing. We may recall that in his description of Carnival, Goethe also stressed more than once that every participant in the festival, however serious and important he might be all the year round, permits himself once a year every kind of foolishness and clownery. And Rabelais, speaking of the fool Triboulet in Pantagruel's words, discusses wisdom and folly thus. Well, let us say a man who watches over his private affairs and domestic business, who attends to his household, who keeps his nose to the particular grindstone he works, who understands thoroughly how to avoid the pitfalls of poverty. That, according to the world, should constitute a wise man. Yet, in the eyes of the celestial spirits, he may be the most unmitigated ass. And whom do those spirits consider wise? Ha, that is a horse of another color. For them, a wise man, a man not only sage but able to presage future events by divine inspiration, is one who forgets himself, discards his own personality, rids his senses of all earthly affection, purges his spirit of all human care, neglects everything. All of which qualities are popularly supposed to be symptoms of insanity. Thus, Faunus, son of Picus, king of Latium, and a great soothsayer, was called fatuous by the common herd. Thus, when the various roles were distributed among a company of mummers, that of the fool or jester invariably went to the most talented and experienced actor. Thus, mathematicians declared that the same horoscope applied for kings and zanies. Book 3, Chapter 37. This comment is written in a high scholarly style. Official piousness is observed in the choice of words and in the concepts. Such words as divine inspiration and celestial spirits are used in relation to foolishness. In the first part, Rabelais presents the saint as a fool. At that time there was nothing bizarre in such a conception. Rabelais himself was a Franciscan. The rejection of the world by such a fool or madman has here an almost traditional Christian connotation. But in Rabelais' mind this actually implies the rejection of the official world with its philosophy, system of values, and seriousness. And such is the image of Triboulet himself as shown in the novel. In the eyes of Rabelais the fool's truth presupposes freedom from personal material interests, from the unholy gift of managing family and personal affairs, but the language of this foolish truth is at the same time earthly and material. This principle did not have, however, a private selfish nature, but a wide popular quality. If we turn away from the official ideology expressed in this passage, we shall see the Rabelaisian praise of folly as a form of the unofficial truth. By unofficial is meant a peculiar conception free from selfish interests, norms, and appreciations of this world, that is, the established world, which it is always profitable to serve. The concluding lines of the excerpt directly point to fools and jesters on the festive theatre stage. Let us look once more at Adam de la Hallé's comic drama. What is the role of the feast and festive folly displayed in it? They grant the author the right to treat an unofficial subject. Even more, he obtains the right to express unofficial views of the world. In spite of its simple unpretentious character, this play offers a special aspect of the world, completely alien to medieval philosophy and the established way of life. It offers first of all a gay and light aspect. Considerable roles in the drama are played by the banquet, the procreative force, the game of dice, the parodied character of the monk with the relics, the uncrowned antique gods, fairies, harlequins. The world appears in a more material bodily form, it is more gay and human, in spite of all the phantasmagoria. This is a festive view of the world, and it is legal as such. On May Day Eve one is permitted to look at the world fearlessly and impiously. The play in the Bower makes no pretense of being a problem play. At the same time its scope is universal. It contains no abstract, moralizing element, it presents no comic characters, no comic situations or pictures of private, isolated elements of the world and social life. Neither does the play contain any abstract negations. The entire world is shown in its gay and free dimension, and the author sees this dimension as universal, all-embracing. True, this world is restricted, not by this or that phenomenon of life but exclusively by the limits of the feast of May Day Eve. The morning bells bring the world back to seriousness and piousness. Rabelais' novel was written nearly 3 centuries after the play in the Bower, but the functions of the popular festive forms are similar. True, they have become broader, deeper, more aware, complex, and radical. In the 4th book of Rabelais, after the beating of the catchpoles, we find the tragic farce played by Master François Villon. The aging villain, who lived in Saint Maxent, decided to produce a passion play that was to contain an extensive diablerie. Everything was ready for this production, the only costume missing being the garment of God the Father. The local sacristan, Tapcouet, Ticklepecker, refused to lend any vestments from the sacristy, considering that to give them out for a theatrical show would be a sacrilege. Since he would not be persuaded, Master Villon decided to avenge himself. He knew when Tapcouet toured the parish on his filly and scheduled the diablerie dress rehearsal precisely at that time. Rabelais describes the devils and their costumes and weapons, which were actually kitchen utensils. The rehearsal was held in town, in the marketplace. Villon took the devils to a feast at a nearby tavern. When Tapcouet rode by, the devils surrounded him with shouts and clanging, threw burning tar at him, and frightened the filly with a terrible blaze and smoke. The filly, scared out of her wits, started, reared, plunged forward, bucked, galloped, jerked and caveted. Very soon, though he clung to the saddle with might and main, Ticklepecker lost his seat. Yet his stirrup straps were so many ropes, binding him to the beast, and his right sandal, caught in the stirrup, as in a vice, prevented his freeing his foot. The filly, meanwhile, charged along the road, shying and then darting, hell-bent with terror, through hedge, briar, and ditch, with Friar Ticklepecker dragged, Peel Arse, in her wake. Her progress bashed his head so hard against the road that his brains spurted out somewhere near the Hosanna. Both arms and both legs were crushed to a pulp, his intestines were pounded to a jelly, and when the filly reached her monastery stable, the sole trace of Friar Ticklepecker was a right sandal and the stump of a foot inside. Book 4, Chapter 13. Such is the tragic farce played by villain. Its theme is the rending of a body on the marketplace and near a tavern, during a banquet, in the carnivalesque setting of a diablerie. This is a tragic farce indeed, since Ticklepecker was torn to pieces. The story is told by Lord Basque, who relates it to the beating of the catchpoles in his house and hopes it will encourage his household to even more vigorous thrashings. Where lies the resemblance between villain's prank and Lord Basque's thrashing? In both cases the carnival rights and freedoms are used to secure impunity, but not for that purpose only. In one case freedom is granted for a nuptial ritual, in the other case for a diablerie. As we have seen, the custom of noppies omitaines permitted behavior quite inadmissible in ordinary life, to cuff all persons present, regardless of their status and titles. The usual order and way of life, and especially the social hierarchy, were suspended at the wedding feast. Rules of politeness among equals and of respect for the hierarchy among inferiors were cancelled for that short period. Conventions vanished, the distance between men disappeared, and all this was symbolically expressed by the right to strike one's important and esteemed neighbor. During the short time of the wedding feast all participants entered, as it were, the utopian kingdom of absolute equality and freedom. 196. This utopian element acquires here, as in all popular festive utopias, a sharply defined material bodily form. Freedom and equality are expressed in familiar blows, a coarse bodily contact. Beatings are, as we have seen, a tangible equivalent of improper speech. In the example given, the ritual is nuptial. During the night the full physical contact of bride and bridegroom will be realized, the act of conception will be consummated, the reproductive force will triumph. The atmosphere of the celebration's central act spreads over all and everything, the cuffing, so to speak, radiates from it. Further, as in all popular festive forms of that type, the utopian element has a gay character, the cuffing is light, playful. Finally, and this is important, this utopia is enacted without footlights, it is presented within life itself. True, the scene is strictly limited by time, the time of the banquet, but during that period there are no footlights, no separation of participants and spectators. Everybody participates. While the usual world order is suspended, the new utopian order which has come to replace it is sovereign and embraces all. Therefore the catchpoles who have inadvertently joined the wedding feast must submit to the laws of the utopian kingdom and cannot complain of the beatings. There is no clear dividing line between this play and life, so that the one is passed on to the other. Lord Basque could use the mock cuffing in order to settle his accounts with the catchpoles. The absence of clearly established footlights is characteristic of all popular festive forms. The utopian truth is enacted in life itself. For a short time this truth becomes to a certain extent a real existing force. With the help of this force it is possible to punish the sworn foes of this truth as did the Lord of Basque. In the setting of villain's tragic farce we find the same elements as in Basque's Noppies Omitaines. The diableries represented the popular festive part, the marketplace element of the mysteries. The latter, of course, had footlights and, being part of the play, the diableries also had them. But it was customary to permit the devils to run loose around the streets wearing their costumes, sometimes they were free to do so for several days before the performance. As an example of this practice, in 1500 several clerics and laymen of the city of Amiens asked permission for the production of a passion play. They especially requested to faire courir les personnages des diables, to let the characters representing the devils run loose. One of the most famous and popular diableries of the 16th century was produced at Chaumont in the Haute-Marne as part of the Mystery of St. John 197. The announcement of the performance mentioned that the male and female devils would run loose in the streets of the city and of the nearby villages several days before the opening. The actors, disguised as devils, felt that they were somehow out of bondage and communicated this feeling to those who came into contact with them. They created an atmosphere of unbridled carnivalesque freedom. They considered themselves exempt from the law and, being mostly recruited among poor people, hence the expression poor devil, they often took advantage of their role to rob the peasants and mend their financial affairs. Regulations were often issued to restrict the devil's behavior off-stage. But even when these actors remained within the limits of the parts assigned to them, they still preserved their extra-official character. Their roles permitted both abuse and obscenities. They spoke and acted in contradiction to official Christian mores, shouted and made a great deal of noise on stage, especially if it was a grand diablerie of 4 or more devils. Hence the French expression faire le diable à quatre. Indeed, most of the curses and abuses containing the word devil are related to the mystery. In Rabelais' novel there are many expressions that can be traced back to this origin. La grande diablerie à quatre personnages, Book I, Chapter 4, Faire d'un diable deux, Book 3, Chapter I, Cry what come to les diables, Book I, Chapter 13, Crient et Erland cum diables, pauvre diable in various places. The link of these words with the diable rise is quite understandable, they all belong to the same system of forms and images. But the mystery devil is not only an extra-official figure. He is also an ambivalent image, like the fool and the clown, representing the destroying and renewing force of the material bodily lower stratum. The devil usually appeared in the mystery as a carnivalesque character. For instance, we see that the devil's weapons in Villain's farce were kitchen utensils, confirmed by other accounts. In his book The Origin of Harlequin, Audriezen undertakes a detailed comparison of the diable rise and chivalry in the Roman du Fauvel and discovers a striking resemblance of the images they contain. Chivalry was also related to Carnival. 198. These typical traits of the devil, and above all his ambivalence and his material bodily element, make us clearly understand the meaning of his transformation into a popular comic figure. The devil Erlking, who does not appear in the mysteries, however, is transformed into the carnivalesque figure of Harlequin. Let us recall that Pantagruel was also initially a mystery play devil. Thus, though a part of the mystery, the diablerie was related to carnival. It crossed the footlights to merge with the life of the marketplace and enjoyed similar privileges of freedom. This is why the diablerie, let loose in the streets, permitted Master Villain to avenge himself on the sacristan Tapquet with impunity. Just as in the Lord Basque episode, utopian freedom without footlights offers Villain the opportunity of dealing realistically with the enemy of this freedom. But why did Tapquet deserve such cruel punishment? It could be said that from the purely Dionysian point of view the sacristan became the enemy of Dionysus by refusing on principle to furnish the costume for the play. He therefore deserved to suffer the death of Pentheus, to be torn to pieces by the Bacchantes. 199 Further, from Rabelais' point of view Tapquet was the worst of all enemies, he was the very incarnation of that which the author most detested. He was what Rabelais has called an agilast, a man who does not know how to laugh and who is hostile to laughter. True, Rabelais does not use these words directly, but the sacristan's behavior is typical of that sect. He manifested that blunt pious seriousness which was loathed by Rabelais. Tapquet feared to use a sacred vestment for a spectacle, he refused to make a gift to popular merrymaking, to serve the people, and he did so out of moral considerations, being filled with the Church's traditional hostility to shows, to mimes, and hilarity. More than that, he would not lend a garment for a masquerade, that is, he would not condone a change of dress for a renewed life. Tapquet represents the kind of old age that refuses to give birth and to die. This is the sterile and obstinate senility so repulsive to Rabelais. The old man is the enemy of gay, popular truth about change and renewal which inspired Villain's diablerie. And so truth, which was in power for one day, had to destroy him. He died a truly carnivalesque death by dismemberment. The image of Tapquet, reflected in one symbolic act, incarnated the spirit of the Gothic age, with its one-sided seriousness based on fear and coercion, a seriousness which conceived everything sub specie aeternitatis, outside real time. This point of view tended to underwrite the static, unshakable hierarchy. It conceded no exchange of roles. Actually, in Rabelais' time all that remained of that Gothic age were vestments good for merrymaking. But these vestments were jealously guarded by the blunt and gloomy sacristan. It was the sacristan that Rabelais dealt with, but he used the vestments for rejuvenating carnival merriment. In his novel, and by means of his novel, Rabelais behaves exactly as did Villon and the Lord of Basque. He acts according to their methods. He uses the popular festive system of images with its charter of freedoms consecrated by many centuries, and he uses them to inflict a severe punishment upon his foe, the Gothic age. It is a merry play and therefore immune, but a play without footlights. In this setting of consecrated rites Rabelais attacks the fundamental dogmas and sacraments, the holy of holies of medieval ideology. We must admit that Rabelais' prank in the style of Master Villon was fully successful. In spite of the frankness of his writings, he not only avoided the stake but suffered no serious persecution or vexation. To be sure, he had to take certain precautions, to disappear for a time and even cross the French border. But, generally speaking, everything ended well for him, apparently without much worry and anxiety. Rabelais' friend Etienne Dolet perished at the stake because of his statements, which although less damning had been seriously made. He did not use Rabelais methods. Rabelais was attacked by the Edgelasts who granted no special rights to laughter. All his books were condemned by the Sorbonne. This did not, however, stop their distribution and reprint. At the end of his life he was violently attacked by the monk du Puits-Herbault. He was also attacked from the Protestant side by Calvin. But the voices of all these Edgelasts remained isolated. The rights of laughter proved to be stronger. We repeat, his prank à la Villon was entirely successful. 200. But the use of the system of popular festive images must not be understood as an exterior, mechanical method of defense against censorship, as an enforced adoption of Aesop's language. For thousands of years the people have used these festive comic images to express their criticism, their deep distrust of official truth, and their highest hopes and aspirations. Freedom was not so much an exterior right as it was the inner content of these images. It was the thousand-year-old language of fearlessness, a language with no reservations and omissions, about the world and about power. It is obvious that such a fearless and free language lent a rich positive content to the new outlook. The Lord of Basque used the popular festive tradition of Nappies Amida Ines, not only to secure impunity for the beating of the catchpoles but also in a symbolic sense. We saw that the beatings were carried out as a ritual, as a comic play, systematically organized in every detail, a beating up in grand style. The blows showered on the catchpoles were creative, nuptial blows. They were showered on the old world, represented by the catchpoles, and contributed at the same time to the conception and birth of the new world. Exterior freedom and impunity are inseparable from the inner positive meaning of these forms and their philosophical content. Tapque's carnivalesque dismemberment was similar in character. It too was treated in grand style and organized in minutest detail. The sacristan represented the old world, and his dismemberment was shown in a positive form. Here, too, freedom and impunity are inseparable from the positive content of all the images of this episode. These carnivalesque forms must not surprise us. Even the great economic and socio-political changes of those historic times could not avoid a certain grotesque presentation. I will recall two well-known episodes of Russian history, one having to do with Ivan the Terrible and one with Peter the Great. Ivan the Terrible struggled against Russian feudal sanctimonious traditions and the methods of distribution of estates to the boyars. He broke up the old political and social structure and moral code, and in doing so could not escape the influence of popular forms of mockery and derision, travesties and masquerades that turned the hierarchy inside out, uncrownings and debasements. While not breaking with the tradition of church bells, Ivan could not do without the jingle of the fool's bells. Even the outward attributes of the opera china had some carnival elements, for instance, the broom. 201. The oprichnik's inner way of life and the banquets in the Alexandrovskaya Sloboda had a distinct grotesque aspect, as well as an extraterritorial character, similar to the freedom of the marketplace. Later, during its period of stabilization, the oprichina was suppressed and disavowed, and an attack was made on its very spirit, hostile to stabilization. All these elements emerged once more at the time of Peter the Great. The jingling of the jesters' bells almost entirely drowned the sound of church bells. Peter's importation to Russia of the later forms of the Feast of Fools is well known. Never during the 1,000 years of its existence did this festival enjoy so wide an official recognition. The downlike crownings and uncrownings of this feast directly invaded political life, even combining carnivalesque honors with real political power, as in the case of Romatanovsky. 202 Also, the new way of life in Russia made its appearance in masquerade attire, since Peter's reforms were interwoven with elements of travesty, the enforced shaving off of beards, European dress, Western polite manners. However, these carnival forms were an importation rather than a native manifestation. At the time of Ivan the Terrible, they were more popular and more complex and contradictory in nature. Thus the exterior freedom of popular festive forms was inseparable from their inner freedom, and from their positive outlook on the world. Together with this new positive outlook, they brought the right to express it with impunity. We have already seen the philosophical meaning of popular festive forms and will not return to them. But now we can also clearly see their special functions in Rabelais' novel. These special functions become even more obvious in the light of the problem that all Renaissance literature was trying to solve, namely, to find forms that would make possible and would justify the most extreme freedom and frankness of thought and speech. The exterior, so to say, censored right and the interior right were undivided. Frankness was understood, of course, not in a narrowly subjective sense as sincerity, the soul's truth, or intimacy. The Renaissance concept of frankness was far more serious. It meant a completely loud, marketplace frankness that concerned everyone. Thought and speech had to be placed under such conditions that the world could expose its other side, the side that was hidden, that nobody talked about, that did not fit the words and forms of prevailing philosophy. America was still to be discovered, the antipodes reached, the Western Hemisphere explored, and the question arose, what is under our feet? Thought and word were searching for a new reality beyond the visible horizon of official philosophy. Often enough words and thoughts were turned around in order to discover what they were actually hiding, what was that other side. The aim was to find a position permitting a look at the other side of established values, so that new bearings could be taken. One of the first to pose this problem with full awareness was Boccaccio. The Decameron was written in a time of plague, which was to create new conditions for frank, unofficial words and images. At the end of the Decameron, Boccaccio stresses that the conversations put down in his book did not take place in church. "'Twas not in church, of matters whereto pertaining 'tis meet we speak with all purity of heart and seemliness of phrase, albeit among her histories there are to be found not a few that will ill compare with my writings, nor yet in the schools of the philosophers, where, as much as anywhere else, seemliness is demanded, nor in any place where clergy or philosophers congregate, but in whorehouses and among folk, young indeed, but not so young as to be seducible by stories, and at a time when, if so one might save one's life, the most sedate might without disgrace walk abroad with his breeches for headgear." Boccaccio, Decameron, Volume 2, p. 347. Translated by J. Emmerich and reproduced by courtesy of E. P. Dutton & Co., Inc., Everyman's Library Edition. And in another passage, one of the storytellers, Dioneo, says, "For in sooth, as you may know, so out of joint are the times that the judges have deserted the judgment seat, the laws are silent, and ample license to preserve his life as best he may is accorded to each and all. Wherefore, if you are somewhat less strict of speech than is your wont, not that aught unseemly in act may follow, but that you may afford solace to yourselves and others." Ibid p. 91. The end of this passage is composed with the reservations and toning down that are characteristic of Boccaccio, but the beginning correctly depicts the role of the plague in his conception. It grants the right to use other words, to have another approach to life and to the world. Not only have all conventions been dropped, but all laws both human and divine are silenced. Life has been lifted out of its routine, the web of conventions has been torn, all the official hierarchic limits have been swept away. The plague has created its own unique atmosphere that grants both outward and inward rights. Even the most respected man may now wear his breeches for headgear. And in accord with the general turnover, the problems of life may be discussed not in churches and schools but in whorehouses. Furthermore, the plague as a condensed image of death is the indispensable ingredient of the Decameron's entire system of images, in which the regenerating material bodily stratum plays the leading role. The Decameron is the high point of grotesque realism but in its poorer, petty form. Another solution of the same problem is offered by Boccaccio in his Hero's Madness. An outward and inner freedom was sought from all the dogmas of the dying yet still prevailing philosophy of freedom that would permit one to see the world with different eyes. Madness or folly, in the ambivalent sense of the word, granted this right to the Decameron's hero. The Rabelaisian solution was a direct appeal to the popular festive forms. They bestowed upon both thought and word the most radical freedom, an outward and inner freedom that was also the most positive. The influence of Carnival, in the broadest sense of this word, was great during all periods of literary development. However, this influence was in most cases hidden, indirect, and difficult to detect. During the Renaissance it was not only exceptionally strong but direct and clearly expressed, even in its exterior forms. The Renaissance is, so to speak, a direct carnivalization of human consciousness, philosophy, and literature. The official culture of the Middle Ages was evolved over many centuries. It had its heroic, creative period and was all-embracing and all-penetrating. This culture enveloped and enmeshed the entire world and every segment, even the smallest, of human consciousness. It was supported by an organization unique of its kind, the Catholic Church. In the time of the Renaissance the feudal structure was nearing its end, but its ideological domination of the human mind was still extremely powerful. Where could the Renaissance find support in the struggle against the official culture of the Middle Ages, a struggle which was as intense as it was victorious? The ancient literary sources could not per se offer a sufficient basis, because antiquity was also still seen by many through the prism of medieval ideology. In order to discover humanist antiquity, it was necessary at first to be free from the thousand-year-old domination of medieval categories. It was necessary to gain new ground, to emerge from ideological routine. Such support could be offered only by the culture of folk humor which had developed throughout thousands of years. The progressive leaders of the Renaissance participated directly in this culture and first of all in its popular festive, carnivalesque aspect. Carnival, and we repeat that we use this word in its broadest sense, did liberate human consciousness and permit a new outlook, but at the same time it implied no nihilism. It had a positive character because it disclosed the abundant material principle, change and becoming, the irresistible triumph of the new immortal people. This was indeed a powerful support for storming the stronghold of the Gothic age. It prepared the way for a new, free and sober seriousness. In one of his articles, Dobrolyubov expressed a thought that deserves our notice: it is necessary to work out in our soul a firm belief in the need and possibility of a complete exit from the present order of this life, so as to find the strength to express it in poetic forms. 203 At the base of Renaissance progressive literature there existed such a firm belief. It was only thanks to this conviction that a radical change and renewal of all that exists became necessary and possible, that the initiators of the Renaissance movement could see the world as they did. But this conviction also inspired the culture of folk humor. It was no abstract thought but a living experience that determined this culture's forms and images. Official medieval culture tried to inculcate the exactly opposite belief in a static unchanging world order and in the eternal nature of all existence. This teaching, as we have said, was still powerful. It could not be overcome by individual thinking or scholarly perusal of antique sources, not seen in the light of carnival consciousness. Popular culture alone could offer this support. This is the reason why in all the great writings of the Renaissance we clearly sense the carnival atmosphere, the free winds blowing from the marketplace. We find this element in the very structure of Renaissance writings and in the peculiar logic of their images, although nowhere more clearly than in Rabelais. The analysis we have applied to Rabelais would also help us to discover the essential carnival element in the organization of Shakespeare's drama. This does not merely concern the secondary, clownish motives of his plays. The logic of crownings and uncrownings, in direct or in indirect form, organizes the serious elements also. And first of all, this belief in the possibility of a complete exit from the present order of this life determines Shakespeare's fearless, sober, yet not cynical, realism and absence of dogmatism. This pathos of radical changes and renewals is the essence of Shakespeare's world consciousness. It made him see the great epoch-making changes taking place around him and yet recognize their limitations. Shakespeare's drama has many outward carnivalesque aspects, images of the material bodily lower stratum, of ambivalent obscenities, and of popular banquet scenes. The carnivalesque basic element in Cervantes' Don Quixote and in his novellas is quite obvious. His novel is directly organized as a grotesque play with all its attributes. The depth and consequent nature of his realism are also typical of this pathos of change and renewal. Renaissance literature still needs special study in the light of correctly understood popular festive forms. Rabelais' novel is the most festive work in world literature. It expresses the very essence of the people's gay spirit. This is why this novel stands out so sharply against the background of the humdrum solemn literature of the following periods, especially of the 19th century. This is why it is impossible to understand him if we adopt the non-festive posture that prevailed during those later years. However, even within bourgeois culture the festive element did not die. It was merely narrowed down. The feast is a primary, indestructible ingredient of human civilization. It may become sterile and even degenerate, but it cannot vanish. The private, chamber feast of the bourgeois period still preserves a distorted aspect of the ancient spirit. On feast days the doors of the home are open to guests, as they were originally open to all the world. On such days there is greater abundance in everything: food, dress, decorations. Festive greetings and good wishes are exchanged, although their ambivalence has faded. There are toasts, games, masquerades, laughter, pranks, and dances. The feast has no utilitarian connotation, as has daily rest and relaxation after working hours. On the contrary, the feast means liberation from all that is utilitarian, practical. It is a temporary transfer to the utopian world. The feast cannot be reduced to any specific content, for instance to the historical event commemorated on that day. It transgresses all limited objectives. Neither can it be separated from bodily life, from the earth, nature, and the cosmos. The sun shines in the festive sky, and there is such a thing as feast day weather. 204 All these elements have been preserved in the bourgeois truncated forms of these celebrations. Characteristically enough, modern Western philosophy of anthropology has sought to discover the festive awareness of man and this special aspect of the world, in order to overcome the pessimistic conception of existentialism. However, philosophical anthropology with its phenomenological method, alien to the historic, social element, cannot solve this problem. Moreover, this philosophy is guided by the narrow spirit of the bourgeois period. 205. Chapter 4. Banquet imagery in Rabelais. Here we have a representation of highest art. This beautiful image shows us the principle of nourishment, on which the entire world relies and which penetrates all nature. Goethe, concerning Myron's cow. The banquet images food, drink, swallowing are closely linked in Rabelais' novel with the popular festive forms we have discussed in the previous chapter. This is no commonplace, privately consumed food and drink, partaken of by individuals. This is a popular feast, a banquet for all the world. The mighty aspiration to abundance and to a universal spirit is evident in each of these images. It determines their forms, their positive hyperbolism, their gay and triumphant tone. This aspiration is like yeast added to the images. They rise, grow, swell with this leaven until they reach exaggerated dimensions. They resemble the gigantic sausages and buns that were solemnly carried in carnival processions. Rabelaisian banquets are organically combined with all other popular festive forms. Feasting is part of every folk merriment. Not a single comic scene can do without it. We saw that in Lord Basque's castle the catchpoles are beaten during the wedding banquet. Tapquay is also dismembered while the diablerie players are feasting at the inn. All this is, obviously, no mere coincidence. Banquet images play an important role in Rabelais' novel. There is scarcely a single page in his book where food and drink do not figure, if only as metaphors and epithets. These images are closely interwoven with those of the grotesque body. At times it is difficult to draw a line between them, so strong is their original tie. An example is the episode of cattle slaughter previously described, representing the fusion of the devouring and devoured body. If we turn to Pantagruel, chronologically the first book, we immediately see how intimately these images are connected. The author relates that after Abel's killing the earth absorbed his blood and became fertile. Further, the people eat boxthorn berries and thanks to them their bodies reach gigantic dimensions. The wide open mouth is the leading theme of Pantagruel, with the theme of swallowing, which is on the borderline between body and food images. Another image is the open womb of Pantagruel's mother in the throes of childbirth, from which issued a caravan of wagons loaded with salted food. We see how closely food images are connected with those of the body and of procreation, fertility, growth, birth. Let us examine the role of the banquets throughout the novel. Pantagruel's first heroic feats, accomplished when he was still in the cradle, are connected with food. The roast on a spit is the main image in Panurge's Turkish episodes. The scene of litigation between Lords Kisars and Bumfondel, as well as the Thou Mass episode, ends with a feast. We saw the leading role played by the banquet in the burning of the knights. The entire episode of King Anarchus is filled with banquet imagery, especially with scenes of drunken bouts. The war ends with the Saturnine feast in the capital of the Amorotes. Epistemon's visit to the underworld also presents many banquet scenes. The role of banquets is also considerable in Gargantua, chronologically the second book of the novel. The story begins with the cattle slaughtering feast. Images of eating and drinking also play a substantial part in Gargantua's education. When he comes home at the beginning of the Picrocolli War, he holds a banquet, and there is a detailed enumeration of all the dishes and game appearing on the table. We saw the role played by bread and wine at the start of the Picrocolli War and in the fight in the monastery close. This book abounds in metaphors and comparisons borrowed from the vocabulary of food and drink and ends with the words, Et grande chère 206. There are fewer of these images in the third book, but we find them scattered here and there in various episodes of the story. Let us stress that Panurge's consultations with the theologian, the physician, and the philosopher are held during a dinner. The free discussion concerning women and matrimony which takes place during this meal is typical of such prandial conversations. We find an increasing number of banquet scenes in the fourth book. They dominate in the carnivalesque war of sausages. We also find in this book the episode of the gastrolators and the longest list of foods of all world literature, not to mention the famous praise of Master Gaster and of his inventions. Food and the swallowing of food are vividly presented in the description of the giant Bringuenarils and in the episode of Windy Island where the winds are the only nourishment. There is a chapter devoted to why monks love kitchens. The book ends with feasting aboard a ship, thanks to which Pantagruel and his companions rectify the weather. The concluding words of this book, ending Panurge's long scatological tirade, are "Let us drink." And these are the last words of the novel written in Rabelais' own hand. What is the meaning of these banquet images? We have already said that they are indissolubly linked with festivities, comic scenes, and the grotesque body. Moreover, they are intimately connected with speech, with wise conversation and gay truth. We have also pointed out their inherent tendency toward abundance and toward an all-embracing popular element. How can such an exceptional and universal role of the banquet theme be explained? Eating and drinking are one of the most significant manifestations of the grotesque body. The distinctive character of this body is its open unfinished nature, its interaction with the world. These traits are most fully and concretely revealed in the act of eating. The body transgresses here its own limits, it swallows, devours, rends the world apart, is enriched and grows at the world's expense. The encounter of man with the world, which takes place inside the open, biting, rending, chewing mouth, is one of the most ancient, and most important objects of human thought and imagery. Here man tastes the world, introduces it into his body, makes it part of himself. Man's awakening consciousness could not but concentrate on this moment, could not help borrowing from it a number of substantial images determining its interrelation with the world. Man's encounter with the world in the act of eating is joyful, triumphant, he triumphs over the world, devours it without being devoured himself. The limits between man and the world are erased, to man's advantage. In the oldest system of images, food was related to work. It concluded work and struggle and was their crown of glory. Work triumphed in food. Human labor's encounter with the world and the struggle against it ended in food, in the swallowing of that which had been wrested from the world. As the last victorious stage of work, the image of food often symbolized the entire labor process. There were no sharp dividing lines, labor and food represented the two sides of a unique phenomenon, the struggle of man against the world, ending in his victory. It must be stressed that both labor and food were collective, the whole of society took part in them. Collective food as the conclusion of labor's collective process was not a biological, animal act but a social event. If food is separated from work and conceived as part of a private way of life, then nothing remains of the old images, man's encounter with the world and tasting the world, the open mouth, the relation of food and speech, the gay truth. Nothing is left but a series of artificial, meaningless metaphors. The original system of images symbolized the working people, continuing to conquer life and food through struggle and labor and to absorb only that part of the world that has been conquered and mastered. In such a system the banquet images preserve their initial meaning, their universalism, their essential relation to life, death, struggle, triumph, and regeneration. This is why banquet imagery went on living in the creative life of the people. The images continued to develop, to be renewed and filled with a richer meaning. They grew and were regenerated together with the people who created them. Therefore, in contradiction to the opinion of some ethnographers and folklorists, banquet images are not the vestiges of dead ages, when collective hunting was followed by collective feasts, when the defeated animal was torn to pieces and devoured. Such simplified pictures of the primitive hunt seem to explain the origin of images related to dismemberment and devouring, but even these images, belonging to the remotest past, like those of the grotesque body, are far more complex than primitive concepts. They show a deep awareness, they are purposeful, philosophical, rich in nuances. They have a living connection with the surrounding context and are quite unlike the extinct remains of forgotten concepts. But those images that survive in the cults and rites of the official religious systems are different. Here the more ancient stage of development has been fixed in a sublimated form, while in the popular festive system the development continued over thousands of years. At the time of Rabelais the banquet images still had a meaningful and artistically creative life. The creative and rich life of banquet images was expressed especially in grotesque realism. It is in this sphere that we must seek the main source of Rabelais banquet images. The influence of the ancient symposium is of secondary importance. In the act of eating, as we have said, the confines between the body and the world are overstepped by the body, it triumphs over the world, over its enemy, celebrates its victory, grows at the world's expense. This element of victory and triumph is inherent in all banquet images. No meal can be sad. Sadness and food are incompatible, while death and food are perfectly compatible. The banquet always celebrates a victory, and this is part of its very nature. Further, the triumphal banquet is always universal. It is the triumph of life over death. In this respect it is equivalent to conception and birth. The victorious body receives the defeated world and is renewed. This is the reason why the banquet as a triumphal celebration and renewal often fulfills the function of completion. It is equivalent to nuptials, an act of procreation. Two epilogues are combined in the image of the wedding feast that concludes folk tales. The fact is that a feast and a wedding, put together in the nuptial banquet, offer a completed picture, the potentiality of a new beginning instead of the abstract and bare ending. Characteristically enough, death is never such a completion in the folk tale. Even if it appears at the end of the story, it is followed by the funeral banquet, as in the Iliad, which forms the true epilogue. This form is related to the ambivalence of all folk images. The end must contain the potentialities of the new beginning, just as death leads to a new birth. The triumphant nature of every banquet renders it not only a fit conclusion but also a framework for a number of essential events. Thus the Rabelaisian banquets may represent either an epilogue or a stage setting, as in the beating of the catch-poles. But the banquet is even more important as the occasion for wise discourse, for the gay truth. There is an ancient tie between the feast and the spoken word. The antique symposium presents this relation in its clearest and most classic form. But medieval grotesque realism had its own original symposium, that is, the tradition of festive speech. One would be tempted to seek the origin of this connection of food with the spoken word at the very cradle of human language. But this ultimate origin, even if established with a certain measure of probability, would offer but little to the understanding of the later development and meaning of such a connection. Even for the authors of the antique symposium, for Plato, Xenophon, Plutarch, Athenaeus, Macrobius, Lucian, and others, the link between eating and speaking was not an obsolete remnant of this past but had a living meaning. Such was also the form of the grotesque symposium, and the work of Rabelais was the last link to present and to complete this heritage. 207. Rabelais speaks directly of the connection in his prologue to Gargantua. I may add that in composing this masterpiece I have not spent or wasted more leisure than is required for my bodily refection, food and drink to you. Is that not the proper time to commit to the page such sublime themes and such profound wisdom? Homer, the paragon of all philologists, knew it perfectly well, and Ennius also, the father of the Latin poets, as Horace testifies, though a certain sorry clown has said that his poems smelled more of wine than of oil. So, too, spoke a third-rate cynic about my books, but a ripe turd to the fellow. Oh, the sweet fragrance of wine! How much more reconciling, smiling, and beguiling wine is than oil! Let the world say that I spent more on wine than on oil, I shall glory in it like Demos thence when they accused him of the opposite. For my part, I consider it honorable and noble to be a sportsman and a wit, for as such I am welcome wherever 2 or 3 Pantagruelists are gathered together. Book I, Prologue. In the beginning of this prologue the author intentionally debases his work. He can write only while eating, in other words, he spends but little time on his work, which is, as it were, a mere joke. Therefore, the expressions sublime themes and profound wisdom can be understood ironically. But this debasement is immediately effaced by allusions to Homer and Ennius, who did the same. Prandial speech is a free and jocular speech. The popular festive rite of laughter and clowneries, the right to be frank, was extended to the table. Rabelais covers his novel with the fool's cap. But at the same time the inner meaning of this table talk satisfies him. He actually does prefer wine to oil, oil being the symbol of Lenten, pious seriousness. He was convinced that free and frank truth can be said only in the atmosphere of the banquet, only in table talk. Outside all considerations of prudence, such an atmosphere and such a tone corresponded to the very essence of truth as Rabelais understood it, a truth inwardly free, gay, and materialistic. Behind the sanctimonious seriousness of all exalted and official genres, Rabelais saw the receding authority of the past, of characters like Picrocolli, Anarchus, Janitus, Tapkue, the catchpoles, the plotters and slanderers, the executioners and agelasts, and the cannibals, who barked instead of laughing. In the eyes of Rabelais, seriousness was either the tone of that receding truth and doomed authority, or the tone of feeble men intimidated and filled with terror. The grotesque symposium, the carnivalesque, popular festive or antique table talks provided him with the laughing tone, the vocabulary, the entire system of images which expressed his own conception of truth. The banquet with its variations was the most favorable milieu for this absolutely fearless and gay truth. Bread and wine, the world defeated through work and struggle, disperse fear and liberate the word. The merry triumphant encounter with the world in the act of eating and drinking, in which man partakes of the world instead of being devoured by it, was profoundly congenial to Rabelais' outlook. This victory over the world in the act of eating was concrete, tangible, bodily. It gave the very taste of the defeated world, which had fed and would feed mankind. In this image there was no trace of mysticism, no abstract idealistic sublimation. This image materializes truth and does not permit it to be torn away from the earth, at the same time preserving the earth's universal and cosmic nature. The themes of table talk are always sublime, filled with profound wisdom, but these themes are uncrowned and renewed on the material bodily level. The grotesque symposium does not have to respect hierarchical distinctions, it freely blends the profane and the sacred, the lower and the higher, the spiritual and the material. There are no mésalliances in its case. Let us stress in the previously quoted excerpt the opposition of wine and oil. As we have said, oil is the symbol of official bigoted seriousness, of the sanctimonious fear of God. Wine liberates from fear and sanctimoniousness. In vino veritas. We must point out another important element, the link with the future of the words pronounced at the banquet, as well as with the praise-mockery complex. This element has survived in toasts and festive speeches. One might say that they belong to time itself, which kills and gives birth in a single act. Hence its ambiguity and ambivalence. Even within the rigid framework of Plato's and Xenophon's classical symposia, praise maintains its ambivalence, though in a mitigated form. The eulogy of Socrates permits the speaker to mention his ugliness, and Socrates may eulogize himself, in Xenophon, as a go-between. Old age and youth, beauty and ugliness, death and childbirth are often combined in a single two-faced image. But the festive voice of time speaks first of all about the future. The festive occasion inevitably suggests looking into better days to come. This lends a special character to table talk, liberated from the shackles of the past and present. In the Hippocrates collection there is a treatise on winds with which Rabelais was well acquainted. It contained the following description of inebriety at banquets: due to a sudden increase of blood, there is a change in the soul and in the thoughts it contains, then men forget their present misfortunes and are inspired with the hope of a happy future. But this utopian nature of prandial speeches does not separate men from earth. Future triumphs are presented in material bodily images of abundance and rebirth. The meaning and function of banquet images in Rabelais' novel become clearer when seen against the background of grotesque tradition. This tradition starts with the famous Cena Cypriani, Cyprian's Supper. The history of this peculiar work still remains problematical. It has doubtless no relation at all to Saint Cyprian, Bishop of Carthage, died in AD 258, in whose works the Cena was usually included. Neither is it possible to establish at what time it was written. It can be roughly dated between the 5th and the 8th century. Nor can we be sure of the exact goal and purpose pursued by the Cena's author. Some scholars, for instance, Brewer, assert that the author pursued purely didactic and even mnemonic aims, to fix the names and events of the scriptures in the minds of students and parishioners. Others, Lepatre, interpret this work as a parody of the banquet in honor of the goddess Ceres, composed by Julian the Apostate. There are finally those who, like P. Layman and others, believe the Cena to be a parody of the sermon of Zeno, Bishop of Verona. It is appropriate to say a few words about this bishop. Bishop Zeno composed a bizarre sermon. He evidently strove to put some order into the wild, unchristian banquets held by his flock during the Easter holidays. For this purpose he selected from the Bible and the Gospels all passages concerning food and drink partaken of by various persons, in other words all banquet images in Holy Writ. The result was a kind of renewal of the sacred on the material bodily level. This sermon contains elements of the risus paschalis, the free jokes which ancient custom permitted in Easter homilies. The synod does resemble Zeno's sermon, but it goes considerably further. The author makes a vast selection not only of banquet scenes but of all festive images of the Bible and the Gospels. He combines all these images into the grandiose picture of a banquet, full of life and movement, presented with extraordinary carnivalesque, or rather Saturnalia freedom. The relation of the synod to the Saturnalia is admitted by nearly all scholars. The basic theme is taken from the parable of the king celebrating his son's wedding, Matthew 22, 1-14. All the figures from the Old and New Testaments, from Adam and Eve to Christ, are assembled at the great banquet. They are seated according to their role in scriptures. Adam is in the middle, Eve is sitting on a fig leaf, Cain on a plow, Abel on a milk jug, Noah on the ark, Absalom on branches, and Judas on a money box. The food and drink served to the guests are also chosen according to their role. For example, Christ is served raisin wine called passus, from the word passio, the passion. All the other arrangements are also presented in grotesque form. After eating, which is the first part of the antique symposium, Pilate brings water for the washing of hands. Martha is in attendance, David plays the harp, Salome dances, Judas kisses his fellow guests, Noah is drunk, and a rooster prevents Peter from falling asleep. On the day following the feast the guests bring gifts to their host. Abraham offers a ram, Moses the tables of the law, Christ a lamb. This scene is followed by the theme of a theft. The king discovers that many gifts have been stolen. A search is started and all the guests are treated as thieves. Hagar is executed in atonement and solemnly buried. Such is the construction of a Cyprian supper. It marks the beginning of the banquet tradition in medieval literature. The Cinna is an absolutely free play, involving sacred persons, objects, themes, and symbols. The author hesitates at nothing. The fancifulness of the images is striking. Rabelais alone could compete with such a mésalliance. The entire world of scripture whirls around in a grotesque dance. The Passion of God, Noah's Ark, Eve's fig leaf, the kiss of Judas have all become the gay elements of a Saturnalian banquet. This right to extraordinary freedom was obtained by the author of the supper by means of the banquet images which he selected as his starting point. They created the setting for an absolutely merry interplay. The material bodily character of the banquet images offered the opportunity of embracing almost all the contents of the scriptures, renewing them at the same time. In this renewed aspect the Bible scene can be clearly remembered. The banquet had the power of liberating the word from the shackles of piousness and fear of God. Everything became open to play and merriment. Let us stress one of the Cinna's peculiar traits, that it brings together persons from the most diverse periods of biblical history. It is, as it were, the gathering together of all history, represented by the protagonists seated around the festive table. The banquet acquires a grandiose, universal character. Let us also stress the theme of theft, of the travesty of the atoning victim, Hagar, and the parodic funeral. These themes closely interwoven with banquet images were later often used in grotesque symposia. Cyprian's supper enjoyed a great success from the time of its revival, the 9th century, to the 16th. It spread in its original version as well as in various revised forms. We have several such revised editions by the famous abbot of Fulda, Rabanus Maurus, 855, by Pope John, 877, and others. Rabanus Maurus was a very strict and orthodox churchman. Nevertheless, he saw nothing sacrilegious in the Cinna. He prepared an abridged edition of this work and dedicated it to King Lothair. In his dedication he wrote that this work would serve the king as a recreational reading, ad jocunditatem. The Roman Pope John VIII rewrote the supper in verse, the original version was in prose, adding a prologue and an epilogue. The prologue shows us that his revised work was intended for scholastic entertainment during the Easter holidays, while the epilogue says that the Cinna enjoyed considerable success at the court of King Charles the Bald. These facts are characteristic. They prove how sacred were the rights and freedoms enjoyed at banquets and recreations of the 9th century. For Rabanus Maurus and his contemporaries, the festive banquet justified such a playful handling of religious topics. At other times it would be considered sacrilege. There are many manuscripts of the Cinna, copied and recopied during the following centuries, proof of the medieval symposium's great influence. It is interesting to note that the Cinna's universalism and several other traits are repeated in the grandiose 16th century symposium How to Succeed in Life, as well as in Pantagruel's Dream 208. The latter work under Rabelais influence determined in its turn the third book of Rabelais novel. The next work of the medieval symposium tradition which comes to our attention was composed in the 15th century. In the so-called Cambridge Song manuscript there is a poem telling the story of a thief who came to the court of Archbishop Göringer of Mainz and swore that he had visited heaven and hell. 209 He said that Christ was feasting in heaven, his cook was Peter the Apostle and his cellarer John the Baptist. The thief stole a piece of lung from the heavenly table and ate it. For this misdeed the archbishop imposed a penance on his visitor. This short tale is in the medieval banquet tradition. Here we find a travesty of the Last Supper. The image of the banquet permits the event to be transferred to the material bodily level, introducing real culinary details and transforming the apostle into a cook. In the 11th and 12th centuries the medieval symposium becomes more complex by the introduction of a satirical element. A work of the 11th century, entitled The Treatise of Garcia of Toledo, is typical in this respect. The treatise represents the continuous feasting of the Roman Curia, with the Pope and the cardinals. The Pope drinks from a large golden cup, he has an unquenchable thirst. He drinks to all and to everything, to the redemption of souls, to the sick, to the harvest, to peace, travelers, and sailors. This is a parody of the litany. Nor do the cardinals lag behind in the drinking. The description of this continuous feast, of the gluttony of the Pope and of the other prelates, is full of gross exaggeration and long speeches of praise and abuse. This work is often compared to Rabelais' novel as a model of grotesque satire. The Pope's insatiable appetite acquires cosmic dimensions. The treatise of Garcia of Toledo is quite obviously directed against the corruption, avidity, and disintegration of the Roman Curia. The banquet images, exaggerated to extraordinary dimensions, have here what might seem a purely negative connotation. This is the exaggerated picture of the improper. However, the matter is far more complex. Banquet images, like all popular festive forms, are ambivalent. True, in the given case they are made to serve a satirical, negative goal. But even here the images preserve their positive nature, and indeed it is this positive element that creates the exaggerations, though they are put to a satirical use. Negation is not transferred to the matter of images, to wine, food, abundance. This matter remains positive. There is no serious, consistent, ascetic tendency. Wherever such a tendency appears, as it often does in Protestant satire of the second half of the 15th century, the material bodily images inevitably fade and are dryly and parsimoniously presented, the exaggeration becomes abstract. There is nothing of this in the treatise. The images used for a satiric purpose continue to live their own life, that of the banquet. They have not been exhausted by the purpose for which they were used. But this does not diminish the force of the satire. The author denounces the Curia effectively and at the same time frankly submits himself to the positive force of his banquet images. They create a free atmosphere that permits him to travesty liturgical and gospel texts. The splitting of the traditional, more often popular festive, image is a widespread phenomenon in world literature. The general formula of this process is the following: the image that was built and has developed as a grotesque conception of the body, that is, of a collective body of the people as a whole, is transferred to the private bodily life of man in class society. In folklore the people feast with their representatives, their deputies, the heroes and giants. In the treatise of Garcia of Toledo the Pope and the cardinals are also feasting. They feast heroically, but they are not heroes. They do not represent the people, indeed they feast at the people's expense and disadvantage. Wherever the image is directly or indirectly borrowed from folklore and yet pictures the life of a class, there inevitably arises an inner contradiction and tension. Of course, our formula rationalizes and simplifies this phenomenon, which is actually complex, presenting many nuances and revealing the struggle of opposed tendencies. There is no clear solution, just as there is none, nor can there be one, in the living process of becoming. Bread stolen from the people does not cease to be bread, wine is always wine, even when the Pope drinks it. Bread and wine have their own truth, their own irresistible tendency towards superabundance. They have the indestructible connotation of victory and merriment. This tendency contained in the popular festive images encounters and is ambiguously interwoven with individual and class gluttony and cupidity. In both cases there is the desire of much and more abundance, but their philosophies are entirely different. The soul of the people as a whole cannot coexist with the private, limited, greedy body. There is the same complex and contradictory character in the bodily images related to the banquet, the fat belly, the gaping mouth, the giant phallus, and the popular positive image of the satisfied man, the fat belly of the demons of fertility and of the heroic popular gluttons. For instance, Gargantua in folklore, are transformed into the paunch of the insatiable Simonist abbot. The image, split between these two extremes, leads a complex and contradictory life. In the 17th century one of the most popular figures of comic folklore was Gros Guillaume, Fat William, one of the three Turlupins. He was unusually obese and had to make well-planned contortions to reach his own navel. He was girt with two belts, one under his chest, the other under his belly, so that his body resembled a wine barrel. His face was thickly powdered with flour, which he shed on all sides when he gesticulated. Thus his figure was the symbol of bread and wine in bodily form. This two-legged creature representing the abundance of earthly goods was extremely popular. Gros Guillaume was the incarnation of the people's utopia and feasting, the age of Saturn returned to earth. The sanctity and the purity of his abundant belly raises, of course, no doubt regarding interpretation. Somewhat different is Mr. Pickwick's fat little paunch. There is much of Gros Guillaume in this character, or rather, there is much of his English equivalent, the popular clown. The English applaud Pickwick and will always applaud, but his paunch is far more ambiguous than Gros Guillaume's barrel of wine. The splitting and inner contradictions of popular banquet images are found in many variations in world literature. One variation is the treatise of Garcia, already discussed. Let us mention still other examples. Among the Latin poems commonly attributed to Walter Mapes 210 there is a piece entitled Magi Sturgilius about a certain abbot, Magi Sturgilius de quodam abbate. This is the description of one day in the life of an abbot, a day filled exclusively with activities of a material bodily order and first of all with excessive eating and drinking. All these pictures of material life, the abbot knows no other existence, have an obviously grotesque character, everything is grossly exaggerated, with many enumerations of the various dishes consumed by the abbot. First there is a description of the different ways in which the abbot relieves himself, this marks the beginning of his day. Here, too, the material bodily images lead a complex double life. The pulse of the great collective body from which they sprang to 11 is still beating in them. But this giant pulse is weak and intermittent, for the images are torn away from all that justified their growth and excessive dimensions. The abbot's triumphal banquet is an empty triumph, for it brings nothing to a conclusion. The positive feast for all the world and the negative parasitical character are blended into an inwardly contradictory whole. We find a similar construction in another work contained in the Gelaius Apocalypsis. But here it is stressed that the abbot who drinks the good wine leaves the poor wine to his monks. We hear the protesting voice of Friar John accusing his superior of drinking good wine while fearfully refusing to fight in defense of the monastery close. In Latin recreational literature of the 12th and 13th centuries, banquet images as well as those linked with procreative force are usually centered around the figure of a monk, portrayed as a drunkard, glutton, and lecher. The character of the monk is either complex or intermittent. First, as a devotee of material bodily life, he sharply contradicts the ascetic ideal that he serves. Second, his gluttony represents the parasitism of a sluggard. But, third, he also expresses the positive, shrove principles of food, drink, procreative force, and merriment. The authors offer these three aspects concurrently, and it is difficult to say where praise ends and where condemnation starts. Certainly the authors are not in favor of the ascetic ideal, the accent is nearly always placed on the shrove element of the stories. We hear the voice of the democratic cleric who tries to eulogize the material bodily values while remaining within the confines of the ecclesiastical system of philosophy. These writings were, of course, related to recreation, to festive merriment, to the shrove days and to the freedom permitted during these periods. Let us look at one of these stories which enjoyed great popularity. Its content is extremely simple. A monk spent his nights with a married woman until he was caught by the woman's husband, who castrated him. The author's sympathy is extended rather to the monk than to the husband. While the lady's chastity is ironically presented, the list of her lovers exceeds all probability. Actually, this story is nothing but a tragic farce about the destruction of the monastic phallus. The popularity of this story is proved by the considerable number of its manuscript copies, first published in the 13th century. In some of the manuscripts the story is offered as a gay sermon, and in the 15th century it was even given the form of a passion. Thus in the Paris Codex it is called Passio Quaestum Monarchi, it is offered as a gospel reading and begins with the words "at that time." It is actually a carnivalesque passion. One of the most widespread themes of Latin recreational literature of the 12th and 13th centuries was the advantage of the cleric over the knight in amorous affairs. We have, for instance, the Council of Remiremont, dating from the second half of the 12th century and featuring a conference of women, who praise the superiority of clerics over knights. Similar themes are found in many writings of that period describing councils and synods of clerics in defense of their right to have wives and concubines. This right is sustained by a number of parodies of the Gospel and other sacred texts. 212 In all these works the figure of the cleric or monk is the contradictory symbol of procreative force and material bodily superabundance. The character of Friar John is already in preparation, as well as that of Panurge, in part. But we have digressed from our subject of banquet images proper. During the same period the tradition of the medieval symposium was developed along two other lines, the drunkard's masses and the Latin vagant's lyrics. These works are well known and do not need a detailed analysis. Beside the parodical drunkard's masses, Missa de Potatoribus, there were the gambler's masses, Officium Lucerum, and sometimes both themes, wine and gambling, were combined in a single ritual. These masses often strictly observed the original liturgical texts. Images of wine and drunkenness were almost devoid of ambivalence. These works were close to the superficial forms of modern parodies and travesties. In vagant poetry, images of food, wine, love, and gambling are manifestly linked with popular festive forms. They also reflect the influence of the antique tradition of prandial songs. But generally speaking, the vagant banquet images initiate a new line of individual lyric development. Such is the banquet tradition of Latin recreative literature. There can be no doubt whatever as to the influence of this tradition on Rabelais. Moreover, the works in this category play an important clarifying role as parallel or related manifestations. What are the functions of the banquet images in the medieval tradition described above? From Cyprian's Supper and Zeno's Sermon to the later satires and parodies of the 15th and 16th centuries, the banquet images liberate speech, lending it a fearless and free tone. In most cases the medieval symposium contains no philosophical discourses and disputes. but the work as a whole, all its verbal mass, is penetrated with the banquet spirit. Free play with the sacred, this is the basic content of the symposium of the Middle Ages. This does not represent nihilism, nor the primitive enjoyment of debasing the higher level. We will not understand the spirit of grotesque feasting if we do not take into account the deeply positive element, the victorious triumph inherent in every banquet image of folklore origin. The awareness of a purely human material bodily power fills this genre. Man is not afraid of the world, he has defeated it and eats of it. In the atmosphere of this victorious meal the world acquires a different aspect, it becomes an abundant harvest, a superabundant increase. All mystical fears are dissipated. During banquets ghosts appear only to usurpers or to the representatives of the old dying world. The banquet speech is universal and materialistic at the same time. This is why the grotesque symposium travesties and debases the purely idealistic, mystic, and ascetic victory over the world, that is, the victory of the abstract spirit. In the comic banquet there are nearly always elements parodying and travestying the Last Supper. These traits are preserved even in the works subjected predominantly to narrowly satiric tendencies. The power of food and drink to liberate human speech is proved by the fact that schoolmen's and clerics' talks were invaded by a wide range of colloquial parodies and travesties of sacred texts related to wines and food. Such colloquial travesties were used at every feast. These texts, liturgical terms, and fragments of prayers turned inside out and debased accompanied every goblet of wine, every morsel of food. In Rabelais' novel this is vividly illustrated by Friar John's talk, and especially by the palaver of the postulant. We have already quoted Henry Essaine's opinion. All these prandial parodies, still alive in our days, are the heritage of the Middle Ages, they are fragments of the grotesque symposium. Some of Rabelais' contemporaries, Calvin, Charles de Saint Marthe, Volt, and others, directly related the atheist and materialist movements of their time to the banquet atmosphere. They characterized these movements as a certain kind of prandial libertinism. In the Middle Ages and in the days of Rabelais this prandial libertinism had a democratic spirit. To a certain extent this spirit pervaded English prandial tradition as well, in the time of Shakespeare, Thomas Nash, Robert Greene, and their circle. In France the libertine poets Saint Amant, Théophile Viau, and Diossai were related to this genre. In later years the prandial tradition acquired the form of aristocratic atheism and materialism, which found its striking expression in France, in the 18th century orgies of the Vendôme circle. The role of the banquet form of speech, liberated from fear and piousness, cannot be underestimated in literary history, nor in the history of materialist thought. We have retraced only the Latin line of the medieval symposium. But banquet images also played an important role in medieval vernacular literary works as well as in oral folk tradition. The significance of banquet images is considerable in all the legends about giants, for instance, in the Gargantua story and in the chapbook relating it, which were the direct source of Rabelais' novel. There was a popular cycle of legends about the utopian land of gluttony and idleness, for instance, the Fabliaux of the Pays de Cocon 213. We find the reflection of these legends in a number of medieval literary monuments. Aucassin et Nicolette describes Torlor, a world turned inside out. The king of Torlor bears children while the queen fights a war. The war is conducted in pure carnivalesque fashion, with cheeses, baked apples, and mushrooms. The child-bearing king and the foods used as weapons are typical popular festive images. In the novel Guyon de Bordeaux the land produces an abundant harvest that belongs to nobody. The book entitled Travels and Voyages of Panurge, Pantagruel's disciple, to unknown and wondrous islands 214, 1537, pictures a utopian country with mountains of butter, rivers of milk, and hot pies sprung from the soil like mushrooms. This cycle is reflected in Rabelais' description of Alcofraba's journey in Pantagruel's mouth and the theme of payment for salvation, as well as in the War of Sausages. 215. Banquet images play a leading part in one of the most popular medieval themes, the dispute between non-Lenten and Lenten foods, la dispute du gras et du maigre. This theme was often treated and had many variations. 216 Rabelais used these images in his enumeration of Lenten and non-Lenten foods offered by the gastrolators to their god and in the Sausage War. Rabelais' source was the 13th century poem, The Fight of Lent with the Meat Eater. In the 15th century this theme was used by Molinet in the dispute of fish with meat. The 13th century poem tells of the struggle of two potentates, one symbolizing abstinence, the other non-Lenten foods. The meat-eater's army consists of large and small sausages, and fresh cheese, butter, and cream take part in the fighting. Let us finally point out the essential meaning of banquet images in the sautés, farces, and all forms of popular comic entertainments. We know that national clownish characters are even called by the names of national dishes, Hanswurst, Pickelhering, and others. In the 16th century a farce entitled The Living Corpses was produced at the court of Charles IX. A lawyer loses his mind and imagines that he is dead. He gives up eating and drinking and lies motionless on his bed. In order to cure him, one of his relatives pretends that he too is dead and gives orders to be laid out on a table in the lawyer's room. All weep for the dead relative. Then he makes comic grimaces, and everybody laughs, including the supposedly dead man himself. The lawyer is surprised but is told that dead men laugh, so he forces himself to laugh. This is the first step in regaining his sanity. Then his relative begins to eat and drink. The lawyer is now persuaded that dead men also nourish themselves. He does so, too, and is completely cured. Thus, laughter, food, and drink defeat death. This theme recalls the novella The Chaste Matron of Ephesus by Petronius, from the Satyricon, 217. Banquet images are so closely interwoven with the grotesque body in medieval written and oral literature that many of these works will have to be examined in our next chapter, devoted to the grotesque concept of the body. A few words about the Italian banquet tradition. In Pulci's, Berni's, and Ariosto's poems these images play an important part, especially in the case of the first two authors. The tradition is even more significant in Falango's Italian works and especially in his macaronic writings. Various edible metaphors and comparisons acquire in his works an almost importunate character. Olympus in macaronic literature is a fat land with mountains of butter, seas of milk and pâtés and dumplings floating in them. The Muses are cooks. Nectar is a thick brew of bacon and spices. Falango describes the kitchen of the gods in all detail, filling 180 verses. The debasing and renewing role of this grotesque is obvious, but no less obvious is its weakened and narrowed aspect. The element of narrow literary parody predominates in these writings. The victorious merriment of the banquet themes has degenerated, there is no more authentic universalism, and little remains of the popular utopian theme. A certain influence of Falango on Rabelais cannot be denied, but it concerns superficial elements and, generally speaking, is not essential. Such is the tradition of banquet images of the Middle Ages and the Renaissance, as inherited and perfected by Rabelais. The positive, triumphant, liberating element prevails in his images, their tendency to embrace all the people and to present abundance is fully and powerfully disclosed by him. But Rabelais is also familiar with the image of monks as sluggards and gluttons. This aspect of the banquet is shown in the fourth book, in the chapter Why Monks Love Kitchens. When describing Gargantua's education in the scholastic spirit, Rabelais satirically depicts his hero's gluttony. This passage resembles the day of the certain abbot. But this narrowly satirical aspect acquires under his pen a limited and secondary meaning. Rabelais' eulogy of Gaster is complex in character. This eulogy, like the chapters about the gastrolators which precede it, is filled with the struggle between contradictory tendencies. The abundance of food is here combined with gluttony of the gastrolators who adore the belly as a god. Gaster himself sends his apes, that is, the gastrolators, to meditate upon his excrement and see what kind of divinity is contained in them. But against this background of trivial images of gluttony, the negation, however, does not concern the food and wine served by the gastrolators. There arises the mighty figure of Gaster himself, inventor and creator of all mankind's technology. In Rabelaisian literature we find the assertion that the eulogy of Gaster contains the seed of historic materialism. This is both true and untrue. There can be no doubt concerning this assertion as it concerns the stage of historic development in Rabelais time. But we do not find in this eulogy a primitive materialism of the belly. Gaster, who invented agriculture, the conservation of grain, military weapons to defend it, the means for its transportation, the building of cities and fortresses and the art of destroying them, is eulogized in connection with these technological achievements. He was also the creator of the sciences, mathematics, astronomy, medicine, and others. Therefore, rather than representing the biological bowels of the animal, he is the incarnation of the material needs of the organized human collectivity. The bowels study the world in order to conquer and subjugate it. The eulogy has the triumphant banquet tone and ends with fantastic vistas of Gaster's future conquests and inventions. But this triumphant tone is mingled with elements of negation. Gaster is covetous, greedy, and unjust. He has not only invented the building of cities but also the methods for their destruction, that is, war. This combination creates the complex character of Gaster's image, a deep inward antinomy, which Rabelais was unable to solve. Neither did he try to find a solution. He left antinomy and the complexity of life as they were, for he was certain that almighty time would solve the problem. Let us stress that the victorious banquet images in Rabelais novel always have a historic coloring. This is most clearly seen in the episode of the fire that burned the knights and was then turned into a kitchen hearth. The banquet takes place, as it were, in a new epoch. And one might say that the carnival banquet was also held in the utopian future, in the Saturnian age come back to earth. Gay, triumphal time speaks in the language of banquet images. This element survives in our modern toasts. There is still another significant aspect of the banquet images, which we have not as yet mentioned. This is the special relation of food to death and to the underworld. The word to die had among its various connotations the meaning of being swallowed or being eaten up. The image of the underworld in Rabelais was also meant by him as the topographical lower stratum, that which represented hell in carnival forms. The underworld is one of the essential points of junction in Rabelais novel as in all medieval literature, initiated by Dante. But we shall devote a chapter to these images of the lower stratum and the underworld, and at that time will return to the aspects of banquet images which served as links to death and to hell. Let us again stress in conclusion that banquet images in the popular festive tradition, and in Rabelais, differ sharply from the images of private eating or private gluttony and drunkenness in early bourgeois literature. The latter express the contentment and satiety of the selfish individual, his personal enjoyment, and not the triumph of the people as a whole. Such imagery is torn away from the process of labor and struggle, it is removed from the marketplace and is confined to the house and the private chamber, abundance in the home. It is no longer the banquet for all the world, in which all take part, but an intimate feast with hungry beggars at the door. If this picture of eating and drinking is hyperbolic, it is a picture of gluttony, not an expression of social justice. It is a static way of private life, deprived of any symbolic openings and universal meaning, no matter whether it is represented as satire, that is, as purely negative, or as a positive state of well-being. The popular festive banquet has nothing in common with static private life and individual well-being. The popular images of food and drink are active and triumphant, for they conclude the process of labor and struggle of the social man against the world. They express the people as a whole because they are based on the inexhaustible, ever-growing abundance of the material principle. They are universal and organically combined with the concept of the free and sober truth, ignoring fear and piousness, and therefore linked with wise speech. Finally, they are infused with gay time, moving toward a better future that changes and renews everything in its path. This characteristic trait of the popular banquet images has not as yet been properly understood. They were interpreted on the level of the private way of life and were defined as vulgar realism. Therefore, neither the extraordinary charm of these images nor their immense role in the literature, art, and philosophy of past ages could be grasped and explained. Neither was their antinomy studied as they developed within the system of class ideology, where they were subject to individualization and degeneration. These processes went on in different degrees, according to the various stages of class development. For instance, in Flanders, in spite of bourgeois development, banquet images still retained their positive popular aspect, though in a weakened form. This explains the forceful quality and the fascination of this genre in Flemish painting. In this sphere, too, a deeper study of folk culture will permit us to pose and solve in a new light a number of essential problems. Chapter 5. The grotesque image of the body and its sources. In the banquet images discussed in the previous chapter we have seen gross exaggeration and hyperbole. Such exaggeration is also inherent in other images of the body's life but is most strongly expressed in picturing the body and food. Here we must seek the deepest source and the creative principle of all other hyperbole of the Rabelaisian world, the source of all that is excessive and superabundant in it. Exaggeration, hyperbolism, excessiveness are generally considered fundamental attributes of the grotesque style. The most consistent and well-documented endeavor to give the history and, in part, the theory of the grotesque was made by the German scholar G. Schneegans in his Geschichte der grotesken Satire, The History of Grotesque Satire, 1894. About half of this book is devoted to Rabelais, and indeed it can be said that the author centered his attention on Rabelaisian studies. His interpretation of the grotesque image is clear and systematic but appears, however, radically incorrect in our eyes. At the same time, his mistakes are typical, they are repeated in the majority of works devoted to this subject, preceding, or especially, following his own. Schneegans ignores the deep ambivalence of the grotesque and sees it merely as a negation, an exaggeration pursuing narrowly satirical aims. Because such an approach is typical, we shall begin the present chapter by a criticism of Schneegans' work. The author of The History of Grotesque Satire insists upon the strict differentiation of three types or categories of the comic, the clownish, the burlesque, and the grotesque. As an example of the clownish, Schneegans presents a scene from the Italian Commedia dell'arte, a scene that was first discussed by Flagell and then by Fischer. A stutterer talking with Harlequin cannot pronounce a difficult word, he makes a great effort, loses his breath, keeping the word down in his throat, sweats and gapes, trembles, chokes. His face is swollen, his eyes pop, it looks as if he were in the throes and spasms of childbirth. Finally Harlequin, weary of waiting, relieves the stutterer by surprise, he rushes head forward and hits the man in the abdomen. The difficult word is born at last. The example of the burlesque is taken from Paul Scarron's parody of Virgil Travesti, 1653. In order to degrade the high images of the Aeneid, Scarron stresses the trivial material bodily images. Hecuba washes diapers, and Dido is presented as a blunt-nosed African negress. Examples of the grotesque are taken from Rabelais. Friar John asserts that even the shadow of a monastery belfry bears fruit, the monastic habit restores to the dog the reproductive force it has lost, Panurge proposes to build the walls of Paris with genital organs. Schneegans demonstrates the different character of the laughter provoked by these three types of the comic. In the first example, clownery, the laughter is direct, naive, and devoid of anger. The stutterer can laugh at himself. In the second example, burlesque, irony is added to laughter, arising from the degradation of high literature. Moreover, the laughter is indirect, since it is necessary to be familiar with the Aeneid to enjoy the parody. In the third example, the grotesque, specific social phenomena are berated, monastic depravity and the venality of Parisian women are treated with extreme exaggeration. Here again the satire is indirect, for it is necessary to know the social phenomena that are being berated. Schneegans founds the difference between these three types of laughter upon formal psychological aesthetics. The comic, in general, is based upon the contrast between the feeling of pleasure and displeasure. All types of the comic have this common ground. The differences between the three types Schneegans describes are determined by the various sources of pleasure and displeasure and the various combinations of these feelings. In the first instance, displeasure is caused by the unexpected and unusual method of healing the stutterer, pleasure is caused by the happy result of Harlequin's trick. In the second example, pleasure is caused by degrading high literature. All that is high wearies in the long run. The more powerful and prolonged the domination of the high, the greater the pleasure caused by its uncrowning. Hence the great success of parodies and travesties, when they appear at the right time, that is, when the reader wearies of high matters. Thus, Scarron's travesties directed against the despotism of Malherbe and classicism were opportune in his time. In the example of grotesque, displeasure is caused by the impossible and improbable nature of the image. It is unimaginable that a woman could conceive from a monastery belfry, and such an absurdity creates a strong feeling of vexation. But this feeling is overcome by two forms of pleasure. First, we see the truly existing monastic corruption and depravity as symbolized in the hyperbolic image, in other words, we find some place for this exaggeration within reality. Second, we feel a moral satisfaction, since sharp criticism and mockery have dealt a blow to these vices. In the clownery example, no one is mocked, neither the stutterer nor Harlequin. In the example of burlesque, the high style of the Aeneid and classicism in general are the object of mockery, but there is no moral incentive for irony. This is merely a boutade. In the example of grotesque, the object of mockery is a specific negative phenomenon, something that should not exist, nec sane solens. Schneegans sees precisely in this fact the basic nature of the grotesque. It exaggerates and caricatures the negative, the inappropriate. In the author's mind, this distinguishes the grotesque from the clownish and from burlesque. In the first two forms of the comic there can also be exaggeration, but they lack the satiric orientation toward the inappropriate. Moreover, exaggeration in the grotesque acquires an extreme, fantastic character. In art, according to Schneegans, the grotesque is first of all a caricature, but a caricature that has reached fantastic dimensions. Schneegans discusses a series of caricatures of Napoleon III based upon the exaggeration of the emperor's nose. The grotesque is manifested in the caricatures that lend the emperor's nose extraordinary dimensions, transforming it either into a pig's snout or a crow's beak. The exaggeration of the inappropriate to incredible and monstrous dimensions is, according to Schneegans, the basic nature of the grotesque. Therefore, the grotesque is always satire. Where there is no satirical orientation, there is no grotesque. From this definition, Schneegans deduces all the peculiarities of Rabelais images and verbal style: excessiveness, superabundance, the tendency to transgress all limits, endless enumerations and accumulations of synonyms. Such is Schneegans' concept. It is typical. The interpretation of the grotesque image as purely satirical, that is, negative, is widespread. Rabelais has always had the reputation of a satirist, although he is no more a satirist than Shakespeare and less than Cervantes. Schneegans transfers to Rabelais his own narrow modern interpretation of satire as a negation of separate individual phenomena, not as a negation of the entire order of life, including the prevailing truth, a negation closely linked to the affirmation of that which is born anew. Schneegans' concept is, as we have said, typical but radically erroneous. It is founded on the complete neglect of a series of essential aspects of the grotesque, and first of all neglect of its ambivalence. Moreover, Schneegans ignores the folklore sources of the grotesque. Schneegans is forced to admit that even with considerable effort it is impossible to find the satirical orientation in all of Rabelais' exaggeration. He explains this by the very nature of exaggeration, which always tends to transgress its own limits. The author of grotesque is carried away, is drunk with hyperbole, at times forgetting the true role of exaggeration and losing his grasp on satire. As an example of such exaggeration forgetful of its initial satiric goal, Schneegans cites the fantastic growth of body members in Pantagruel. True, hyperbole is one of the attributes of the grotesque, especially in the Rabelaisian system of images. However, it is not its essential attribute. It is even more inadmissible to reduce to mere satire the entire substance of the grotesque image. Schneegans incorrectly interprets the pathos of exaggeration and the principle that is its moving force. We may inquire, whence comes this pathos, this drunkenness, if something negative and inappropriate is exaggerated? Schneegans does not answer this question in his book. He fails to analyze the character of exaggeration, which often undergoes sharp transformations in quality. If the nature of grotesque satire consists in the exaggeration of the improper, where can that joyful lavishness described by Schneegans come from? How can we explain the quality, wealth, and variety of the image, its often unexpected relation to the most distant and, it may seem, unrelated phenomena? At best, the purely satirical exaggeration of the negative could account for the merely quantitative, not qualitative element of the image and its various relations. A grotesque world in which only the inappropriate is exaggerated is only quantitatively large, but qualitatively it is extremely poor, colorless, and far from gay. Such is, in part, Swift's gloomy world. What would such a world have in common with Rabelais' merry and rich universe? Satire alone would not suffice to explain even the positive pathos of the quantitative exaggeration, not to speak of the qualitative wealth. Because Schneegans relied on the idealistic aesthetics of the second part of the 19th century and on the narrow artistic and ideological norms of his time, he could not find the right path to the grotesque. He could not understand the possibility of combining in one image both the positive and the negative poles. Even less was he able to understand that an object can transgress not only its quantitative but also its qualitative limits, that it can outgrow itself and be fused with other objects. The pregnant and two-bodied images could not be grasped by Schneegans. He did not see that, in the grotesque world of becoming, the limits between objects and phenomena are drawn quite differently than in the static world of art and literature of his time. Let us return to Schneegans' point of departure, to his examples of clownery, burlesque, and grotesque. He sought to discover through analysis the purely formal psychological mechanism of their perception, instead of concentrating on the objective content of these images. But if we start with this objective content, and not with the formal psychological elements, we shall find the essential similarity and relationship of the three examples. The differences established by Schneegans will appear artificial and accidental. What is the objective content of the first example? Schneegans himself describes it in such a way that we cannot be left in doubt. The stutterer enacts a scene of childbirth. He is pregnant, bearing the word that he is unable to deliver. Schneegans says that it looks as if he were in the throes and spasms of childbirth. The gaping mouth, the protruding eyes, sweat, trembling, suffocation, the swollen face, all these are typical symptoms of the grotesque life of the body. Here they have the meaning of the act of birth. Harlequin's gesture is also quite obvious. He helps to deliver the word, and the word is actually born. We specify that it is the word that is born, and we stress this fact. A highly spiritual act is degraded and uncrowned by the transfer to the material bodily level of childbirth, realistically represented. But thanks to degradation the word is renewed, one might say reborn. We are still within the cycle of delivery and childbirth. We further see the essential topographical element of the bodily hierarchy turned upside down. The lower stratum replaces the upper stratum. The word is localized in the mouth and in the head, thought, from there it is transferred to the abdomen and is pushed out under the impact of Harlequin's head. This traditional gesture of the head ramming the abdomen or the buttocks is essentially topographical. Here once more we have the logic of opposites, the contact of the upper and the lower level. We have also an exaggeration, the symptoms produced by the stutterer's distress, tension of the eyes, sweat, are increased to such an extent as to typify childbirth. Thus the entire mechanism of the word is transferred from the apparatus of speech to the abdomen. An objective analysis of this brief scene discloses the fundamental and essential traits of the grotesque. It reveals a great wealth and fullness of meaning, worked out to the smallest detail. It has at the same time a universal character. It is a miniature satirical drama of the word, of its material birth, or the drama of the body giving birth to the word. The extraordinary realism, the wealth of meaning are inherent in this excellent sketch, as in all comic folk images. An objective analysis of Scarron's parody will reveal the presence of similar elements. But Scarron's images are poorer, more simplified, they contain many artificial, literary, accidental traits. Schneegans merely sees the degradation of the high style, which had reached the point of wearying the reader. He explains this degradation by a formal psychological consideration: it is necessary to lower the eyes in order to rest them from looking up. Actually, we have here the uncrowning of the Aeneid's images by transferring them to the material bodily level, to the level of food, drink, sexual life, and the bodily phenomena linked with them. This sphere has a positive meaning. It is the generating lower stratum. Therefore, the Aeneid's images are not only uncrowned, they are renewed. Let us now look at the third example offered by Schneegans, at his Rabelaisian images. Friar John asserts that even the shadow of the monastery belfry can render women more fertile. This image immediately introduces us to the logic of the grotesque. This is no mere exaggeration of monastic depravity. The object transgresses its own confines, ceases to be itself. The limits between the body and the world are erased, leading to the fusion of the one with the other and with surrounding objects. It must be recalled that the belfry, a tower, is the usual grotesque symbol of the phallus. 218 The entire context creates an atmosphere justifying this metamorphosis. We must quote the Rabelaisian text in the original. Say, distle moin, bien render de pix. El puroit ester aussi lade que prosper pine, el ora, par duo, la sacad puisque lya moins otter, car un bon ouvrier mecht indifferentem en touts pieces en ovra. Kji la virole en coque en les travails en groises avisteratur, car suellement l'ombre du cloqueur d'une abeille est fécond. 219. Book I, Chapter 45. Friar John's speech is filled with unofficial and degrading elements that prepare the atmosphere for our grotesque image. First of all, we have an expression borrowed from the game of cards, render de pix, in the sense of an unfortunate turn. Then there is the image of the ugly Proserpine, queen of the underworld. This, of course, is not the antique mythological figure, but the devil's mother of the medieval Diable Rise. Moreover, this image was topographically set, since in Rabelais' novel the underworld is always linked with the bodily lower stratum. Further, we have the oath, pardieu, and the curse related to the bodily lower stratum, kji la virole. There follows two metaphors for the sexual act: one is taken from horsemanship, saccade jerk, or jolt, the other is a proverb about a good craftsman using every kind of wood. In both cases there is a degradation and renewal of objects of a different order, horsemanship and the carpenter's craft. These, too, are the preparations for the grotesque image. All these elements of speech create a specific, free atmosphere. Most of them are directly linked to the lower stratum, they lend a bodily character to objects and degrade them, fuse the body and the world, thus introducing the concluding theme, the transformation of the belfry into a phallus. Is this grotesque image merely a satire of monastic depravity, as Schneegans tells us? The passage just analyzed is part of an extensive episode of the pilgrims who were swallowed by Gargantua with his salad but later managed to escape. Actually, this scene is directed against the pilgrims and against the belief in the miraculous power of the relics that cure diseases, in this case the plague. But this definite private orientation of satire by no means exhausts the meaning of the episode and does not determine all the images that compose it. At the center we find the typical grotesque picture of the swallowing of the pilgrims, followed by their no less typical immersion in urine. Finally, there is the parody of the Psalms, which seem to have predicted all the pilgrims' misfortunes. This travesty is a degrading interpretation of certain images of the Psalms. The themes have a vast universal connotation. It would be absurd to believe that they have been mustered only in order to denounce the pilgrims' parasitism and their primitive faith in relics. This would be like shooting sparrows with heavy guns. The discountenancing of pilgrimages and crude superstition is the official angle of the episode. In his speech to the pilgrims, Grangousier uses the formal language of a wise government. He speaks like the royal pamphletist expressing the official point of view on the abuses of pilgrimages. He does not deny faith but only the pilgrims' uncouth superstition. 220. This, then, is the official thought openly expressed in the episode. But the non-official, popular festive language of the marketplace speaks here of very different things. The mighty material bodily element of these images uncrowns and renews the entire world of medieval ideology and order, with its belief, its saints, its relics, monasteries, pseudo-asceticism, fear of death, eschatologism, and prophecies. In this world to be swept away, the pilgrims are only tiny, pitiful figures, which can be swallowed down unnoticed in salad and almost drowned in urine. The material bodily element has here a positive character. And it is precisely the material bodily image that is exaggerated to disproportionate dimensions, the monastic phallus as tall as a belfry, the torrents of Gargantua's urine, and his immeasurably large, all-swallowing gullet. This is the reason why the monastic belfry, uncrowned and renewed in the form of a giant phallus, with its shadow that impregnates women, is least of all an exaggeration of the monk's depravity. It uncrowns the entire monastery, the very ground on which it stands, its false ascetic ideal, its abstract and sterile eternity. The belfry's shadow is the shadow of the phallus that generates new life. Nothing remains of the monastery, there remains only the living man, Friar John glutton and drunkard, pitilessly sober, mighty and heroic, full of inexhaustible energy, and thirsting for the new. We must add that like all similar images, the belfry has a topographic character. The tower pointing upward, to heaven, is transformed into the phallus, the bodily lower stratum, and impregnates women, again the body's lower parts. Another example of the grotesque, chosen by Schneegans from Rabelais, is Panurge's proposal to build walls from genital organs of women. It is prepared thus. Do you know what Agesilaus said? Pantagruel answered. They asked him why the great city of Lacedaemon was not girded with walls. Pointing to the citizens, expert in military discipline, strong and so admirably equipped, these are the walls of the city, he said. He meant that cities need no stouter or safer walls than the valor of their citizens. Book 2, Chapter 15. In this antique reminiscence, rendered in high style, the grotesque image of walls turned into flesh is introduced. It is prepared by the conceit that the strongest walls are made of the bones of soldiers. The human body becomes a building material. The limits between the body and the world are weakened, true on the high metaphoric plane. All this precedes Panurge's project. I have observed that the pleasure twats of women in this part of the world are much cheaper than stones. Therefore, the walls should be built of twats, symmetrically and according to the rules of architecture, the largest to go in front. Next, on a downward slope like the back of an ass, the medium-sized, and last of all, the least and smallest. These should all be made to dovetail and interlace, diamond shape, like the great tower of Bourges, with as many horny joydinguses, which now reside in claustral codpieces. What devil could possibly overthrow these walls? What metal on earth could stand up as well against punishment? What is more, no lightning could strike them. Why? Because they are consecrated. Ibid. It is clear that the cheapness of Paris women is merely a secondary theme, and that even here there is no moral condemnation. The leading theme is fecundity, as the greatest and safest array of strength. It would be a mistake to rationalize this image by saying, for example, that the citizens' fecundity and the increase of population are the city's best military defense. This idea is not extraneous to the image, but such a narrowing of the grotesque metaphor is inadmissible. Panurge's metaphor is broader and more complex, and above all it is ambivalent. It contains an element of topographic negation, since Panurge's walls uncrown and renew the fortified walls, as well as military valor, bullets, and even lightning, which is powerless to crush them. Military power and strength are helpless against the material bodily procreative principle. In another part of the novel, Book 3, Chapter 8, we find Panurge's long dissertation stating that the first and most important armor is the codpiece protecting the genital organs. He states that when a man's head is cut off he alone perishes, but if he loses his genital organs all the human race will be destroyed. And he adds that these organs were the stones with which Deucalion and Pyrrha established mankind after the flood. Here, once more, we find the image of the procreative principle as the best building material. Panurge's dissertation is interesting from yet another point of view. The utopian principle is well expressed in it. Panurge declared that, wishing to preserve all the species of the vegetable kingdom, nature armed the seeds and germs of plants with sheaths, husks, shells, thorns, bark, and spikes, while man is born naked with his genitals unprotected. This passage of Rabelais' novel was inspired by Pliny's reflections from the 7th book of his Natural History. But Pliny's gloomy world outlook led him to pessimistic conclusions concerning the weakness of mankind, while Panurge's deductions are extremely optimistic. He believes that if man is born with unprotected genitals, this proves that he is called to peace and a peaceful rule over nature. It was only the Iron Age that incited him to be armed, and he started arming, according to biblical legend, with the first codpiece, a fig leaf. But sooner or later man will return to his peaceful vocation and will fully disarm. 221 here explicitly, but in a somewhat narrowed rationalized form, we find the theme that implicitly was contained in the indestructible bodily wall uncrowning military power. It suffices to consider Panurge's reflections, previously quoted, to be convinced of the irrelevancy of the satirical interpretation, the cheapness of Paris women. We shall then see that the stones suggested by Panurge for the city walls are the same stones used by Deucalion and Pyrrha to rebuild the ruins of mankind. Such is the true objective content of the examples given by Schneegans. From the point of view of this objective content, the similarity between the examples appears far more obvious than the dissimilarity. The latter exists, of course, but not where Schneegans is looking for it. The artificial theory of the psychological mechanism of perception on one hand and the narrow aesthetic norms of his time on the other prevented Schneegans from seeing the true essence of the phenomenon he had undertaken to study, that is the grotesque. First of all, the examples we have examined, the scene from the Commedia dell'arte, Scarron's travesty of the Aeneid, and finally Rabelais images, are to a smaller or greater extent related to the medieval folk culture of humor and to grotesque realism. We find this heritage in the very construction of these images and especially in the concept of the body. This special concept binds together the quoted examples and essentially relates them to one another. In all three cases we find the same mode of representation of the bodily life, which differs sharply from the classical mode, as well as from the naturalist picture of the human body. This permits us to include all three examples, without, of course, ignoring their differences, in the common concept of the grotesque. We find at the basis of grotesque imagery a special concept of the body as a whole and of the limits of this whole. The confines between the body and the world and between separate bodies are drawn in the grotesque genre quite differently than in the classic and naturalist images. We have already seen this difference in a number of Rabelaisian images. In the present chapter we must broaden our observations, systematize them, and disclose the sources of Rabelais' grotesque concept of the body. But let us first have a look at another example cited by Schneegans, the caricature of Napoleon and the exaggeration of the size of his nose. According to Schneegans, the grotesque starts when the exaggeration reaches fantastic dimensions, the human nose being transformed into a snout or beak. We shall not discuss the nature of these caricatures per se, it is but superficial satire, deprived of true grotesque character. We are interested in the theme of the nose itself, which occurs throughout world literature in nearly every language, as well as in abusive and degrading gesticulations. Schneegans correctly points out the grotesque character of the transformation of the human element into an animal one. The combination of human and animal traits is, as we know, one of the most ancient grotesque forms. but the author does not grasp the meaning of the grotesque image of the nose, that it always symbolizes the phallus. Laurent Joubert, the famous 16th-century physician and a contemporary of Rabelais, whose theory of laughter we have already mentioned, wrote a book on popular superstitions in medicine. 222 In Part 5, Chapter 6 of this book he speaks of the popular belief that the size and potency of the genital organs can be inferred from the dimensions and form of the nose. Friar John also expresses this belief in his monastic jargon. Such is the usual interpretation of this image in the literature of the Middle Ages and the Renaissance, linked with the popular festive system. The most widely known example of this symbolism is the famous carnival dance of the noses of Hans Sachs, Nascentans. Of all the features of the human face, the nose and mouth play the most important part in the grotesque image of the body. The head, ears, and nose also acquire a grotesque character when they adopt the animal form or that of inanimate objects. The eyes have no part in these comic images, they express an individual, so to speak, self-sufficient human life, which is not essential to the grotesque. The grotesque is interested only in protruding eyes, like the eyes of the stutterer in the scene described earlier. It is looking for that which protrudes from the body, all that seeks to go out beyond the body's confines. Special attention is given to the shoots and branches, to all that prolongs the body and links it to other bodies or to the world outside. Moreover, the bulging eyes manifest a purely bodily tension. But the most important of all human features for the grotesque is the mouth. It dominates all else. The grotesque face is actually reduced to the gaping mouth, the other features are only a frame encasing this wide-open bodily abyss. The grotesque body, as we have often stressed, is a body in the act of becoming. It is never finished, never completed, it is continually built, created, and builds and creates another body. Moreover, the body swallows the world and is itself swallowed by the world. Let us recall the grotesque image in the episode of Gargantua's birth on the Feast of Cattle Slaughtering. This is why the essential role belongs to those parts of the grotesque body in which it outgrows its own self, transgressing its own body, in which it conceives a new, second body, the bowels and the phallus. These two areas play the leading role in the grotesque image, and it is precisely for this reason that they are predominantly subject to positive exaggeration, to hyperbolization. They can even detach themselves from the body and lead an independent life, for they hide the rest of the body, as something secondary. The nose can also in a way detach itself from the body. Next to the bowels and the genital organs is the mouth, through which enters the world to be swallowed up. And next is the anus. All these convexities and orifices have a common characteristic: it is within them that the confines between bodies and between the body and the world are overcome. There is an interchange and an interorientation. This is why the main events in the life of the grotesque body, the acts of the bodily drama, take place in this sphere. Eating, drinking, defecation and other elimination, sweating, blowing of the nose, sneezing, as well as copulation, pregnancy, dismemberment, swallowing up by another body, all these acts are performed on the confines of the body and the outer world, or on the confines of the old and new body. In all these events the beginning and end of life are closely linked and interwoven. Thus the artistic logic of the grotesque image ignores the closed, smooth, and impenetrable surface of the body and retains only its excrescences, sprouts, buds, and orifices, only that which leads beyond the body's limited space or into the body's depths. 223 Mountains and abysses, such is the relief of the grotesque body, or speaking in architectural terms, towers and subterranean passages. Grotesque images may, of course, present other members, organs, and parts of the body, especially dismembered parts, but they play a minor role in the drama. They are never stressed unless they replace a leading image. Actually, if we consider the grotesque image in its extreme aspect, it never presents an individual body. The image consists of orifices and convexities that present another, newly conceived body. It is a point of transition in a life eternally renewed, the inexhaustible vessel of death and conception. As we have said, The grotesque ignores the impenetrable surface that closes and limits the body as a separate and completed phenomenon. The grotesque image displays not only the outward but also the inner features of the body, blood, bowels, heart, and other organs. The outward and inward features are often merged into one. We have already sufficiently stressed the fact that grotesque imagery constructs what we might call a double body. In the endless chain of bodily life it retains the parts in which one link joins the other, in which the life of one body is born from the death of the preceding, older one. Finally, let us point out that the grotesque body is cosmic and universal. It stresses elements common to the entire cosmos: earth, water, fire, air. It is directly related to the sun, to the stars. It contains the signs of the zodiac. It reflects the cosmic hierarchy. This body can merge with various natural phenomena, with mountains, rivers, seas, islands, and continents. It can fill the entire universe. The grotesque mode of representing the body and bodily life prevailed in art and creative forms of speech over thousands of years. From the point of view of extensive use, this mode of representation still exists today. Grotesque forms of the body not only predominate in the art of European peoples but also in their folklore, especially in the comic genre. Moreover, these images predominate in the extra-official life of the people. For example, the theme of mockery and abuse is almost entirely bodily and grotesque. The body that figures in all the expressions of the unofficial speech of the people is the body that fecundates and is fecundated, that gives birth and is born, devours and is devoured, drinks, defecates, is sick and dying. In all languages there is a great number of expressions related to the genital organs, the anus and buttocks, the belly, the mouth and nose. But there are few expressions for the other parts of the body, arms and legs, face, and eyes. Even these comparatively few forms of speech have, in most cases, a narrow, practical character. They are related to the nearby area, determine distance, dimensions, or number. They have no broader, symbolic meaning, nor are they especially expressive. They do not participate in abuse and mockery. Wherever men laugh and curse, particularly in a familiar environment, their speech is filled with bodily images. The body copulates, defecates, overeats, and men's speech is flooded with genitals, bellies, defecations, urine, disease, noses, mouths, and dismembered parts. Even when the flood is contained by norms of speech, there is still an eruption of these images into literature, especially if the literature is gay or abusive in character. The common human fund of familiar and abusive gesticulations is also based on these sharply defined images. This boundless ocean of grotesque bodily imagery within time and space extends to all languages, all literatures, and the entire system of gesticulation. In the midst of it the bodily canon of art, belles lettres, and polite conversation of modern times is a tiny island. This limited canon never prevailed in antique literature. In the official literature of European peoples it has existed only for the last 400 years. We shall give a brief characterization of the new canon, concerning ourselves less with the pictorial arts than with literature. We shall build this characterization by comparing it to the grotesque conception and bringing out the differences. The new bodily canon, in all its historic variations and different genres, presents an entirely finished, completed, strictly limited body, which is shown from the outside as something individual. That which protrudes, bulges, sprouts, or branches off, when a body transgresses its limits and a new one begins, is eliminated, hidden, or moderated. All orifices of the body are closed. The basis of the image is the individual, strictly limited mass, the impenetrable facade. The opaque surface and the body's valleys acquire an essential meaning as the border of a closed individuality that does not merge with other bodies and with the world. All attributes of the unfinished world are carefully removed, as well as all the signs of its inner life. The verbal norms of official and literary language, determined by the canon, prohibit all that is linked with fecundation, pregnancy, childbirth. There is a sharp line of division between familiar speech and correct language. The 15th century was an age of considerable freedom in France. In the 16th century the norms of language become more strict, and the borderline between the different norms grew more evident. This process intensified at the end of the century, when the canon of polite speech that was to prevail in the 17th century was definitely formed. At the end of the century Montaigne protested in his essays against these prohibitions. What harm has the genital act, so natural, so necessary, and so lawful, done to humanity, that we dare not speak of it without shame, and exclude it from serious and orderly conversation? We boldly utter the words, kill, rob, betray, and the other we only dare utter under our breath. Does this mean that the less of it we breathe in words, the more are we at liberty to swell our thoughts with it? For it is amusing that the words which are least used, least written, and most hushed up should be the best known and the most generally understood. There is no person of any age or morals but knows them as well as he knows the word bread. They are impressed upon each of us, without being expressed, without voice and without form. And the sex that does it most is charged to hush it up. Montaigne, Essays, 3, Chapter 5. Translated by George B. Ivey, copyright Harvard University Press, 1925. Reproduced by permission. In the new canon, such parts of the body as the genital organs, the buttocks, belly, nose, and mouth cease to play the leading role. Moreover, instead of their original meaning they acquire an exclusiveness, in other words, they convey a merely individual meaning of the life of one single, limited body. The belly, nose, and mouth, are of course retained in the image and cannot be hidden, but in an individual, completed body they either fulfill purely expressive functions, this is true of the mouth only, or the functions of characterization and individualization. There is no symbolic, broad meaning whatever in the organs of this body. If they are not interpreted as a characterization and an expressive feature, they are referred to on the merely practical level in brief explanatory comments. Generally speaking, all that does not contain an element of characterization in the literary image is reduced to a simple bodily remark added to speech or action. In the modern image of the individual body, sexual life, eating, drinking, and defecation have radically changed their meaning. They have been transferred to the private and psychological level where their connotation becomes narrow and specific, torn away from the direct relation to the life of society and to the cosmic whole. In this new connotation they can no longer carry on their former philosophical functions. In the new bodily canon the leading role is attributed to the individually characteristic and expressive parts of the body, the head, face, eyes, lips, to the muscular system, and to the place of the body in the external world. The exact position and movements of this finished body in the finished outside world are brought out, so that the limits between them are not weakened. The body of the new canon is merely one body, no signs of duality have been left. It is self-sufficient and speaks in its name alone. All that happens within it concerns it alone, that is, only the individual, closed sphere. Therefore, all the events taking place within it acquire one single meaning. Death is only death, it never coincides with birth, old age is torn away from youth, blows merely hurt, without assisting an act of birth. All actions and events are interpreted on the level of a single, individual life. They are enclosed within the limits of the same body, limits that are the absolute beginning and end and can never meet. In the grotesque body, on the contrary, death brings nothing to an end, for it does not concern the ancestral body, which is renewed in the next generation. The events of the grotesque sphere are always developed on the boundary dividing one body from the other and, as it were, at their points of intersection. One body offers its death, the other its birth, but they are merged in a two-bodied image. In the new canon the duality of the body is preserved only in one theme, a pale reflection of its former dual nature. This is the theme of nursing a child. 224 But the image of the mother and the child is strictly individualized and closed, the line of demarcation cannot be removed. This is a completely new phase of the artistic conception of bodily interaction. Finally, the new canon is completely alien to hyperbolization. The individualized image has no place for it. All that is permitted is a certain accentuation of expressive and characterized features. The severance of the organs from the body or their independent existence is no longer permitted. We have roughly sketched the basic outlines of the modern canon, as they generally appear in the norms of literature and speech. 225. The comic conception, inherited from folk culture of humor, from grotesque realism and from elements of familiar speech, culminates in Rabelais' novel. In all the episodes that we have analyzed, and in their separate images, we have seen the grotesque body. Its mighty torrent flows through the entire novel, the dismembered parts, the separate organs, as in Panurge's wall, the gaping mouths devouring, swallowing, drinking, the defecation, urine, death, birth, childhood, and old age. The bodies are merged with each other or with objects, as in the image of Kerm Prenant, and with the world. A tendency toward duality can be glimpsed everywhere. Everywhere the cosmic, ancestral element of the body is stressed. The tendency to duality can be found to a greater or smaller extent in the episodes we have examined. Let us offer an example of a more external and uncouth projection of duality. The emblem in his Gargantua's hat. Against a base of gold weighing over 40 pounds was an enamel figure very much in keeping. It portrayed a man's body with two heads facing one another, 4 arms, 4 feet, a pair of arses and a brace of sexual organs, male and female. Such, according to Plato's Symposium, was human nature in its mystical origins. Book I, Chapter 8. The androgyne theme was popular in Rabelais' time. In the sphere of pictorial art I will recall a similar presentation in Leonardo da Vinci's Coitus, showing this act in its inner bodily aspect. Rabelais not only represents the grotesque image of the body in its essential forms. He also offers the theory of the body in its ancestral aspect. Panurge's arguments quoted previously are typical in this respect. In another passage he says that in the realm of Salmagundi, no malefactor would be put to death by law, without furgling like a pelican, as lustily as belly can, until his spermatic vessels were drained of the few drops required to trace a Greek upsilon, the letter sacred to Priapus. After all, here was a wealth too rich to waste. Your criminal, begetting a male, would die content, forfeiting his life, he would have left the world another. Book 3, Chapter 26. In his famous speech about debtors and creditors, describing the utopian world where all lend money and receive loans, Panurge also develops the theory of the ancestral body. The interdependent universe was so beautifully organized that, the problem of nutrition perfected, it went on to lend to those unborn alone, by means of which it sought to perpetuate and multiply itself in its own image, children. To this end, each particular elects and pairs off the most precious elements of its food to dispatch them downward into vessels and receptacles most suitably contrived by nature. These elements flow down long circuits and flexuosities into the genitores, receive a competent form, find chambers designed, in both male and female, for the preservation and perpetuation of humankind. And all of it is done by loans and debts, a fact proved by the phrase the obligations of wedlock. Book 3, Chapter 4. Again, in the third book, there is an explanation of why newly married men are not forced to go to war. Here the ancestral theory is developed once more. This is one of the leading themes of the entire third book. We shall resume this theme in our next chapter, examining it in its historic aspect as the growth and immortality of the human race, as expressed in Gargantua's famous letter to Pantagruel. The relative immortality of the semen is seen here in its intimate relation to mankind's historic progress. The human race is not merely renewed with each new generation, it rises to a new level of development. This theme, as we shall see, is also found in the praise of Pantagruelian. Thus, in Rabelais' book the image of the ancestral body is merged with the people's vivid awareness of historic immortality. We have seen that this awareness forms the very nucleus of the entire system of popular festive imagery. The grotesque conception of the body is interwoven not only with the cosmic but also with the social, utopian, and historic theme, and above all with the theme of the change of epochs and the renewal of culture. In all the episodes and images discussed in the preceding chapters, the material bodily lower stratum was most often represented in the narrow sense of the word. But in these images a leading role is also played, as we have said, by the gaping mouth. This is, of course, related to the lower stratum. It is the open gate leading downward into the bodily underworld. The gaping mouth is related to the image of swallowing, this most ancient symbol of death and destruction. At the same time, a series of banquet images are also linked to the mouth, to the teeth and the gullet. These are some of the central images of the popular festive system. The exaggeration of the mouth is the fundamental traditional method of rendering external comic features, as pictured by comic masks, various gay monsters, Mikhail of the Leon Carnival, devils in Diable Rise, and Lucifer himself. It is obvious why the gaping mouth, the teeth, the swallowing have an essential meaning in the Rabelaisian system of images. The gaping mouth plays a specially important part in Pantagruel. One may say that it is the hero of this book. Neither Pantagruel's name nor the nucleus of his image was created by Rabelais. The name existed before him in literature as that of a character of the Diable Rise. It also existed in spoken language as a colloquial term for a hoarseness caused by excessive drinking. The colloquialism referred to the mouth, throat, to overindulgence and disease, in other words, to the characteristic grotesque complex. Pantagruel's character is also linked to the broader, cosmic complex of the Diable Rise. We already know that the Diable Rise were part of the mysteries and that their images had a popular festive character. The body they presented had a distinctly grotesque form. It was in this grotesque atmosphere that the figure of Pantagruel appeared on the scene. We first encounter him in a mystery of the second part of the 15th century, The Acts of the Apostles, by Simon Grabban. In the diablerie of this play Proserpina, mother of the devils, brings 4 of her sons, petits diables, to Lucifer. Each little devil represents one of the 4 elements, earth, water, air, and fire, and each exercises his specific activity in his own sphere. A broad picture of the elements is thus unfolded. One of the 4 devils, whose name is Pantagruel and who represents water, says, "I fly over the seas, more sprightly than a bird of prey." During his flights he becomes saturated with sea salt and is therefore related to the substance that causes thirst. In this mystery Lucifer says that at night, awaiting other activities, he throws salt into the mouths of drunkards. The devil Pantagruel appears in a similar role in another play, St. Louis. He delivers a monologue, relating in great detail that he spent the night among some young men who had been reveling all evening. With great precaution not to awaken them he threw salt into their mouths, and so glory be to God, when they awoke they were more thirsty than before. This image of Pantagruel as a mystery play devil is linked on one hand with the cosmic elements water and sea salt and on the other hand with the grotesque image of the body, open mouth, thirst, drunkenness. Finally, he is linked with a purely carnivalesque gesture of throwing salt into an open mouth. All these features, which are the basis of the image of Pantagruel, are closely related to one another. This traditional nucleus was fully retained by Rabelais. We must specially point out that Pantagruel was conceived and written by Rabelais during the unusual heatwave and drought of 1532. Men actually walked with their mouths wide open. Abel Leffren is right in surmising that the little devil's name and his tricks of causing thirst were often mentioned in Rabelais' entourage, provoking jokes and curses. The weather conditions rendered this image popular. It is quite possible that Rabelais made use of Pantagruel's character because of the drought. Pantagruel's first chapter immediately introduces the grotesque body with all its characteristic traits. It describes the origin of the giant race to which Pantagruel belongs. After the killing of Abel, the earth, saturated with his blood, became exceptionally fertile. Here is the beginning of this first chapter. You must therefore remember that I speak of the beginning of the world, of long ages since, of more than 40 times 40 nights ago, to reckon as the Druids did. A little while after Cain slew his brother Abel, the earth, imbued with the blood of the just, was 1 year extremely fertile in all fruits. Medlars were particularly plentiful and large, just 3 to the bushel. So that year was recorded in the memory of men as the year of the great medlars. Book 2, Chapter 1. Such is the first bodily theme of this chapter. Its grossly carnivalesque traits are obvious. The first death, according to the Bible, Abel was the first man to die, renewed the earth's fertility. Here we have the combination of killing and birth with which we are familiar. Death, the dead body, blood as a seed buried in the earth, rising for another life. This is one of the oldest and most widespread themes. A variant is death inseminating Mother Earth and making her bear fruit once more. This variant often produces a flowering of erotic images, of course, not in the narrow, specific sense of the word. Rabelais speaks elsewhere of the sweet, much desired embrace of Mother Earth, which we call burial. Book 3, Chapter 48. This image of a burial is probably inspired by Pliny, who gives a detailed picture of the earth's motherhood and of burial as a return to her womb. Natural History, 2, 63. Rabelais is inclined to conceive this image in all its variations and nuances, not in the high style of the antique mysteries but in the carnivalesque, popular festive spirit, a gay and sober belief in the relative historic immortality of the people and of himself within the people. Thus, the theme of death renewal fertility was Rabelais' initial theme, the opening of his immortal novel, since Pantagruel was the first book to be written. We stress this fact. The earth became especially rich in medlars, and messel. But men who ate these medlars began to develop abnormally, one part of the body would grow to monstrous dimensions. Rabelais presents a number of typical grotesque forms of exaggerated body parts that completely hide the normal members of the body. This is actually a picture of dismemberment, of separate areas of the body enlarged to gigantic dimensions. First of all, we see men with monstrous bellies, a typical grotesque hyperbola. Saint Pansard, Saint Ponchman, and Mardi Gras belong to this gay race. Saint Pansard's ironic name was associated with Carnival, and King Carnival, himself, is related to the family of Fat Ponches. Next, Rabelais depicts hunchbacks with humps of huge proportions, or monstrous noses, abnormally long legs, gigantic ears. There are men with disproportionate phalli, wounds 6 times around their waists, and others with unusually large testes. We have a picture of a giant grotesque body and at the same time an array of carnival figures. Directly preceding this gallery of grotesque human members, Rabelais pictures cosmic perturbations in the skies, which also have a carnivalesque nature. The star Spica is transferred from Virgo to Libra. But these phenomena are so difficult to understand that the astrologers would merely break their teeth on them. The grotesque image of teeth reaching up to the skies was inspired by the common expression to chew a difficult astrological problem. Further, Rabelais gives a long enumeration of the giants who were Pantagruel's ancestors. We find here a great number of biblical, antique, medieval, and imaginary names. Rabelais was a connoisseur, possessing a wealth of information on this subject, for the ancient giants had already been listed by the scholar Ravissous Textor, whose works were used by Rabelais. The giants and their legends are closely related to the grotesque conception of the body. We have already pointed out the role of giants in antique satiric drama, which was precisely a drama of the body. Most local legends connect such natural phenomena as mountains, rivers, rocks, and islands with the bodies of giants or with their different organs. These bodies are, therefore, not separated from the world or from nature. We have also pointed out that giants were an indispensable part of popular festive carnival images. Such is the content of Pantagruel's first chapter. Grotesque figures are interwoven with cosmic phenomena. The entire array of the novel's images starts with the theme of death renewal fertility. This theme also opens the second chapter. At the age of 444 years, Gargantua begot his son Pantagruel upon his wife named Badebec, daughter to the king of the dimly seen Amorotes in Utopia. She died in the throes of childbirth. Alas! Pantagruel was so extraordinarily large and heavy that he could not have possibly come to light without suffocating his mother. Book 2, Chapter 2. This is the theme already familiar to us from the Roman carnival of combined killing and childbirth. Here, the killing is done by the newborn himself, in the very act of his birth. Birth and death are the gaping jaws of the earth and the mother's open womb. Further on, gaping human and animal mouths will enter into the picture. The terrible drought which occurred at the time of Pantagruel's birth is described in the novel. Beasts were found dead in the fields, their mouths agape. As for the men, their state was very piteous. You should have seen them with their tongues dangling like a hound's after a run of 6 hours. Not a few threw themselves into the wells. Others lay under a cow's belly to enjoy the shade. It was hard enough, God knows, to save the holy water in the churches. Scores of parched, unhappy wretches followed the priest who distributed it, their jaws yawning for one tiny driblet. Ah! Thrice happy that year the man who had a cool, well-plenished wine cellar underground. Ibid. We must point out that the images of the well, the cow's belly, and the cellar are equivalent to the gaping mouth. The latter corresponds in grotesque topography to the belly and to the uterus. Thus, side by side with the erotic image of the true, the whole, the entrance to the underworld is represented, the gaping mouth of Satan, the jaws of hell. The well is a current medieval image of the fruit-bearing womb. The cellar has a similar connotation, with the theme of death, of swallowing down, more strongly accentuated. Thus, the earth and its orifice acquire here an additional grotesque element. This picture prepares the further assimilation of earth and sea as a bodily category. Rabelais goes on to recall the ancient myth of Phaeton who, driving the sun's chariot, came too near to earth and almost set it on fire. The earth was covered with sweat so that the seas became salty. Plutarch attributes this explanation to Empedocles. Rabelais transfers these images from the high mythical level to the gay level of popular festive degradation. Earth at that time was so excessively heated that it broke into an enormous sweat which ran over the sea, making the latter salty, since all sweat is salt. If you do not admit this last statement, then taste of your own sweat. Or savor the perspiration of your pox-stricken friends when they are put in sweat boxes for treatment. It is all one to me. Ibid. The entire complex of images composing this passage is extremely characteristic. The typical grotesque image of sweating, similar to other elimination, plays a leading role, and even a cosmic role, since the earth itself sweats and pours its sweat into the sea. Further, we have the image of the merry disease, syphilis, related to the bodily lower stratum. Finally, sweat is related to eating, the taste of sweat. This weakened form of scatophagy is characteristic of medical grotesque, as early as Aristophanes. This passage implicitly contains the traditional nucleus of the little devil Pantagruel, related to the sea element and causing thirst. At the same time, the hero of this passage is the earth. In the first chapter the earth, saturated with the blood of Abel, became fertile and gave birth. In the second chapter it sweats and thirsts. Rabelais goes on to give a bold parody of a religious procession. During a ceremony organized by the church, the faithful who were praying for rain suddenly saw drops of heavy sweat appearing on the ground as on the brow of a human being. They thought it was dew sent by heaven in answer to their prayers. But they were mistaken, for when they tried to quench their thirst, they found the liquid was a pickled solution even saltier than sea water. Thus, the miracle deceived the pious people. Here once more, the material bodily element appears in its role of uncrowning. Precisely on that day and at that hour Pantagruel was born. His name in Rabelais burlesque etymology means the all-thirsting one. The hero's birth itself occurs in a grotesque atmosphere. Before he emerges from his mother's womb, he is preceded by a caravan of wagons loaded with salted, thirst-arousing, food. Only then does the child Pantagruel appear, shaggy as a bear. The third chapter develops the ambivalent death-birth theme. Gargantua does not know whether to weep over his wife's death or to laugh with joy at the birth of his son. He now laughs like a calf, a newborn animal, or moos like a cow, birth-giving and dying. The fourth chapter tells of Pantagruel's early feats when he was still in his cradle. All of these exploits are acts of devouring and swallowing. At each feeding he sucked the milk of 4,600 cows. He was served his gruel in a gigantic bell. His teeth were already so strong and solid that he chewed off a big portion of his bowl. One morning, wishing to suck one of the cows, he freed one hand from his swaddling clothes and, seizing the cow by its legs, chewed off the udder and half the stomach, as well as the liver and kidneys. The cow was taken away from him, but he held onto one of the legs and swallowed it like a sausage. Another time Gargantua's pet bear came near Pantagruel. He seized it, tore it to pieces and devoured it as if it were a chicken. He was so strong that he had to be chained to his cradle, but one day he appeared carrying the cradle on his back in the hall where Gargantua was presiding over a huge banquet. The child's hands were tied, so he put out his tongue and licked the food off the table. All these feats are related to sucking, devouring, swallowing, tearing to pieces. We see the gaping mouth, the protruding tongue, the teeth, the gullet, the udder, and the stomach. We shall continue to analyze some of the more typical banquet images. In the episode of the Limousin student, Pantagruel seizes him by the throat, which a few years later causes the man to die the death of Roland, that is, death of thirst. The traditional character of the little devil Pantagruel appears in this episode. In chapter 14 we find the following image: during a feast, offered at the end of the lawsuit of my lords Kissarse and Bumfondle, the drunken Panurge declares, "God help me, mate, if I could rise up as fast as I swallow down, I would long ago have been above the sphere of the moon with my lord Empedocles, who was hoisted thither by an eruption of Etna. But I can't tell what's the matter. This wine is strong and delicious, yet the more I drink, the thirstier I get. I think the mere shadow of my lord Pantagruel engenders thirst even as the moon produces catarrhs." Book 2, Chapter 14. Let us here point out the topographic content, the highest sphere of the sky and the lower part of the stomach. Once more we also find the traditional nucleus of Pantagruel's image, the arousing of thirst. But in this passage the leading role is played by Pantagruel's shadow. Note the similarity to the shadow of the belfry. The grotesque element also appears in the ancient, traditional idea of the influence of the moon, or other heavenly bodies, on diseases. During the banquet Panurge relates the story we already know, how he was almost roasted alive in Turkey but instead roasted a Turk on a spit, and how he was almost torn to pieces by dogs. He was cured from toothache, caused by the dog's teeth, by throwing to the animals the lard in which he had been wrapped. We also find here the image of fire that burned down the Turkish town and an image of a cure by fire. Roasting on a spit cured Panurge of rheumatism. This purely carnivalesque scene ends by Panurge's eulogy of the spit and of the roast. Pantagruel's traditional image reappears in the Thaumasts episode. After his first interview with Pantagruel, Thaumasts was so thirsty that he had to drink wine all night long and rinse his throat with water. During the dispute, when the public began to applaud, Pantagruel shouted at them to hold their peace. At which they sat there, struck of a heap and blinking like owls. Had they swallowed 15 pounds of feathers, they would not have dared cough. The mere sound of his voice so parched their throats that their tongues hung a half-foot out of their mugs. It was as though Pantagruel had salted their throats. Book 2, Chapter 18. In the Burning of the Knights episode and in the banquet with which we are already familiar we see Pantagruel's gaping mouth. The knight whom he captured was afraid that Pantagruel was going to swallow him up. The giant's gullet was so large that he could have swallowed his prisoner like a sugared almond, and the knight would appear in his captor's mouth no bigger than a grain of millet in the mouth of an ass. The war against King Anarchus clearly presents all the leading images of the first chapter: the gaping mouth, the gullet, salt, thirst, and urine, instead of sweat. Pantagruel sends to King Anarchus a captured knight with a casket of euphorbium syrup and red pepper in order to make him thirsty. King Anarchus barely swallowed one spoonful when a terrific burning seared his mouth, ulcerated his uvula and peeled the whole surface of his tongue. No remedy offered him seemed to bring the slightest relief save incessant drinking. The moment he took the cup from his lips, his tongue scorched. So they kept pouring wine down his throat through a funnel. Whereupon, the whole host began to booze, guzzle, and swill until in the end they fell into a dead sleep, grunting and snoring like hogs. Book 2, Chapter 28. At the same time Pantagruel and his companions made their own preparations in view of the battle. He took 237 casks of wine, filled the ship's dinghy with salt, and attached it to his belt. He then took a dose of a diuretic. Finally, King Anarchus' camp was set on fire while the enemy was asleep after a drunken orgy. The further development of this episode is so characteristic that we quote it in full. Meanwhile Pantagruel scattered the salt from his dinghy into their gaping mouths in such quantities that the poor wretches barked like foxes. "Oh, oh, Pantagruel," they hawked. "Why do you add further heat to the firebrands in our throats?" Suddenly Panurge's drugs began to take effect and Pantagruel felt an imperious need of draining his bladder. So he voided on their camp so freely and torrentially as to drown them all and flood the countryside 10 leagues around. We know from history that had his father Gargantua's great mare been present and likewise disposed to piss, the resultant deluge would have made Deucalion's flood seem like a drop in a bucket. A mare of the first water, Gargantua's, it could not relieve itself without making another Rhone or Danube. The soldiers sallying from the city saw the whole thing. "The enemy has been hacked to pieces," they exulted. "See the blood run." But they were mistaken. What they believed in the glow from the burning camp and the dim moonlight to be blood of slaughtered enemies was but the wine from our giant's bladder. The enemy now awakened thoroughly to see their camp blazing on one hand and Pantagruel's urinal inundation on the other. They were, so to speak, between the fiery devil and the deep Red Sea. Some vowed the end of the world was at hand, bearing out the prophecy that the last judgment would be by fire. Others were certain they were persecuted by the sea gods Neptune, Proteus, Triton, and others. Certainly the waters flowing over them were salty. Book 2, Chapter 28. We see once more all the fundamental images of the book's first chapters, but here the salt liquid is not sweat but urine, and it is not eliminated by the earth but by Pantagruel. However, as a giant Pantagruel acquires a cosmic meaning. The traditional nucleus of the Pantagruel image is hyperbolaized, an entire army of gaping mouths, a boat full of salt poured into them, the element of water and the gods of the sea, a flood of salted urine. This is a characteristic interplay of images, urine, blood, sea, water. All these images are put together to form the picture of a cosmic catastrophe, the destruction of the world by flood and fire. Medieval eschatology in this episode is degraded and renewed in the absolute material bodily lower stratum. It is turned into carnivalesque fire that causes the world's rebirth. Let us recall Goethe's Feast of Fire in the Roman Carnival, with its cry "Death to thee." Let us also recall the vision of a world catastrophe in the prophetic riddle, a flood that is actually nothing but sweat and a world conflagration that turns out to be a kitchen hearth. In our episode all the dividing lines between bodies and objects are erased, even the boundaries between a banquet and war. The banquet, salt, and thirst are the means used for war. Blood is substituted by torrents of urine after a drunken orgy. We must not forget that urine, as well as dung, is gay matter, which degrades and relieves at the same time, transforming fear into laughter. If dung is a link between body and earth, the laughter that unites them, urine is a link between body and sea. This is why the little devil Pantagruel, who in the mystery play is the incarnation of the salt sea element, becomes in Rabelais' novel the incarnation of the gay element of urine. Pantagruel's urine, as we shall later see, possesses certain curative properties. Dung and urine lend a bodily character to matter, to the world, to the cosmic elements, which become closer, more intimate, more easily grasped, for this is the matter, the elemental force, born from the body itself. It transforms cosmic terror into a gay carnival monster. We must take into consideration the importance of cosmic terror, the fear of the immeasurable, the infinitely powerful. The starry sky, the gigantic material masses of the mountains, the sea, the cosmic upheavals, elemental catastrophes, these constitute the terror that pervades ancient mythologies, philosophies, the systems of images, and language itself with its semantics. An obscure memory of cosmic perturbations in the distant past and the dim terror of future catastrophes form the very basis of human thought, speech, and images. This cosmic terror is not mystic in the strict sense of the word, rather it is the fear of that which is materially huge and cannot be overcome by force. It is used by all religious systems to oppress man and his consciousness. Even the most ancient images of folklore express the struggle against fear, against the memories of the past, and the apprehension of future calamities, but folk images relating to this struggle help develop true human fearlessness. The struggle against cosmic terror in all its forms 226 and manifestations did not rely on abstract hope or on the eternal spirit, but on the material principle in man himself. Man assimilated the cosmic elements, earth, water, air, and fire. He discovered them and became vividly conscious of them in his own body. He became aware of the cosmos within himself. This assimilation of cosmic elements within the body was most acutely felt at the time of the Renaissance. It found its theoretical expression in the idea of the microcosm, which was used by Rabelais in Panurge's comments about creditors and debtors quoted earlier. We shall further discuss these aspects of Renaissance philosophy. We must here stress that it was in the material acts and eliminations of the body, eating, drinking, defecation, sexual life, that man found and retraced within himself the earth, sea, air, fire, and all the cosmic matter and its manifestations, and was thus able to assimilate them. Indeed, the images of the material bodily lower stratum have a prevailingly cosmic connotation. In the sphere of imagery, cosmic fear, as any other fear, is defeated by laughter. Therefore dung and urine, as comic matter that can be interpreted bodily, play an important part in these images. They appear in hyperbolic quantities and cosmic dimensions. Cosmic catastrophe represented in the material bodily lower stratum is degraded, humanized, and transformed into grotesque monsters. Terror is conquered by laughter. Let us return to the episode of the war against Anarchus. We have a detailed description of Pantagruel's single combat with Werewolf. This is an interplay of similar images. Werewolf advanced with gaping jaws, logule avert, and Pantagruel poured over his enemy some 18 casks and 1 tub of salt which stuffed his throat, nose, and eyes. Then Pantagruel hit Werewolf in the groin and spilled some wine. His opponent thought that his bladder was pierced, mistaking the wine for urine. The next chapter describes the resurrection of Epistemon and his visit to the underworld. If we recall that in bodily topography hell is represented as Lucifer's gaping jaws and that death swallows up and returns the body to the bosom of the earth, it will then become clear that we are still within the sphere of familiar images, the open mouth and womb. The visit to the underworld will be analyzed in detail in the next chapter. The episode of the war against King Anarchus ends in 2 images of a purely carnivalesque type. The first image is a grotesque utopian banquet for all the world. When the victors arrived in the land of the Amorotes, bonfires were lighted everywhere, and tables with tasty food were spread in the streets. It seemed, writes Rabelais, that the times of Saturn had returned. The second image is the uncrowning of King Anarchus, in which he is made into a green sauce crier. Thus the war ends in a carnivalesque banquet and degradation. The chapter that follows, Book 2, Chapter 32, relates how, during a torrential rain, Pantagruel covered a whole army with his tongue. We have next the description of the journey of the author, Alcofribas, into Pantagruel's mouth. Finding himself inside these gaping jaws, Alcofribas discovers an entirely new unknown world, wide fields, woods, fortified cities, and more than 25 kingdoms. The citizens living in Pantagruel's mouth are convinced that their world is more ancient than the earth. Alcofribus spends 6 months in the giant's mouth, he feeds on the morsels of food that enter it and defecates in Pantagruel's throat. This episode, inspired by Lucian, True Stories, is an excellent conclusion to the series of images of the gaping mouth already described. Pantagruel's mouth contains an entire universe, a kind of buccal underworld. Like Epistemon's Hades, this hell is also organized as a world turned inside out. Here, for instance, men are paid not for working but for sleeping. The story of a universe older than Earth expresses the idea of the relativity of the evaluation of time and space, presented in its grotesque aspect. Chapter 33 tells about Pantagruel's sickness and recovery. He had stomach trouble, and during his sickness his abundant urine formed hot springs, of therapeutic value, in various parts of France and Italy. Here, once more, Pantagruel symbolizes a gay cosmic element. The episode further relates the story of the descent into Pantagruel's stomach in order to clean it. Men armed with picks, shovels, and baskets are enclosed in a copper globe that Pantagruel swallows like a pill. Note the image of swallowing. Once inside the stomach, the visitors climb out of their globe and do their cleaning operation. Like Pantagruel's mouth in the preceding chapter, his stomach has enormous, almost cosmic dimensions. In the concluding chapter of the second book we find more grotesque images of the body. The chapter contains a plan of the next parts of the novel. Among the projected episodes is the destruction of the underworld by Pantagruel, who tosses Proserpina into the fire and breaks Lucifer's 4 teeth and 1 horn. Further, the plan includes Pantagruel's journey to the moon in order to ascertain whether during its decline the 3/4 of the moon are hidden in the heads of women. Thus, from beginning to end this book of the novel presents as its main theme the images of the open mouth, the gullet, the teeth, and the tongue. The gaping jaws belong to the traditional nucleus of the devilkin Pantagruel in the mystery. This image is organically combined on the one hand with swallowing and devouring, on the other hand with the stomach, the womb, and childbirth. At the same time the banquet images, as well as those of death, destruction, and hell are also related to this system. Finally, the open mouth is linked with another basic element of Pantagruel's traditional image, a composite of thirst, water, wine, and urine. All the main organs and areas, as well as all the basic acts of the grotesque body, are pictured and developed around the central image of the gaping jaws. This is the most vivid expression of the body as not impenetrable but open. Further, the gaping jaws are a wide entrance leading into the depths of the body, and these characters are accentuated by the fact that an entire inhabited universe is located in Pantagruel's mouth and that people can descend into the stomach as into an underground mine. The same features, gaping jaws and depths, also appear in the open womb of Pantagruel's mother, as well as in the image of the earth that has absorbed the blood of Abel and the image of the underworld. The bodily depths are fertile, the old dies in them, and the new is born in abundance. The entire second book is saturated with pictures of procreative force, fertility, abundance. The phallus and the codpiece, as a substitute for the phallus, constantly appear within this open sphere. The grotesque body has no facade, no impenetrable surface, neither has it any expressive features. It represents either the fertile depths or the convexities of procreation and conception. It swallows and generates, gives and takes. Such a body, composed of fertile depths and procreative convexities, is never clearly differentiated from the world but is transferred, merged, and fused with it. It contains, like Pantagruel's mouth, new unknown spheres. It acquires cosmic dimensions, while the cosmos acquires a bodily nature. Cosmic elements are transformed into the gay form of the body that grows, procreates, and is victorious. Pantagruel was conceived and written during the misfortunes suffered by France in 1532. True, these misfortunes were not catastrophic, but they were serious enough to affect the people's consciousness and to awaken their cosmic terror and eschatological expectations. Rabelais' book was a merry answer to these fears and pious moods. Once again we have a remarkable example of a Renaissance piece of journalism based on the popular tradition of the marketplace. It is a militant echo of the events and thoughts of that historic period. In 1532, as we have said, there was a long and intense spell of hot weather and drought which lasted for 6 months, until September. The dry weather threatened the crops and especially the vineyards. Because of these conditions, the church organized many religious ceremonies and processions, reflected in the parodies at the beginning of the novel. In the autumn of the year the plague broke out in various parts of France and lasted throughout the following year. There is an allusion to the plague in Pantagruel, where it is explained as the result of lethal vapors arising from Pantagruel's sick stomach. The unfortunate weather conditions and the plague awakened a cosmic terror, like that of the 14th century, a terror related to a system of eschatological images and mystical ideas. But natural catastrophes, like other catastrophes, usually also awaken historical criticism and lead to a revision of all dogmatic positions, as in the case of Boccaccio and Langland in the 14th century. Something similar, though in a less drastic form, took place when Pantagruel was written. The historic events served as a starting point for Rabelais' novel. It is quite possible that the image of the devilkin Pantagruel, who makes men thirsty, and the very tonality of this figure were born from the free colloquial element of the marketplace and from the familiarity of table talk. For the devilkin was the object of gay curses intended for the world and for nature, he was the hero of the free parodies of eschatology, divine providence, and world catastrophes. But around this central figure Rabelais accumulated an enormous mass of material from the culture of folk humor developed during thousands of years, a culture that reflected the struggle against cosmic terror and created the image of the gay, material bodily cosmos, ever-growing and self-renewing. The second book is the most cosmic. This element is not as strong in the other books in which the historic, social, and political themes are emphasized. But the overcoming of cosmic fear and eschatology still remains a leading theme to the end of the novel. In the development of this theme the grotesque body plays a most important part. It is the people's growing and ever-victorious body that is at home in the cosmos. It is the cosmos' own flesh and blood, possessing the same elemental force but better organized. The body is the last and best word of the cosmos, its leading force. Therefore it has nothing to fear. Death holds no terror for it. The death of the individual is only one moment in the triumphant life of the people and of mankind, a moment indispensable for their renewal and improvement. Let us now examine some of the sources of the grotesque body, confining ourselves to Rabelais' immediate source material. The grotesque concept of the body lived especially in the familiar and colloquial forms of the language. The grotesque was the basis of all the abuses, uncrownings, teasing, and impertinent gestures, as pointing at the nose or the buttocks, spitting, and others. Finally, this conception of the body is contained in the most varied types of folklore. These patterns were scattered everywhere and were easily understood and familiar to all Rabelais contemporaries. The groups of sources we intend to examine are but the separate characteristic expressions of this prevailing form, directly related to the theme of Rabelais' novel. Let us first look at the legend of the giants. This is an essentially grotesque image of the body, but of course the theme can be more or less developed. In the Roman de Chevalerie, which was widely known, the giants had almost entirely lost their grotesque character. They symbolized in most cases unusual physical strength and allegiance to the lord who had conquered them. In the Italian heroic comic tradition of Pulci, Il Morgante Maggiore, and especially of Falango, Fracassues, the grotesque features of the giants, transferred from the genre of chivalry, reappear once more. The Italian tradition of comic giants was well known to Rabelais and must be considered as one of his sources. But the direct source was, as we know, the chapbook entitled The Great Chronicles of Gargantua, 1532. This anonymous work contains certain travestied elements reflecting the King Arthur cycle. It does not represent, however, a parody in the modern sense of the word. The giant image has here a strong grotesque bodily character. The chapbook was inspired by the oral folk legend of Gargantua, which lived in folk tradition up to the time of the Great Chronicles and continues to live in its oral form even today, not only in France but also in England. The different versions of the chronicles were written down in the 19th century and collected in the book of Paul Sébillot, Gargantua dans les traditions populaires, 1883. Contemporary Barricon legends of Gargantua and other giants are contained in the book of Jean Baffier, Nos Giants d'Autrefois, Récits Barricons, Paris, 1920. Even in the late oral tradition, Gargantua's image preserves a completely grotesque bodily character. The giant's enormous appetite is brought out first of all. Even today we hear the French expression "quel gargantua." What a glutton! All the legends of giants are closely related to the relief of the locality where the story is told. The legend always finds a visible, obvious support in the physical setting. The dismembered, scattered, or flattened body of the giant is discovered in the natural landscape. Even in modern France, a great number of rocks, stones, megalithic formations, dolmens, and menhirs have been named after Gargantua. We have Gargantua's finger, tooth, cup, armchair, stick, etc. This is actually a Rabelaisian complex of the giant's chopped members, of his kitchen utensils and other paraphernalia. In Rabelais' time this world of rock and stone was, of course, much larger. The parts of the giant's dismembered bodies and their houseware, scattered throughout France, had an obviously grotesque character. They could not fail to exercise an influence on Rabelais images. Thus mention is made in Gargantua of the gigantic bowl in which the young hero ate his gruel, and the author adds that the bowl can still be seen at Bourges. There is nothing which reminds us of Gargantua in the modern city, but a 16th century document states that there was in Bourges an immense rock scooped out like a bowl which was known as Scutella Gigantes, the giant's cup. Once a year wine merchants filled it with wine for the poor. Rabelais borrowed his image from True Life. 227. Besides the bodily grotesque of the great chronicles, we must also recall Pantagruel's Disciple, an anonymous book published in 1537. This work reflected the influence of Rabelais' novel as well as of Lucian's true stories. But we also find in it popular festive elements and the influence of the oral tradition of legendary giants. This work had in its turn an influence on Rabelais. We must stress the role of popular festive giants. They were common figures in the shows produced at fairs, in which they still appear in our days together with midgets. The giant was also the protagonist of carnival parades and of the processions of Corpus Christi. At the end of the Middle Ages, a number of cities that employed permanent town jesters also had permanent town giants, and even families of giants, paid by the city and obliged to take part in all the pageantries. This institution of town giants in a number of cities and villages of northern France and Belgium, for instance, in Lille, Douai, and Cassel, was maintained up to the 19th century. In Cassel a celebration was held in 1835 to commemorate the famine of 1638, on that feast a giant distributed free soup to the people. This connection of the giant with food is characteristic. In Belgium there were festive giants' songs closely relating the giant to the family hearth and to cooking. The figure of the giant as part of folk festivals and carnivals was, of course, familiar to Rabelais. He also knew the local legends that have not survived in our time. His novel mentions the names of giants connected with eating and swallowing, Hapemisk, Ingolivant, Mashifane, and others. Finally, he was familiar with the giants of antiquity, especially with Euripides' Cyclops, which are twice mentioned in his novel. Such are Rabelais' sources. We may conjecture that the popular festive giants were the most important in his eyes. They enjoyed immense vogue, were familiar to everyone, and were saturated with the free atmosphere of the marketplace. They were closely connected with the popular conception of material bodily wealth and abundance. The image and the atmosphere of the giant appearing at the fairs doubtless contributed to the shaping of the gargantuan legend of the great chronicles. The influence of popular giants of fairs and marketplaces on the first two books of Rabelais' novel is quite obvious. As to the great chronicles, its influence was mainly external and was actually reduced to a few topical themes. An important source for grotesque bodily images is the cycle of legends and literary works related to the so-called Indian wonders. This cycle had a definite influence on all medieval works of fantasy. We also find this direct or indirect influence in Rabelais' novel. Let us briefly recall the history of this tradition. The first collector of tales about the wonders of India was Ctesias, a Greek who lived in Persia in the 5th century before Christ. Ctesias assembled all the stories concerning India, its treasures, wondrous flora and fauna, and the extraordinary bodily forms of its inhabitants. This collection has not been preserved, but it was used by Lucian in his True Stories, by Pliny, Isidore of Seville, and others. In the 2nd century of our era the Physiologus was compiled in Alexandria. This was a natural history book combined with legends and wonders. The Physiologus describes minerals, plants, and animals. The natural kingdom is presented in a most grotesque combination. The book was widely used during the following centuries, especially by Isidore of Seville, whose work served as a source for the medieval bestiary. A compilation of all this legendary material was made in the 3rd century by Callisthenes. There are 2 Latin versions of his work, one by Julius Valerius composed about AD 300 and the other entitled The History of the Wars of Alexander the Great, dating from the 10th century. A further compilation of the Callisthenes legends was included in all cosmographic works of the Middle Ages, by Brunetto Latini and Gautier of Metz, among others. All these works are deeply imbued with the grotesque conception of the body basically inherited from the Indian wonders. These legends were later included in the stories of travels, real, as in the case of Marco Polo, or imaginary, as in Sir John Mandeville's popular book. In the 14th century all these travels were collected under the title of Merville's Du Monde, Wonders of the World. This manuscript contains interesting miniatures representing typical grotesque human figures. Finally, the wonders were incorporated in a poem, Le Roman d'Alexander, composed in Alexandrian verse. Thus was this legend built and spread. It determined the themes of numerous works of medieval pictorial art. What are the main features of the Indian wonders? The legend describes India's fantastic wealth and extraordinary natural resources, as well as its purely fictitious phenomena, devils spitting fire, magic herbs, enchanted woods, fountains of youth. The description of animals is quite extensive. In addition to real species are fantastic beasts such as harpies, unicorns, and phoenixes. Mandeville depicts a griffin in great detail and Brunetto Latini a dragon. But most important of all in our mind is the description of extraordinary human beings. These creatures have a distinctive grotesque character. Some of them are half human, half animal, the hippopods with hoofs instead of feet, sirens with fish tails, cynocephalics who bark like dogs, satyrs, and onocentaurs. This is an entire gallery of images with bodies of mixed parts. There are also giants, dwarfs, and pygmies. There are various monsters, the Sepides who have only one leg, Leomans without a head and with a face on the chest, Cyclops with one eye on the forehead, others with eyes on their shoulders or on their backs, creatures with 6 arms, and others who feed through their noses, and so forth. All this constitutes a wild anatomical fantasy, so popular in the Middle Ages. Rabelais loved this fantasy, this free play with the human body and with its organs. One recalls the pygmies born from Pantagruel's flatus, whose hearts were located in the rectal area, or the monstrous children of Antiphases and the famous Cairmprenant. In all these images we find a fanciful anatomy. An important feature of the Indian wonders is their relation to the underworld. The numerous demons who appear in India's woods and valleys, according to the legend, led medieval writers to believe that the entrance to hell was hidden in this land. They were also convinced that the earthly paradise, the first abode of Adam and Eve, was located in India, some 3 days' journey from the Fountain of Youth. It was said that Alexander the Great had found there the abode of the just, in which they would be enclosed until the day of judgment. The legend of Prester John and his kingdom, which was also set in India, tells of the roads leading to the underworld and to the earthly paradise. The river Physon flowed from paradise through Prester John's kingdom. The roads and the orifices or holes, trews, leading respectively to paradise and hell, lend a special character to these wondrous lands and reflect the peculiar artistic and ideological conception of space in the Middle Ages. The earth, consisting of mountains and precipices, was constructed like a grotesque body. The impenetrable surface of the earth was constantly broken up by a tendency to rise or descend into the depths, into the underworld. In these depths and orifices another world was believed to exist, like the one contained in Pantagruel's mouth. While traveling on earth, men sought the gates or doors to these other dimensions. The classic expression of this search is the remarkable journey of Saint Brendan, which will be discussed in our next chapter. In popular legends, mountains and precipices acquired more or less bodily features. All this created the specific character of medieval topography and a peculiar interpretation of the cosmos. We shall return later to this subject. The cycle of legends contained in the Indian Wonders was extremely popular in the Middle Ages. This cycle not only influenced the cosmographic literature in the broad sense, including the travelogues, but also affected all medieval writings. Moreover, the Indian Wonders were strongly reflected in pictorial art. The legends inspired the miniatures that illustrated the manuscripts, as well as frescoes and sculptures in churches and cathedrals. Thus, because of the Indian Wonders, the eyes and imagination of medieval man were accustomed to the grotesque body. Both in literature and pictorial art, the body of mixed parts and the strangest anatomical fantasies, the free play with the human limbs and interior organs were unfolded before him. The transgression of the limits dividing the body from the world also became customary. The Indian Wonders are therefore an important source of the grotesque conception of the body. We must add that these legends were still alive and stimulated interest in the time of Rabelais. In the last chapter of Pantagruel, Rabelais tells the story of his hero's voyage to the land of Prestigion, India. This journey was to be immediately followed by the destruction of the underworld, and the entrance to hell was precisely located in the Prestige land. In the novel's initial plan, the wonders were to play an important part. The direct and indirect influence of this legend is clearly reflected in anatomical fantasies. Another important source of the grotesque concept was the medieval mystery and, of course, the diablerie that was part of it. This genre often concerned itself with dismembered bodies, their roasting, burning, and swallowing. For instance, in the mystery The Acts of the Apostles we meet for the first time the devilkin Pantagruel. Lucifer orders his devils to burn several heretics, adding a long description of the methods to be used for their roasting. In the mystery of Saint Quentin there is a long enumeration of verbs, more than 100 of them, referring to bodily tortures. The victims were to be burned, mutilated, torn apart, and so forth. We have here a grotesque dismemberment, an anatomization. Rabelais describes a devouring of sinful souls which is obviously inspired by the diablerie. We have already mentioned the grotesque bodily character of the devils and of their gestures, as shown in these medieval performances. The very structure of the sets used in the mysteries was an important source of the concept of the grotesque body. In these plays the stage reflected the medieval idea of the world's position in space. The front of the stage presented a platform that occupied the entire first floor of the structure and symbolized the earth. The backdrop was formed by an elevated set which represented heaven or paradise. 228 Beneath the platform representing the earth there was a large opening, indicating hell, covered by a broad curtain decorated with a huge mask of the devil, Harlequin. When the curtain was pulled back, the devils jumped out of Satan's gaping jaws, or sometimes out of his eyes, and landed on earth. In 1474 the author of A Mystery gave these stage directions: hell must be represented in the form of huge jaws which open and shut when needed. 229. Thus the gaping jaws, located in the very center of the stage and at the level of the spectator's eyes, were familiar to every mystery play audience. The medieval public centered its curiosity on them, expecting the most amusing and comic protagonists to emerge from them. The Diable Rise, as the popular Billingsgate part of the mysteries, always enjoyed great success and sometimes eclipsed the rest of the performance. Considering the immense intrinsic value of this three-level stage in the artistic and ideological life of the Middle Ages, we may assert that the jaws of hell were merged with the image of the world itself, as well as with its dramatic, theatrical conception. Otto Driessen devoted some excellent pages of his book The Origins of Harlequin 230 to the dramatic projection of this figure. He presents, on page 149, a sketch of a 17th-century ballet preserved in the archives of the Paris Opera. At the very center of the stage we see a gigantic head with gaping jaws. Inside the jaws sits a female devil, two devils look through the monster's eyes, a devil sits astride each of its ears, while devils and clowns dance around it. The sketch proves that this image and the dramatic events related to it were still quite usual and fully understood. Among other things, Driessen points out that even in his own times the expression harlequin's cloak, manteau d'harlequin, was still used in the Paris theaters, meaning the entire front of the stage. The topography of the medieval stage had, as we see, a basically grotesque bodily connotation. It is obvious that the gaping mouth, as a leading image in Pantagruel, is not only related to the traditional symbolism of this hero, scattering of salt, for example, but also to the structure of the stage. Rabelais' organization of the novel's imagery reflects this topography. As far as we know, no author of Rabelaiana has stressed the leading role of the gaping mouth in the novel's first book or compared it with the organization of the mystery stage. Yet this comparison is of great importance for the correct understanding of these books, since it proves the influence of the popular theatrical forms on Rabelais' initial work as well as on the entire character of his artistic and ideological vision and thought. It also proves that the gaping mouth in its grotesque cosmic meaning, which may appear so strange and difficult to understand for the modern reader, was quite familiar and understandable for Rabelais' contemporaries. It was completely ordinary in their eyes, equally familiar was its universal, cosmic connotation. Neither were the men of that time surprised to see grotesque figures jump out of this mouth and land on the stage, on which events from the Bible and the Gospels were dramatized. The topographical meaning of this image was also understood as representing the gates of the underworld. Such was the influence of the mystery and the diablerie on Rabelais' own concept of the body. A certain influence on the grotesque concept of the body was exercised by relics, which had great significance in the medieval world. It can be said that various parts of the saints' bodies were scattered over France and indeed throughout the medieval Christian world. There was no small church or monastery that did not preserve a relic, at times a quite unusual one, a drop of milk from the Blessed Virgin's breast or the sweat of a saint, as mentioned by Rabelais. Arms, legs, heads, teeth, hair, and fingers were venerated. It would be possible to give a long grotesque enumeration of all these parts of a dismembered body. At the time of Rabelais the ridiculing of relics was common, especially in Protestant satire. Even the Agelast Calvin wrote a pamphlet about relics with a certain comic overtone. In medieval literature the dismembered bodies of saints were often an occasion for grotesque images and enumerations. In one of the best medieval parodies, the treatise of Garcia of Toledo, which we have already mentioned, the hero, a wealthy Simonist bishop from Toledo, brings to Rome a present for the Pope, the miraculous relics of the saintly martyrs Rufinus and Albinus. In the language of medieval travesties the names of these non-existent saints mean gold and silver. The story describes the Pope's particular devotion to the martyrs. He praises them and asks that all their precious remains should be brought to him. There follows a grotesque enumeration of the various parts of the dismembered bodies, from Rufinus kidneys, Albinus intestines, from stomach, back, rump, ribs, chest, legs, and arms, and all the members of the saints. We see that, as early as the 11th century, relics were the object of parody. Medieval recreational literature was rich in anatomical grotesque. We have already spoken of the parodies in which grammatical categories were listed in terms of the lower stratum. The renewal of abstract categories and philosophical conceptions was characteristic of the recreational genre. In the famous dialogue of Solomon and Marulf, quoted by Gargantua, Solomon's exalted proverbs are countered by the clown Marulf's answers, the latter transfers most of the questions to a coarse material bodily level. Let us cite another interesting example of medieval grotesque anatomy. From the 13th century on, a poem entitled The Ass's Will was widely known over Europe. A dying ass bequeaths the parts of his body to various social and professional groups, beginning with the Pope and cardinals. The dismemberment here corresponds to the divisions of the social hierarchy. The ass's head is for the Pope, the ears for the cardinals, the voice for the choir, the feces for the peasants, etc. The source of this parody is very ancient. According to Jerome, a satire called The Pig's Will, Testamentum Porcelli, was popular among schoolmen as early as the 4th century. This parody was copied in the Middle Ages and has been preserved. It was apparently the source of The Ass's Will. In these satires it is interesting to note the combination of the dismemberment of the body and of society. This is a travesty of the widespread mythical concept of the origin of various social groups from various parts of a god's body. The oldest monument of this social topography is the Rig Veda. In most cases this is a dismembered body. 231 But here, instead of a god's body, we have the body of an ass. This is an ancient traditional travesty of the divinity. In medieval parodies its organs and its braying, as well as the shouts of its drivers, play an important part. We hear these shouts in Rabelais' novel. There are several mentions of the abusive term, vidas, the ass's phallus. The topographical character of this abusive expression is quite obvious. Let us recall Rabelais' remark, this is as difficult as to extract a certain sound, pet, from the bottom of a dead ass. This is a peculiar method of raising to the highest degree the topographical lowest level, the rump of an ass and moreover of a dead ass. Such abuses are often found in Rabelais. Oaths, curses, and various abusive expressions are a source of considerable importance for the grotesque concept of the body. We have already spoken at length of these forms of speech and will limit ourselves to a few additional considerations. Each abusive expression always contains in some topographical and bodily aspect the image of pregnant death. Our analysis of Pantagruel showed that one of the main themes of this book is the theme of birth-giving death, for instance, the first death renewing the earth's fertility and the birth of Pantagruel which caused his mother's suffocation. This theme presents continual variations of bodily topographical images. It was further transposed, without losing its bodily character, into the theme of historic death and renewal, the burning of the knights, the transformation of death and war into a banquet, the uncrowning of King Anarchus. Strictly speaking, and however paradoxical this may seem, the episodes are but a widely developed form of abusive language. The entire world is shown as a pregnant and regenerating death. In the popular festive carnival atmosphere in which Rabelais images were constructed, the abusive expressions were like sparks flying in different directions from the great conflagration that renewed the world. Ominously enough, each extinguished candle of the Mikhail festival was accompanied by the cry of death to thee, which had a joyous overtone. The gay abuses and curses and the mocking of cosmic forces had initially a cultic character, but they were later to play an essential role in the system of images reflecting the struggle against cosmic terror and every other kind of fear of superior powers. For the ancient cultic abuse and derision were precisely directed against these superior powers of the sun, the earth, the king, the military leader. This defiance was preserved in the Billingsgate of Rabelais' time. The comic performers of the marketplace were an important source of the grotesque image of the body. They formed a huge and motley world that we can only touch upon here. All these jugglers, acrobats, vendors of panaceas, magicians, clowns, trainers of monkeys, had a sharply expressed grotesque bodily character. Even today this character has been most fully preserved in marketplace shows and in the circus. Unfortunately, the popular French comic forms are better known in their later manifestations, starting with the 17th century, when they were already influenced by the Italian improvised comedy. True, this comedy also preserved the comic concept of the body, but in a weakened form determined by purely literary trends. On the other hand, in the lazzi, the non-topical tricks of this comedy, the grotesque was fully developed. We analyzed at the beginning of this chapter the scene from the Italian comedy presenting Harlequin and the Stutterer. The comic nature of the scene consists in the fact that the utterance of a difficult word is enacted as childbirth. This is typical of popular comic creation. The entire logic of the grotesque movements of the body, still to be seen in shows and circus performances, is of a topographical nature. The system of these movements is oriented in relation to the upper and lower stratum. It is a system of flights and descents into the lower depths. Their simplest expression is the primeval phenomenon of popular humor, the cartwheel, which by the continual rotation of the upper and lower parts suggests the rotation of earth and sky. This is manifested in other movements of the clown, the buttocks persistently trying to take the place of the head and the head that of the buttocks. Another expression of this principle is the important role of the inside out and upside down in the movements and acts of the grotesque body. A deeper and more subtle analysis would disclose in many traditional popular comic gestures and tricks a mimicking of childbirth such as we observed in the little Italian scene. Moreover, the great majority of these traditional gestures and tricks is based on the mimicking of the three main acts in the life of the grotesque body: sexual intercourse, death throes, in their comic presentation hanging tongue, expressionless popping eyes, suffocation, death rattle, and the act of birth. Frequently these three acts are transformed or merged into each other insofar as their exterior symptoms and expressions coincide: spasms, tensions, popping eyes, sweat, convulsions of arms and legs. This is a peculiar mimicking of death resurrection. The same body that tumbles into the grave rises again, incessantly moving from the lower to the upper level, the usual trick of the clown simulating death and revival. Bodily topography of folk humor is closely interwoven with cosmic topography. The organization of the stage of the show and the circus ring displays the same topographical structure as the stage of the mystery, the earth, the underworld, and heaven, but, of course, without the Christian connotation of the mystery setting. We also find the cosmic elements in these shows: the air, acrobatic feats and stunts, water, swimming, earth, and fire. The grotesque character is also seen in the form of the body. We have mentioned Gros Guillaume, symbolizing bread and wine. The forms of Fat William typify the usual tendency of the popular comic figure to efface the confines between the body and surrounding objects, between the body and the world, and to accentuate one grotesque part: stomach, buttocks, or the mouth. In the oral popular comic repertory we also find everywhere the reflection of the grotesque concept of the body: specific obscenities, debasing parodies, abuse and cursing, and dismembered parts. It is obvious that the comic folk element was one of Rabelais' main sources. A few words about epic grotesque anatomy. The ancient and medieval epics and the Roman de Chevalerie did not ignore the grotesque concept of the body. Images of dismemberment and detailed anatomic descriptions of wounds and deaths became de rigueur in these epics influenced by Homer and Virgil. Ronsard writes in his preface to La Franciade, "If you wish a soldier or an officer to die on the battlefield, he must be smitten at the most sensitive part of his body, and you must be a good anatomist to draw such a picture." Rabelais was considerably influenced by Pliny, Athenaeus, Macrobius, and Plutarch, that is, by the representatives of ancient prandial talks. In these talks we find scattered the main images of the grotesque body and of grotesque bodily processes. They contain such leading themes as copulation, pregnancy, birth, eating, drinking, and death. But of all the ancient authors, Hippocrates, or more correctly speaking, the Hippocratic anthology exercised the greatest influence on Rabelais, an influence that extended not only to his philosophic and medical views but even to his imagery and style. This was because Hippocrates' thought and that of the other authors of the anthology contain more images than conceptual traits. The Hippocratic anthology is far from homogeneous. It contains works representing different schools. From the philosophic and medical point of view we find essential differences in the understanding of the human body, the nature of diseases, and methods of treatment. But in spite of these differences, all the works contained in the anthology present a grotesque image of the body. The confines dividing it from the world are obscured, and it is most frequently shown open and with its interior exposed. Its exterior aspect is not distinct from the inside, and the exchange between the body and the world is constantly emphasized. The organism's various eliminations, which so often appear in the grotesque, also acquire here a great significance. It was in the doctrine of the four elements that the confines of the body and the world are effaced. Here is an excerpt from the work entitled The Winds, de Flatibus. The bodies of men and other living beings are sustained by three kinds of nourishment. The names of these nourishments are as follows: food, drink, spirit pneuma. The spirits which live in the bodies are called winds, and those outside are called air. The latter is the greatest master of all and everything, and it is important to consider its strength. In fact, the wind is the current and flow of air. Therefore, when abundant air produces a strong current, its breath unroots the trees from the earth, the waves rise on the sea, and huge, heavily laden ships are tossed to and fro. In truth, that which lies between heaven and earth is filled with spirit, which is the cause of winter and summer. It is cold and concentrated in winter, soft and calm in summer. Moreover, the spirit directs the way of the sun, moon, and stars. For the spirit is the fuel of fire, and the latter cannot exist without it, so that the spirit, which is eternal and subtle per se, causes the eternal course of the sun. Why the air has so much power over everything else has already been said. But for mortals too, it is the cause of life, and for the sick the cause of sickness. And for all, so great is the need of spirit that if a man abstains from food and drink, he can still go on living for 2 or 3 days and more, but if he closes the path of the spirit to his body, he will die on that very day, so great is the need of that spirit for the body. But air must also enter with many foods, for with all that is eaten and drunk, the spirit penetrates in a more or less large quantity. This is obvious from the fact that many persons belch when eating and drinking, doubtless because the imprisoned air escapes, breaking the bubbles in which it was enclosed. The author of this work considers air the basic element of the body. But he conceives this element, of course, not in its depersonalized physico-chemical form but in its concrete and obvious manifestations: wind tossing heavily laden ships, air directing the movement of the sun and stars. Cosmic life and the life of the human body are drawn intimately together by this element of man's existence. They are offered in their obvious unity of imagery. Both the movement of the sun and belching are caused, for example, by the same concrete and perceptible air. In other works contained in the anthology, water and fire are presented as intermediaries between the body and the cosmos. In the essay Air, Water, and Localities, de Aere, Aquis, Locis, we find the following passage. Concerning the earth, conditions are similar to those of human beings. Indeed, wherever seasons bring about considerable and frequent changes, the locality also presents wild and contrasting aspects, many wooded hills as well as fields and meadows. But wherever seasons do not vary too much, the land is uniform. Similar conditions prevail among men. Indeed, some people are like mountains, others have the nature of meadows and lakes, while still others resemble valleys and bare regions, because the seasons which bring external variety to nature differ from each other, and if they differ among themselves, they will also produce many different men. In this passage the confines between the body and the world are eased along yet another line, the relationship and concrete resemblance of man to the natural landscape. In one part of the anthology entitled The Number 7 we find an even more grotesque image. This essay represents the earth as a huge human body. The head is formed by the Peloponnesus, the spine by the isthmus, and so on. Each geographical part of the earth and each land corresponds to a definite part of the body. All the physical and spiritual features and way of life of the population depend on their anatomical localization. Ancient medicine, as reflected in the Hippocratic Anthology, lent great importance to bodily eliminations. In the physician's eyes the body was first of all represented by the elimination of urine, feces, sweat, mucus, and bile. Further, all symptoms were linked with the last moments of the patient's life and with his death and were interpreted as the issue of the struggle within the patient's body. As signs of this struggle between life and death, the smallest bodily manifestations were placed on the same level and were conferred the same importance as the heavenly constellations, and as the mores and customs of various peoples. Here is an excerpt from the first book of Epidemics. Concerning the circumstances of the diseases on which the diagnoses must be founded, we shall discover them from the general nature of all the people as well as from the particular nature of each man. And, moreover, from the general and individual condition of the heavenly bodies and of each land, from the customs, diet, way of life of each patient, from his speech, silence, thoughts, sleep or insomnia, dreams, their nature and when they occur, from rash, tears, paroxysms, eliminations, urine, mucosities, vomit. It is also necessary to observe the crisis occurring in diseases, to find out from where they stem and what is their nature, to study the chemical deposits leading to death or damage, sweat, ague, low bodily temperature, coughing, sneezing, hiccups, breath, winds, either silent or with sound, hemorrhages, hemorrhoids. This excerpt is characteristic of the anthology. It places on one level the symptoms of life and death. These symptoms vary in rank of importance and in cosmic overtones, from the patient's sneezing and winds to the condition of the heavenly bodies. No less characteristic is the dynamic list enumerating the body's eliminations. Such lists, doubtless inspired by Hippocrates, are found in Rabelais' novel. Panurge praises the virtues of green sauce in just this manner. Finally, it set the belly in apple pie order, so a man could belch, fart, poop, piddle, shit, sneeze, sob, cough, throw up, yawn, puff, inhale, exhale, snore, snort, sweat and wangle the ferule to his heart's content. Book 3, Chapter 2. Let us recall the famous facies Hippocratica, the Hippocratic features. Here the face has no subjective expression, it does not reflect the patient's thoughts but only the objective fact of the approach of death. Life and death speak in it, it belongs to the supra-individual sphere of the ancestral life of the body. The face and body of the dying man lose their identity. The degree of the face's resemblance to itself determines the degree of death's proximity or remoteness. Here is a remarkable excerpt from the Prognostics. In acute diseases it is necessary to make the following observations. First of all, as to the patient's face, does it resemble or not the face of persons in good health, and especially does it resemble itself? For the latter sign should be considered the best, and the lack of this resemblance presents the greatest danger. The face will then offer the following aspect: sharp nose, sunken eyes, and hollow temples, ears cold and taut, the ear lobes twisted, the skin on the forehead taut and dry, the color of the face greenish, dark, or leaden. If the eyelid is wrinkled or turns blue or pale, as well as lips and nose, it must needs be understood that this is a lethal sign. Let us finally quote the no less remarkable picture of death throes, from the Aphorisms. Section 8, Aphorism 18. Death is near when the warmth of the soul rises above the umbilic to the diaphragm, and all the humors are burned out. When the lungs and the heart lose their moisture and warmth is concentrated in the lethal parts, the spirit of warmth evaporates, leaving the regions from which it entirely ruled over the entire organism. Then the soul escapes, in part through the skin, in part through all the apertures of the head, out of which, as we say, life issues forth. Then the soul, together with bile, blood, phlegm, and flesh, leaves its bodily abode, which is grown cold and has already acquired the aspect of death. In these last moments and in the language of the expiring organism, death becomes a moment of life, receiving an expressive reality and speaking with the tongue of the body itself. Thus, death is entirely drawn into the cycle of life. The burning up of all bodily moisture, the concentration of warmth in the lethal parts, its evaporation, the departure of the soul with bile and phlegm through the apertures of the head, all these images demonstrate the grotesque open character of the body and the cosmic elements moving within it. The Hippocratic facies and this description of the death throes had, of course, an essential significance for the system of images of pregnant death. We have already pointed out that for the complex image of the physician in Rabelais, Hippocrates' conception of the representative of the medical profession had great importance. Let us quote a significant definition of the physician from the treatise of Good Manners, De Habitu Decenti. Summing up all that has been separately said, we needs must transfer wisdom into medicine, and medicine into wisdom. For the physician-philosopher is equal to God. Indeed, there is but little difference between wisdom and medicine, and between all that is sought in wisdom and all that exists in medicine: contempt of money, honesty and modesty, simplicity in dress, respect, sound judgment, the spirit of decision, neatness, thoughtfulness, the knowledge of all that is necessary for life, hate of vice, the negation of superstitious fear of the gods, divine excellence. We must stress that the time of Rabelais in France was the only time in the history of European ideology when medicine was the center not only of the natural sciences but of the humanities as well. Indeed, it was assimilated into philosophy. This phenomenon was observed not in France alone. Many famous humanists and scientists of that time were physicians: Cornelius Agrippa, Paracelsus, Cardanau, Copernicus. This was the only age that attempted to orient the entire picture of the world toward medicine. There were a few individual attempts at other times. Point 232 There was a tendency to obey Hippocrates' demand to transfer wisdom to medicine and medicine to wisdom. Nearly all French humanists of the Renaissance were to some extent associated with medicine and studied the ancient medical treatises. The dissection of corpses, which was a rare novelty, attracted wide circles of cultured society. In 1537 Rabelais performed a public dissection of a man who had been hanged and accompanied the autopsy by a scientific explanation. This demonstration of the dismembered body enjoyed great success. Étienne Dolet devoted a short Latin poem to the event, in which he praised the good fortune of the executed man. Instead of becoming the prey of the birds, his corpse helped to demonstrate the harmony of the human body, and the face of the greatest physician of his time was bent over it. Never was the influence of medicine on literature and art stronger than during the Renaissance. We must finally say a few words about the famous Hippocratic novel. This work was included in the supplements to the Hippocratic Anthology. It was the first European novel in the form of letters and the first to have an ideologist, Democritus, as its hero. It is also the first work to develop the maniac theme, the madness of the laughing Democritus. Strangely enough, historians and theoreticians almost entirely ignored this work, despite its immense influence on Rabelais' theory of laughter and on the general theory of laughter in his time. The Rabelaisian apology of folly, as expressed by Pantagruel, was inspired by Democritus' comments concerning the madness of men who are wise in the practical sense, covetous and devoted to material goods, who consider him mad because he laughs at their seriousness. These men consider that madness is wise and that wisdom is madness. The wisdom-madness ambivalence is here quite obvious, although stated in rhetorical form. Yet another feature of this novel must be pointed out as important in our context. When Hippocrates visited the mad Democritus in Abders, he found him sitting in front of his house surrounded by dead, disemboweled birds. He was writing a treatise on insanity and was dissecting the birds in order to localize the center of bile, which he believed to be the source of madness. We find here laughter, madness, and the dismembered body. The elements of this complex are, it is true, rhetorically abridged, but their ambivalence and mutuality have been sufficiently preserved. As we said, the Hippocratic Anthology had an immense influence on medical and philosophical thought of the Renaissance. Of all the literary sources of Rabelais' grotesque concept of the body, this anthology is one of the most important. In Montpellier, where Rabelais completed his medical studies, the Hippocratic method prevailed. Rabelais himself gave a course in 1531 on the Greek Hippocratic text, still considered a novelty in that school. At the end of 1537 he published Hippocrates' Aphorisms with Commentaries, in the Griff edition. At the end of 1537 he wrote a commentary on the Greek text of the Prognostics. The Italian physician Manardi, whose medical letters were published by Rabelais, was also a devotee of Hippocrates. All of this proves how great a place was occupied in Rabelais' life by Hippocratic studies. This was especially true at the time when he wrote the two first books of his novel. Let us conclude by recalling as a parallel the medical views of Paracelsus, in whose mind the basis of the entire medical theory was the complete concordance of the macrocosm, the universe, and the microcosm, man. The first foundation of medicine, according to Paracelsus, is philosophy, the second is astronomy. The starry sky is also contained in man himself, and the physician who ignores the sky cannot know man. In this theory the body of man has an extraordinary wealth, being rich with all that exists in the universe. The universe is, so to speak, reassembled in all its diversity within the human body, all its elements are found and are connected in the sphere of the individual body. 233. Abel Lefren links Rabelais' philosophic thought, especially in connection with the immortality of the soul, with the Paduan school of Pomponazzi. In his treatise of the soul's immortality, De Immortalitate Animae, Pomponazzi proved the identity of body and soul. The soul cannot be separated from the body that creates it, individualizes it, directs its activity, lends it content. Outside the body the soul would be completely empty. In Pomponazzi's mind the body is a microcosm that assembles in one single entity all that is scattered and alienated in the rest of the cosmos. Rabelais was familiar with Pomponazzi's school. Étienne Dolet, Rabelais' intimate friend, was the Italian philosopher's pupil and follower. The grotesque concept of the body in some of its essential elements represented the humanist and, above all, the Italian philosophy of that period. It had conceived, as we have seen, the idea of the microcosm, based on ancient tradition, as adopted by Rabelais. The human body was the center of a philosophy that contributed to the destruction of the medieval hierarchic picture of the world and to the creation of a new concept. We shall now examine this new picture. The medieval cosmos was built according to Aristotle. It was based on the precept of the four elements, earth, water, air, and fire, each of which had its special rank in the structure of the universe. According to this theory all the elements were subject to a definite order from top to bottom. The nature and the movement of each element were determined according to its position in relation to the center of the cosmos. Nearest of all to the center is the earth, and any part separated from the earth tends to move back to the center along a straight line, in other words, it falls. Fire moves in the opposite direction, it continually tends upward, therefore away from the center. Water and air lie between earth and fire. The basic principle of all physical phenomena is the transformation of one element into the element nearest it. Thus fire is transformed into air, air into water, water into earth. This transformation is the law of creation and destruction to which all earthly things are subject. But above the earthly world there rises the world of celestial bodies, not ruled by this law. The celestial bodies are composed of a special kind of matter, quineta essentia, which is not subject to transformation. Celestial bodies, as the most perfect, are endowed with pure movement only, the circular movement around the center of the earth. Concerning the sky's substance, that is, quintessence, there were endless scholastic debates, which found their expression in Rabelais' fifth book in the episode of the Queen of Quintessence. Such was the medieval picture of the cosmos. The characteristic trait of this picture was that all degrees of value correspond strictly to the position in space, from the lowest to the highest. The higher the element on the cosmic scale, that is, the nearer to the immovable motor, the more nearly perfect was this element's quality. The conceptions and the images of the higher and lower stratum as expressed in space value became the flesh and blood of medieval man. The Renaissance destroyed this hierarchical picture of the world, its elements were transferred to one single plane, and the higher and lower stratum became relative. The accent was placed on forward and backward. This transfer of the world from the vertical to the horizontal was realized in the human body, which became the relative center of the cosmos. And this cosmos was no longer moving from the bottom to the top but along the horizontal line of time, from the past to the future. In bodily man the hierarchy of the cosmos was reversed and cancelled, he asserted himself outside it. This reconstruction of the cosmos from vertical to horizontal in man and the human body was strikingly expressed in Pico della Mirandola's famous speech, Oratio de Hominis Dignitate, of the dignity of man. This oration was Pico's introduction to the defense of the 900 Theses, to which Rabelais alludes by having Pantagruel undertake the defense of the 9764 Theses. Pico asserted in his speech that man is superior to all beings, including the celestial spirits, because he is not only being but also becoming. He is outside all hierarchies, for a hierarchy can determine only that which represents stable, immovable, and unchangeable being, not free becoming. All the other beings remain forever what they were at the time of their creation, for their nature is ready-made and unchanging, it receives one single seed which can and must develop in them. But man receives at his birth the seeds of every form of life. He may choose the seed that will develop and bear fruit. He grows and forms it in himself. Man can become a plant or an animal, but he can also become an angel and a son of God. Pico preserves the language of the hierarchy, he preserves in part the old values, he is cautious, but essentially the hierarchy is suspended. Such concepts as becoming, the existence of many seeds and of many possibilities, the freedom of choice, leads man toward the horizontal line of time and of historic becoming. Let us stress that the body of man reunites in itself all the elements and kingdoms of nature, both the plants and the animals. Man, properly speaking, is not something completed and finished, but open, uncompleted. Such is Pico della Mirandola's basic idea. In Pico's Apologia we find the theme of the microcosm, in connection with the idea of natural magic, and the form of universal sympathy, thanks to which man can combine in himself the higher and the lower, the near and the distant, and can penetrate into all the secrets hidden in the depths of the earth. Ideas of natural magic and of sympathy between all phenomena, were widespread during the Renaissance. These ideas, as expressed by Giambattista Porta, Giordano Bruno, and especially Campanella, played a considerable role in destroying the medieval notion of hierarchical space in which natural phenomena had their own distinct levels. The new ideas brought together that which was divided, effacing false boundaries, contributing to the transfer of all to one horizontal plane of the becoming of the cosmos in time. We especially stress the extreme popularity of the idea of universal animatization. This idea was defended by Ficino, who sought to prove that the world is not an aggregate of elements but an animate being in which each part is an organ of the whole. Patrizzi proved in his Panpsychia that everything in the universe is animate, from the stars to the simplest element. This idea was also shared by Cardano, who considered all natural phenomena as similar in some respect to organic matter. For example, metals are buried plants leading their life underground, stones experience youth, growth, and maturity. All these ideas could exercise some direct influence on Rabelais, since all of them stem from the general tendencies of the Renaissance. All things in the universe, from heavenly bodies to elements, had left their former place in their hierarchy and moved to the single horizontal plane of the world of becoming, where they began to seek a new place and to achieve new formations. The center around which these perturbations took place was precisely the human body, uniting all the varied patterns of the universe. For all the Renaissance philosophers mentioned previously, Pico della Mirandola, Pomponazzi, Porta, Patrizzi, Bruno, Campanella, Paracelsus, and others, two tendencies appear characteristic. First is the tendency to find in man the entire universe with all its elements and forces, with its higher and lower stratum. Second is the tendency to think of the human body as drawing together the most remote phenomena and forces of the cosmos. This philosophy expressed in theoretical terms the new awareness of the cosmos as man's own home, holding no terror for him. It was reflected by Rabelais in the language of images and on the plane of laughter. In most Renaissance philosophies, astrology and natural magic play a more or less important role. Rabelais took neither seriously. He brought together the separate, infinitely remote phenomena of the medieval hierarchy, making them collide, uncrowning and renewing them on the material bodily level, but he used for this purpose neither magic sympathy nor astrological concordance. He was consistently materialistic, and moreover approached matter only in its bodily aspect. In his mind the body was the most nearly perfect form of the organization of matter and was therefore the key to all matter. The material components of the universe disclose in the human body their true nature and highest potentialities. They become creative, constructive, are called to conquer the cosmos, to organize all cosmic matter. They acquire a historic character. In the eulogy of Pantagruelian, a symbol of man's entire technical culture, we find the following striking passage. Those heavenly intelligences we call the gods, both terrestrial and maritime, took fright, when they perceived how, thanks to the blessed herb Pantagruelian, the Arctic peoples, under the very eyes of the Antarctic, crossed the Atlantic Ocean, passed the twin tropics, pushed through the torrid zone, spanned the zodiac, frolicked beneath the equinox, and held both poles within sight on the horizon. Faced with such a situation, the gods, terrified, said, Pantagruel has, by this mere herb, caused us more worry and labor than ever the Aloides or giants, Otis and Ephialtes, when they sought to scale Olympus. He will soon marry and beget children by his wife. This is a fate we cannot forestall, for it has been woven by the hands and shuttles of the three fatal sisters, daughters of necessity. Who knows but Pantagruel's children will discover some herb equally effectual? Who knows but humans may, by its means, visit the source of hail, the springs of the rain, the forge where lightning is produced? Who knows but they will invade the regions of the moon, intrude within the territories of the celestial signs? Some, then, will settle at the sign of the golden eagle, others at the ram, others at the crown, others at the harp, others at the silver lion. They will sit down at our divine board, take our goddesses to wife, and thereby themselves become divine. Book 3, Chapter 51. In spite of the somewhat rhetorical and official style of this excerpt, the idea it expresses is far from having official implication. We find here the divinization and apotheosis of man. Earthly space is defeated, all peoples who were scattered throughout the world are united. Thanks to navigation and the invention of the sail, men have entered into material contact. Mankind has become one. After the invention of aviation, which Rabelais foresees, man will direct the weather, will reach the stars and conquer them. This entire image of the triumph of mankind is built along the horizontal line of time and space, typical of the Renaissance. Nothing remains of the medieval hierarchic vertical. The movement in time is guaranteed by the birth of generation after generation, a never-ending succession that fills the gods with fear. Pantagruel, too, intends to get married and to have children, and this is the relative immortality of which Gargantua speaks in his letter to his son. The immortality of the ancestral body of mankind is rhetorically proclaimed. As we have seen, this living and deep awareness gives form to all the popular festive images of the Rabelaisian novel. Not the biological body, which merely repeats itself in the new generations, but precisely the historic, progressing body of mankind stands at the center of the system of images. Thus, in the grotesque concept of the body a new, concrete, and realistic historic awareness was born and took form, not abstract thought about the future but the living sense that each man belongs to the immortal people who create history. Chapter 6. Images of the material bodily lower stratum. Your philosophers who complain that the ancients have left them nothing to write about or invent are obviously very much mistaken. The phenomena you see in the sky, the wonders earth, sea, and river offer you are not to be compared to what is hidden in the womb of earth. Pantagruel, Book V, Chapter 48. Everywhere eternity is stirring. And everything tends toward non-being. In order to participate in being. Goethe, one and all. The words of the first epigraph, from the fifth book, were probably not written by Rabelais himself. But if we turn our attention away from the style, certainly not Rabelaisian, these lines are typical not only of his work but of similar examples of Renaissance thought and thought of the preceding period. The author of the fifth book may have had the draft and the rough sketches made by Rabelais. In these words of the priestess of the holy bottle, the center of the world is transferred into the depths, the underground world. The new elements, the riches hidden in this underground, are superior to all that is in heaven, on the surface of the earth, or in the seas and rivers. True wealth and abundance are not on the highest or on the medium level but only in the lower stratum. The quoted words are preceded by the declaration of the priestess. Go, my good friends, may you depart under the protection of that intellectual sphere, whose center is everywhere, whose circumference is nowhere, and whom we call God. When you return to your world, bear witness to your fellow men that the greatest treasures and most wonderful things lie hidden underground and not without reason. Book V, Chapter 48. The famous definition of the divinity as the sphere, whose center is everywhere, whose circumference is nowhere, does not belong to Rabelais. It is taken from Hermes Trismegistus, is found in the Roman de la Rose, in Saint Bonaventure of Beauvais and in other authors. This definition was current in the days of Rabelais. Both Rabelais and the author of the fifth book, as well as the majority of their contemporary authors, saw in the definition the decentralization of the universe. Its center was not in heaven but everywhere, all places were equal. This new aspect permitted the author to transfer the relative center of the universe from heaven to the underground, that is, to the underworld, which according to the medieval conception was farthest removed from God. 234. Immediately before uttering the words quoted in the epigraph, the priestess relates that Ceres had a foreboding that her daughter would find in the underworld more happiness and wealth than on earth. The mention of the images of Ceres, the goddess of fertility, and of Proserpina, goddess of the underworld, as well as the allusion to the Elysian mysteries are also typical of praise addressed to the bowels of the earth. The entire episode of the visit to the oracle of the holy bottle is a travestied allusion to the Elysian mysteries. The words of the priestess are an excellent introduction to our present chapter. The mighty thrust downward into the bowels of the earth, into the depths of the human body, is reflected in Rabelais' entire world from beginning to end. This downward movement animates all his images, all the leading episodes, all the metaphors and comparisons. Rabelais' world in its entirety, as in every detail, is directed toward the underworld, both earthly and bodily. We have already said that according to Rabelais' initial plan the novel's central topic was to be the search for the underworld and Pantagruel's descent into hell, Dante's topic presented on the comic level. Moreover, we must admit that although the novel was written over a period of 20 years and with considerable interruptions, Rabelais did not digress from his original plan and indeed almost fulfilled it. Thus, the journey into the underground was in the novel from its conception and was elaborated in every detail. This downward movement is also inherent in all forms of popular festive merriment and grotesque realism. Down, inside out, vice versa, upside down, such is the direction of all these movements. All of them thrust down, turn over, push head first, transfer top to bottom, and bottom to top, both in the literal sense of space, and in the metaphorical meaning of the image. We also see the downward movement in fights, beatings, and blows. They throw the adversary to the ground, trample him into the earth. They bury their victim. But at the same time they are creative, they sow and harvest. Let us recall the bridal cuffing in Lord Basque's house, the transformation of the battle into a harvest or a banquet. The downward movement is also expressed in curses and abuses. They, too, dig a grave, but this is a bodily, creative grave. Debasement and interment are reflected in carnival uncrownings, related to blows and abuse. The king's attributes are turned upside down in the clown, he is king of a world turned inside out. Finally, debasement is the fundamental artistic principle of grotesque realism. All that is sacred and exalted is rethought on the level of the material bodily stratum or else combined and mixed with its images. We spoke of the grotesque swing, which brings together heaven and earth. But the accent is placed not on the upward movement but on the descent. The downward movements, scattered throughout the forms and images of popular festive merriment and grotesque realism, are reassembled by Rabelais, they are understood anew and merged in one single movement directed into the depths of the earth, the depths of the body, in which the treasures and most wonderful things lie hidden, never described by the ancient philosophers. We shall examine in detail 2 episodes of the novel which reveal most strikingly the meaning of the downward movement in all Rabelais images, as well as the special character of the Rabelaisian underworld. We have in mind the famous episode of gargantuous swabs in the first book, chapter 13, and the episode of the resurrection of Epistemon and his story of hell in the second book, chapter 30. In the first episode little Gargantua tells his father about the new and most efficient kind of swab, which he has discovered after many preliminary experiments. There follows a long enumeration of swabs, as follows. Once I mopped my scud with the velvet scarf of a damosel. It was pleasurable, the soft material proved voluptuous and gratifying to my hindsight. Once, too, I used a hood, from the same source and with the same results. The next time it was her neckerchief, again, her crimson satin earpieces, but they were bespangled and begilt with Bashidden jewelry that scraped my tailpiece from end to end. St. Anthony's fire roast the bumgut of the decorator and the decorated. I recovered from this, thanks to a page's cap with plume to it like those the Swiss guards sport. Next, spiriting behind a bush, I came upon a march cat, spring birds are best, runs the runel, and I put it to excellent advantage though its claws mildly lacerated my perineum. But I was fit again on the morrow, for I employed the gloves of my charming mother, they bore odors of sanctity and scuttling. Sage, then, which is capital stuffing for a goose. Fennel, a fine umbelliferous herb for sauces. Dill, also yellow and umbelliferous. Sweet marjoram. Rose leaves and gourd leaves. Cabbage, which I define as various kinds of cultivated vegetables with round heart or head. Beets, vine branches, and mallow, that wild and garden plant with hairy stems and leaves and purple flowers. Mullein, woolly of bud and scarlet to the bud. Lettuce and spinach leaves. All of which was fit for the dust hole and amounted to kicking against the pricks. What more? Mercury and purslane, a low succulent herb used in salads and pickled. Nettles and comfrey-tall, rough-leaved ditch plant from which I caught the bloody Lombardy gripe, but I cured it by applying my codpiece for bumwad. Book I, Chapter 13. Let us look at this first excerpt and analyze it. The transformation of an object into a swab is essentially its debasement, uncrowning, and destruction. Abusive expressions such as not good enough for a swab are current even in modern languages, they preserve merely the negative and destroying element. On the contrary, in the passage quoted from Rabelais the element of renewal is not only present but even prevails. All these various objects used as swabs are uncrowned in order to be regenerated. Their half-effaced image reappears in a new light. In this long list every object emerges quite unexpectedly, its appearance is completely unprepared. The images of objects succeed each other, without logic, with almost as much freedom as in a cocktail on an intentionally absurd jumble of words and sentences, as is also the case in the speeches of Lords Kissarse and Bumfondle. But having reappeared in this bizarre sequence, the object is evaluated in accord with its efficacy as a swab, completely apart from its original function. This new standard invites the reader to look at the object in a different light, to measure it, so to speak, for its new use. In this process the object's form, material, and size are reconsidered. What actually matters, however, is not the formal renewal of each individual swab. If we take a closer look at the choice of swabs, we shall see that this choice is not merely capricious, it has its own logic, though an unusual one. The first 5 objects, the scarf, the hood, the neckerchief, the earpieces, the cap, are apparel for the face and head, that is, for the upper part of the body. Their function as swabs is literally a transfer of the upper to the lower bodily stratum, the body turns a cartwheel. These 5 swabs belong to the wide category of themes and images related to the substitution of the face by the buttocks, the top by the bottom. The rump is the back of the face, the face turned inside out. World literature and language abound in an infinite variety of these turnabouts. One of its most common forms, expressed in word or gesture, is baise-cul, a variant often found in Rabelais novel. Gymnast's sword that he uses in the carnivalesque war of sausages is called baise-mon-cul, and the name of one of the contending gentlemen in the trial is baise-cul, Lord Kiss-Arse. The Sibyl of Panzolt shows her scut to Panurge and his companions. The grotesque gesture of displaying the buttocks is still used in our day. 235. Thus, the first 5 swabs belong to the cycle of themes in which the face is replaced by the rump. The movement from top to bottom is here quite obviously bodily. This downward thrust is also stressed by the fact that abuse erupts between the 4th and 5th image and is hurled at the jewelry, the jeweler, and the lady. This eruption of Billingsgate lends dynamic force to the downward thrust. In this dense atmosphere of the material bodily lower stratum, the formal renewal of half-effaced images takes place. Objects are reborn in the light of the use made of them. They reappear before our eyes, the softness of silk, the beschichten jewelry emerge in all their concrete, tangible form. As we have said, they are renewed in the sphere of their debasement. The same logic directs the further choice of swabs. The 6th is the March cat. This unexpected choice of something completely unforeseen for such a use sharply brings out the feline character, the flexibility, and the claws of the animal. This is the most dynamic image. A gay farce is offered to the reader's imagination, a scene with 2 protagonists, the cat and the cull. Such a farce is contained in almost all the scenes. In this one the object plays an unusual part and, thus shown, comes alive in a new light. Such a revitalizing effect on objects, positions, professions, or masks is characteristic of the commedia dell'arte, farces, pantomimes, and other comic popular genres. The object or the person is assigned an unusual, even paradoxical role, due to absent-mindedness, misunderstanding or intrigue. This situation provokes laughter and renewal in the sphere of extraordinary reactions. We shall not examine all the swabs, since Rabelais constructs these images according to the principle of classification. The Queen's gloves are followed by a long list of plants divided into subgroups: spices, vegetables, salads, medicinal plants, though classification is not strictly observed. This enumeration is a botanical demonstration. Each name in Rabelais' mind was related to a definitely visualized image of the leaf, its specific structure and breadth. Rabelais measures each plant in connection with its new use, and makes its form and size obvious to the reader. The botanical description of species, without morphological analysis, was fashionable at that time. Rabelais himself gives examples of such descriptions in the discussion of Pantagruelion. In the swab episode he does not describe the plants but only names them, yet their unexpected new function conjures up their visible, material outline. In describing Pantagruelion, he uses the opposite method, giving a detailed picture of the plant and inviting the reader to guess what it is: hemp. We must add that the images of plants used as swabs are marked, though to a lesser degree, by the movement from top to bottom. These are mostly greens used in food or drugs, salads, spices, medicinal plants, leaves and stalks of vegetables, which have to be eaten and swallowed. The substitution of the top by the bottom and of the face by the buttocks can also be detected here. We shall quote with some abridgment the next series of swabs. I utilized sheets, blankets, curtains, cushions, carpets, rugs. I went on with hay, straw, oakum, floss, wool, and paper. Next I wiped myself with a hat. Then in turn with a pillow, a slipper, a game bag, and a basket faw. What a thorny, unpleasant bumduster. In this connection let me tell you that some hats are smooth, others soft as velour, others shiny as satin, still others crisp as taffeta. But the best of the lot is the beaver, for it makes a finished abstersion of the fecal matter. I tried a hen, a rooster, a pullet, a hide of calf skin, a hare, a pigeon, a cormorant, a lawyer's briefcase, a woolen hood, a coif, and the feathers of a falconer's lure. Ibid. Swabs are chosen again in groups. In the first group are objects of bedding and dining room accessories, once more the upside-down movement. There follows the group of hay, straw, etc., their material character is clearly seen in their new destination. In the next, more motley group, the lack of concordance between the various objects and the way in which they are used, a farcical discrepancy, is sharply brought out, especially in the case of the basket, which is particularly stressed. In the group of hats the material is analyzed in accordance with its new utilization. In the last group the unexpected appearance of the object and the farcical use made of it are stressed once again. The very length and variety of the list of swabs are not without significance. This is the intimate world of one's immediate surroundings, apparel related to face and head, bedding and dining room accessories, fowl, and food. This intimate world is regenerated in the dynamic, abusive choice of swabs, it emerges anew in the gay farce of its transformation. The positive aspect of this uncrowning is, of course, the prevailing one. Rabelais enjoys all these objects in their concrete variety. He plays with them, touches them, testing again and again their material, form, individuality, and the very sound of their names. This is a page from the great inventory performed by Rabelais at the end of the old and at the beginning of the new era of world history. As in every annual inventory, it is necessary to test every object separately, to weigh and measure it, to determine its wear and tear, to establish the damage and deterioration, to evaluate and re-evaluate. Many fictions and illusions have to be written off the new balance sheet, which must be realistic and clear. The New Year inventory is first of all a gay inventory. Things are tested and re-evaluated in the dimensions of laughter, which has defeated fear and all gloomy seriousness. This is why the material bodily lower stratum is needed, for it gaily and simultaneously materializes and unburdens. It liberates objects from the snares of false seriousness, from illusions and sublimations inspired by fear. This is, as we shall see, the final goal of the episode just examined. The long string of uncrowned and renewed household objects prepares for another kind of uncrowning. We shall now come to the last swab, considered best by the hero. But to conclude, I affirm and maintain that the paragon arscloth is the neck of a plump downy goose, provided you hold her head between your legs. Take my word of honor on this score and try it for yourself. You will experience a most marvelously pleasant sensation in the region of your scut nozzle, as much because of the fluffy under plumage as because the bird's warmth, tempering the bumgut and the rest of the intestines, actually reaches your heart and brain. Do not believe the old women here when they prattle that the felicity of the heroes and demigods in the Elysian fields lies in their asphodel or ambrosia or nectar. On the contrary, they are happy, to my mind, because they swab their rumps with a goose. Duns Scotus, the learned philosopher, holds the same opinion. Ibid. The picture of the last swab presents an element of delight and beatitude. The physiological path of this delight is also shown. It is born in the anal region from the softness and warmth of the goose, makes its way up the rectum and the intestines, reaching the heart and then the brain. And this delight is precisely the beatitude after death. True, it is not enjoyed by the saints of the Christian paradise but by the heroes and demigods in the Elysian fields. Thus, the swab episode brings us right into the underworld. The cycle of themes and images of the turnabout face and the substitution of the upper by the lower parts is linked with death and the underworld. This link was still alive and recognized in the time of Rabelais. When the Sibyl of Panzolt showed her backside to Panurge he exclaimed, "I see the Sibyl's hole," true to La Sibylle, as the entrance to the underworld was called in antiquity. Medieval legends describe many of these holes in various parts of Europe. They were believed to be the entrances to purgatory or hell, but in familiar speech the word had an obscene connotation. The most commonly known landmark was St. Patrick's Hole in Ireland, believed to be the entrance to purgatory. Pilgrimages were made to this site as early as the 12th century, and it was surrounded by legends to which we shall later return. At the same time, the name St. Patrick's Hole had indecent overtones. Rabelais used this interpretation in his Antidote Flummeries, Fanfreluc's Antidotes, in which he mentions the hole of St. Patrick, the hole of Gibraltar, and thousands of other holes. Gibraltar was also known as Trou de la Sibylle, a pun on Seville, and this, too, was an improper expression. When visiting the dying Raminagrobes, who chased away all the monks, Panurge begins to curse. He makes the following suppositions as to the fate of the soul of the sinful poet. His soul is headed for 30,000 basketfuls of devils. Would you like to know where? Why, right under Proserpine's cacking stool. In the self-same infernal bucket into which she voids her enema-induced faculties. To the left of the giant cauldron of hell. 3 fathoms from the claws of Lucifer. Very close to the dark chamber of Demogorgon. Book 3, Chapter 22. The Dante-like precise comic topography of hell presents a striking picture. However, the most terrifying place in it for Panurge is not Satan's jaws but Proserpine's stool. Proserpine's rump is, so to say, an underworld in the underworld, the lower depths in the lower depths, and Raminagrobes is headed for this region. Thus it is not surprising that the swap episode, with its constant movement from top to bottom, brings us finally into hell. Rabelais' contemporaries saw nothing extraordinary in this picture. True, we are brought not so much to hell as to heaven, since Gargantua spoke of the beatitude of demigods and heroes, that is, of the ancient underworld. Obviously this is a parody of Christian teachings concerning the eternal bliss of saints and of the just in paradise. In this travesty the downward is opposed to the upward movement. The entire spiritual topography is turned upside down. It is possible that Rabelais had in view the doctrine of Thomas Aquinas concerning beatitude. In the swap episode bliss does not start on the top level but in the lower stratum, in the anal region. As we have seen, the path is clearly indicated, through the rectum to the heart and brain. The parody of the medieval topography is obvious, the soul's beatitude is deeply immersed in the body's lowest stratum. Such is the conclusion of the downward thrust of all the images of this episode. This travesty of one of the basic teachings of Christianity is, however, far removed from cynical nihilism. The material bodily lower stratum is productive. It gives birth, thus assuring mankind's immortality. All obsolete and vain illusions die in it, and the real future comes to life. We have already seen in the Rabelaisian microcosmic picture how this body is concerned with those who are not yet born, qui ne sont encore nés, and how each organ sends down the most valuable part of its nourishment to the procreative region. This lower stratum is mankind's real future. The downward movement that penetrates all Rabelaisian images is ultimately directed toward this gay future. At the same time the author mocks the pretenses of the isolated individual who wants to be perpetuated and who is ridiculous in his senility. Both these elements, the debasement of the obsolete and the real, gay future of the human race, are merged in one ambivalent image. In Rabelais' world we must not be surprised by the fact that the debasing swab is not only able to renew the images of separate real objects but can be referred to the future of mankind. The entire character of the Rabelaisian novel confirms our interpretation of the episode's conclusion. In his work Rabelais consistently parodies all the elements of medieval teachings and sacraments. As we shall see, the episode of Epistemon's resurrection travesties the essential gospel miracles. The peculiar parody of the Passion and of the sacrament of communion, the Last Supper, however cautious, can be clearly traced throughout the novel. But this travesty plays its most important, organizing role in the first 2 books. Its main features can be defined as an inverted transubstantiation, the transformation of blood into wine, of the dismembered body into bread, of the Passion into a banquet. We have seen various parts of this travesty in the episodes previously discussed. Rabelais also shows in this microcosmic picture of the body how bread and wine, the essence of all food, are transformed into blood in the human organism. This is the other side of the travesty. We shall find in the novel a series of other parodies of various religious teachings and cults. We have already mentioned Panurge's martyrdom and miraculous escape in Turkey. Abel Leffren considers Pantagruel's genealogy a parody of biblical texts. We have seen in the prologues the parody of ecclesiastical systems of persuasion and methods of establishing truth. This is why the swab episode parody of the beatitude of the saints and the just in heaven should not surprise us. Point 236. Let us briefly sum up our analysis of this peculiar episode. Against the background of modern literature, this chapter appears strange and coarse. However, the swab is a traditional humorous theme of debasement. We have already mentioned a number of examples from world literature, but nowhere was this theme developed and differentiated in so great detail as in Rabelais' work. It is characteristic of Rabelais' method of treating this theme that he presented not only its ambivalence but an obviously positive pole of regeneration. It is a gay and free play with objects and concepts, but it is a play that pursues a distant, prophetic goal, to dispel the atmosphere of gloomy and false seriousness enveloping the world and all its phenomena, to lend it a different look, to render it more material, closer to man and his body, more understandable, and lighter in the bodily sense. It can thus be spoken of in gay, familiar, fearless tones. In other words, the episode is not an isolated commonplace obscenity of our modern times but an organic part of a large and complex world of popular marketplace forms. Only if torn away from this world and seen per se in the modern sense will these images appear vulgar and dirty. For Rabelais, as always, this is but a spark from the gay carnival bonfire in which the old world is burned. The episode is constructed in an ascending scale. The uncrowning by transformation into swabs and the renewal in the material bodily sphere start with trivia and rise to the very epitome of medieval philosophy. The liberating process is applied to the seriousness of petty human preoccupations, to cupidity and practical life, to the didactic gloom of moralists and bigots. It is applied to that great seriousness of fear that is reflected in the dark picture of the end of the world, the last judgment and hell, as well as in the images of heaven and beatitude. Speech and gesture are gradually freed from the pitifully serious tones of supplication, lament, humility, and piousness, as well as from the menacingly serious tones of intimidation, threats, prohibition. All the official expressions of medieval man were infused with these tones alone and were poisoned by them. Official medieval culture did not know the fearless, free, and sober forms of seriousness. The familiar popular, carnivalesque gesture of little Gargantua, transforming everything into swabs, uncrowning and renewing, purifies and prepares the soil for this new bold and sober human seriousness. The familiar conquest of the world, exemplified in the swab episode, also prepared a new, scientific knowledge of this world, which was not susceptible of free, experimental, and materialistic knowledge as long as it was alienated from man by fear and piousness and penetrated by the hierarchic principle. The popular conquest of the world, as symbolized in the episode, destroyed and suspended all alienation. It drew the world closer to man, to his body, permitted him to touch and test every object, examine it from all sides, enter into it, turn it inside out, compare it to every phenomenon, however exalted and holy, analyze, weigh, measure, try it on. And all this could be done on the one plane of material sensual experience. This is why the folk culture of humor and the new experimental science were organically combined at the time of Rabelais. They were also combined in Rabelais' entire activity as writer and scholar. Let us now turn to the episode of Epistemon's resurrection and of his visions in the underworld, Book 2, Chapter 30. This is one of the boldest episodes of Rabelais' novel. Abel Leffren has proved convincingly enough that this chapter is a travesty of the main gospel miracles, the resurrection of Lazarus and of the daughter of Jairus. Some features are borrowed from one of these two stories and some from the other. Moreover, Leffren found in this chapter some elements of the gospel stories about the cure of the deaf and dumb and of the blind. This parody is constructed by mixing the corresponding gospel texts with images of the material bodily stratum. Panurge warms Epistemon's head by placing it on his codpiece. This is an obvious material debasement but at the same time a curative contact with the genital organs. Further, Epistemon's body is brought to the place where the banquet is held and where the resurrection takes place. His neck and head are washed with good white wine. There follows an anatomizing image, vein contra vein. Panurge's oath must be especially stressed. He is ready to lose his own head if he does not succeed in resurrecting Epistemon. Let us note that the theme of this oath, I hope to lose my own head, coincides with the actual decapitation of Epistemon. Such a coincidence is typical for Rabelais' entire system of images. The theme of curses, abuses, oaths, often repeats the incidents described in the story, rending and dismemberment of bodies, thrusts into the bodily lower stratum, drenching in urine. Let us note yet another trait. Panurge declares that the loss of the head is the wager of a fool. But the fool, fol, sot, in the context of Rabelais and of all the Renaissance never had the purely negative meaning of common stupidity. Fool is an ambivalent abuse. Moreover, it is closely related to the image of festive fools of the Sotiers and popular marketplace humor. The loss of a head is a minor loss for a fool, but this is said by the fool himself, and the loss is as ambivalent as his foolishness, the inverse side, the lower part of official wisdom. This theme of a fool's play is inherent in the entire episode. To lose his head is a purely comic act, and all the incidents that follow, the resurrection and the ghostly visions, are presented in the aspect of carnival or of a show in a marketplace booth. Here is the scene of Epistemon's awakening. Epistemon began to breathe, then he opened his eyes, yawned, sneezed. Finally he let go a great household fart. He's healed now, all right. Panurge exclaimed, giving him a glass of strong white wine with a slice of sugared toast. And healed he was, though for the next 3 weeks very hoarse and sorely afflicted with a dry cough he could dispel only by drinking. Book 2, Chapter 30. All the symptoms of return to life are here described in succession from the top downward. First, there is breath from the mouth and opening of the eyes. Then comes debasement, yawning, a lower sign of life, sneezing, still lower, a kind of elimination, and finally, breaking wind, the bodily lower stratum, the anus. The last symptom is decisive, assest est il gui, Panurge declares. Point 237. Thus we have here a complete turnabout, the replacement of the higher by the lower level. It is not the breath of the mouth, but the flatus that appears as the symbol of life and the true sign of resurrection. The episode of the swab's pictured beatitude, here the anus symbolizes resurrection. In the concluding part of this excerpt, wine becomes the leading image, a banquet symbol. It confirms the victory of life over death and further helps Epistemon to cure his dry cough. Such is the first part of the resurrection episode. As we see, all the images reflect the thrust downward. Let us also note the accompanying banquet images. The second part of the episode is devoted to Epistemon's ghostly visions, that is, to the underworld. This part is also accompanied by banquet images. Here is the beginning of his story. Epistemon started to speak. He had seen the devils, he told them, he had spoken familiarly with Lucifer, he had a rollicking time in hell and in the Elysian fields. The devils, he testified, were such excellent fellows and jovial company that he regretted Panurge's recalling him back to life so soon. I enjoyed seeing them immensely. How so? Pantagruel asked. They are not so badly treated as you suppose, Epistemon explained. The only thing is that their conditions are changed very curiously. I saw Alexander the Great, for instance. He earns the barest living by darning old hose. Xerxes is a crier of mustard, Romulus a salt maker, Numa Pompilius, the royal Roman lawgiver, is a nailsmith, Tarquin a porter, Piso, the successor of Galba, a peasant clod. Ibid. The image of the underworld is related from its very beginning with that of a banquet. Epistemon feasts in hell and in the Elysian fields. Further, the underworld offers Epistemon an amusing picture of the ghostly life of the doomed. This life is organized as a typical carnival. Everything here is inverted in relation to the outside world. All who are highest are debased, all who are lowest are crowned. The enumeration offered by Rabelais is nothing but a carnivalesque travesty of antique and medieval heroes. The position and profession of each of the doomed inmates is a debasement in the topographical sense of the word. For instance, Alexander the Great is darning old hose. Sometimes the situation of the doomed hero is pictured by a physical trait, as by referring to Achilles as scrofulous. From the formal point of view, this enumeration, and we have merely cited its beginning, recalls the list of swabs. The new assignments and occupations of the heroes emerge just as unexpectedly. The inconsistency of these new situations produces a similar effect of farcical topsy-turvy and turnabout. One of these new occupations is of peculiar interest. Pope Sixtus IV treats syphilis in the underworld. This leads to the following dialogue. "What," exclaimed Pantagruel. "Do they have the pox in hell?" "Of course," Epistemon informed him. "I never saw so many poxbloods in my life. There must be over 100 million. You see, those who never caught it in this world contract it in the other. God's body." "I'm safe," cried Panurge. "I've been all the way to the hole of Gibraltar and the utmost bounds of the Pillars of Hercules, and I've gathered of the ripest, too." Ibid. Let us stress, first of all, the logic of this reversed situation. Those who did not have syphilis on earth must contract it in hell. We must recall the character of this gay disease, which strikes the lower stratum. And finally, we must note in Panurge's words the topographical connotation of the whole of Gibraltar and the Pillars of Hercules, symbolizing these lower bodily regions. These geographical landmarks were located on the western boundaries of the antique world, which also pointed the way to Hades and to the islands of the blessed. The carnivalesque spirit is also sharply defined in the following excerpt. "It was the rule in hell," Epistemon explained, "that all who had been great lords and ladies on earth were condemned to struggle for the most ignoble, precarious, and miserable livelihood below. On the contrary, philosophers and such as had been needy on this planet became puissant lords in the inferno. I saw Diogenes enjoying the most magnificent luxury. He wore a rich purple robe and held a scepter in his right hand. When Alexander the Great failed to patch Diogenes' breeches, he abused him until the ex-monarch trembled with fury. And Diogenes never failed to beat him for his incompetence. I saw Epictetus, too, most gallantly dressed in the French fashion. He was sitting under a cool pleasant arbor with a bevy of comely ladies. I almost had a sunstroke looking at Old Soul engraved on Epictetus' golden crowns." Ibid. The philosophers Diogenes and Epictetus play here the role of carnivalesque fools elected kings. The royal purple robes and golden scepter of Diogenes are stressed, as well as the beating inflicted on the old uncrowned king, Alexander the Great. The image of Epictetus is presented in a different, more gallant style. He is the feasting, dancing king. The other scenes of Epistemon's visions are depicted in a similar spirit. The writer Jean Lemaire, leader of the school of rhetoricians, who was an enemy of the popes during his life, plays the role of clownish pope in the underworld. His cardinals are former clowns, Kelliet and Tribolet. Former kings and popes kiss Lemaire's slipper, and he orders his cardinal to beat them. The scene is not devoid of ritualistic debasing gestures. When Xerxes, who is a mustard vendor, demands too high a price, villain drenches his merchandise in urine. A man called Percephorus urinates against a wall on which St. Anthony's flames are painted. The Francarchier of Bagnolet, who has become an inquisitor in hell, wants to burn him as a heretic. A banquet forms the setting of the entire episode. Pantagruel invites everyone to eat and drink, and the feast is to last for a whole month. During the feast, to which Pantagruel and his companions immediately proceed, the fate of the defeated King Anarchus is decided, and Pantagruel and Panurge prepare the king for the position he will occupy in hell. That is, they train him for a low profession. The carnivalesque uncrowning of King Anarchus, which we have already mentioned, is pictured in chapter 31. Panurge clothes the king in a clownish costume, which is minutely described, each detail of the attire being explained by Panurge in terms of a jeu de mots. Anarchus is to be vendor of green sauce. This carnivalesque uncrowning imitates the rituals performed in the underworld. It remains for us to sum up briefly our analysis of the episode of Epistemon's resurrection and ghostly visions. The image of the underworld offered in this episode has a sharply defined popular festive character. Hell is a banquet and a gay carnival. We find here all the familiar debasing ambivalent images of drenching in urine, beating, travesty, abuse. The downward thrust, inherent in all Rabelaisian images, brings us to the underworld, but the underworld also symbolizes this descent. In the Rabelaisian system of images, the underworld is the junction where the main lines of the system cross each other: carnivals, banquets, fights, beatings, abuses, and curses. How can one explain this crossroads character of hell, and what is its philosophic meaning? It is, of course, impossible to answer this question by means of abstract argument. It is first of all necessary to turn to Rabelais sources and to the traditional representation of hell which existed throughout the Middle Ages and culminated in Renaissance literature. Second, we must disclose the popular elements of this tradition. Finally, we must seek to understand its meaning and that of the image itself, in the light of the major problems of Rabelais times. But first of all, let us say a few words about the antique sources. The literary works of antiquity that pictured hell are these: the 11th chapter of the Odyssey, Phaedrus, Phaedo, Georges, and the Republic of Plato, Scipio's Dream of Cicero, Virgil's Aeneid, and a series of Lucian's works, especially Menippus or the Descent into Hades. Rabelais knew all these works, but nothing can be said about their impact on his novel. Even Lucian's influence is usually much exaggerated. Actually, the resemblance of Menippus to the episode of Epistemon's visions is limited to merely external traits. Lucian describes the underworld as a gay picture. He stresses the element of travesty and exchange of roles. This picture prompts Menippus to compare the life of man to a pageant. Looking at all of this, I decided that the life of man is like a long process, in which fate is the leader who assigns each his place and dress. Taking anyone who chances along, he clothes him in royal robes and tiara, gives him a bodyguard of lance-bearers, places a diadem on his head, he clothes another one in a slave's garb, bestows beauty on a third, while yet another one is rendered hideous and ridiculous. For, of course, the spectacle must be varied. The powerful on earth, the kings, and the rich, in Lucian's Hades have changed position. And you would laugh even more seeing the kings and satraps begging among the dead and forced because of their poverty to sell dried meat or teach grammar. Every passerby mocks them, slapping them in the face as the least of slaves. I could not control myself when I saw Philip of Macedonia in a corner. He was mending rotten footwear for a small fee. Yes, you can see many others there on the crossroads, collecting alms: Xerxes, Darius, Polycrates. Compare this to Epistemon's account of the underworld, Book 2, Chapter 30. The only thing is that their conditions are changed very curiously. I saw Alexander the Great, for instance. Do you know what he does? Well, he earns the barest living by darning old hose. Xerxes is a crier of mustard, Romulus a salt maker, Numa Pompilius, the royal Roman lawgiver, is a nailsmith. In spite of this external resemblance, there is a deep essential difference between Rabelais and Lucian. Lucian's laughter is always abstract, ironical, devoid of true gaiety. Scarcely anything remains of the ambivalence of the Saturnalia symbols. The traditional images are bloodless and made to serve the abstract moral philosophies of Stoicism, moreover, degenerate and distorted by late cynicism. His kings are slapped in the face, as the least of slaves. But these are commonplace punishments of the regime of slavery, transferred to Hades. They are but a dim survival of the Saturnalian ambivalent king-slave images. These are mere blows, devoid of all generating force. They do not contribute to birth and renewal. Lucian's banquet presents the same commonplace, superficial aspect. The inmates of Lucian's underworld also eat, but eating has nothing in common with Rabelaisian feasting. Former kings may not enjoy it, but neither can the former slaves and beggars. Everybody eats but nobody feasts, not even the philosophers, who only laugh ironically, mocking the uncrowned kings and the wealthy. This is what matters most. Lucian's material bodily principle merely serves to debase the higher images, to render them commonplace, with almost no ambivalence. It does not renew or regenerate. Hence the crucial difference between Lucian and Rabelais is in tone and style. At the head of the medieval presentations of the underworld we must place the so-called Apocalypse of Peter. This work was composed by a Greek author at the end of the 1st or the beginning of the 2nd century and is a summary of the antique conceptions of Hades, adapted to Christian doctrine. The Apocalypse of Peter was not known in the Middle Ages in the original. 238 It determined the 4th century Visio Pauli, the vision of Paul, different versions of which were widespread in the Middle Ages. It strongly influenced the mighty torrent of Irish legends concerning paradise and hell, which played an immense role in the history of medieval literature. Among the Irish legends those linked with St. Patrick's Hole play an important role. This opening leads into purgatory. According to the legend, it was first shown by God to St. Patrick, who lived in the 5th century. In the middle of the 12th century the monk Henry de Salt Rice depicted the descent into purgatory of a knight. The work was entitled The Purgatory of St. Patrick. The famous The Vision of Tungdal was also written at about the same time. After his death, Tungdal undertook a journey into the underworld and returned to the world of the living to tell about the terrifying spectacles he had witnessed. These legends awakened an extraordinary interest and inspired a number of similar works: The Purgatory of St. Patrick by Marie of France, Of the Contempt of the World by Pope Innocent III, The Dialogues of St. Gregory, Dante's Divine Comedy. The images of ghostly visions, borrowed from the vision of Paul, developed and enriched by powerful Celtic imagination, acquired extraordinary dimensions and ever greater detail. The grotesque images of the body especially were multiplied. The number of sins increased as well as the forms of punishment, from 7 to 9 and more. In the structure of these images of torture it is easy to trace the specific logic of abuse, curses and oaths, and the logic of topographical bodily negation and debasement. These images are often organized as the realization of the metaphors contained in Billingsgate expressions. The body of the doomed sinner is presented in a grotesque aspect. The relation to devouring is often apparent: some sinners are roasted on a spit, others are forced to drink molten metal. In the vision of Tungdal Lucifer is pictured chained to a red-hot range while he himself devours sinners. One cycle of legends about the underworld was linked to Lazarus. According to one of these ancient legends, Lazarus, sitting at the feast with Christ at the house of Simon the leper, related his visions of the ghostly world. A sermon attributed to St. Augustine stressed the exceptional position of Lazarus as the only living man to have beheld the secrets of the other world. In this sermon Lazarus also relates his visions during the feast. The theologian Pierre Comestre quoted Lazarus' testimony. At the end of the 15th century the figure of Lazarus appeared in the Mysteries, but the banquet setting of his story was especially well known through the popular calendars. All these legends of the ghostly kingdom, containing grotesque bodily elements 239 and banquet images, determined the theme and imagery of the Diable Rise and prevailed in this genre. The Diable Rise also stressed the comic aspect of the images of hell. What was the influence of these legends and literary works on Rabelais' underworld? As we have seen, Rabelais stressed two main elements: first, the banquet that forms the setting of Epistemon's tale, he feasts in the netherworld, and so do the philosophers, food is sold by the inmates, and second, the consistently carnivalesque aspect of the ghostly kingdom. The banquet element is seen in the legends and writings of the Middle Ages to which we have alluded. In the vision of Tungdal, 12th century, Lucifer devours sinners while he himself roasts on a gigantic range. The Mysteries sometimes presented Lucifer in this setting. We find a similar image in Rabelais when Pantagruel relates that Lucifer one day broke his chain because of frightful colic after having breakfasted on the fricassee of a sergeant. In the 4th book, chapter 46, there is the devil's long discussion about the flavor of various souls, which are good for breakfast, which for dinner, and how they are to be served. Apparently, Rabelais' direct sources were two poems, Salat d'Enfer by an anonymous author and Songe d'Enfer by Raoul Houdin. In both poems the authors describe their visit to Beelzebub and their feast with the devils and present a detailed cuisine of sinners. Thus, the hero of Salat d'Enfer is served a soup of usurers, a roast of forgerers, and a sauce of lawyers. Raoul Houdin offers an even more detailed description of the infernal menu. Like Epistemon, the two poets enjoy a courteous welcome in hell and, like Rabelais characters, have a familiar conversation with Beelzebub. The influence on Rabelais of the cycle of legends related to Lazarus is no less obvious. We have already pointed out that the Epistemon episode is in part a parody of the resurrection of Lazarus in the Gospels. Epistemon's story about his ghostly visions has a banquet setting similar to that of the Lazarus legend. Such are the sources of the first, banquet, theme in Rabelais' Underworld. The origins of the second, carnival, theme can also be found in these sources. The carnivalesque, festive element is clearly indicated in the two poems. But it exists even earlier, in the most ancient cultic legends. The underworld symbolizes the defeated and condemned evil of the past. True, this evil is interpreted and represented from the official, Christian point of view. The negation bears, therefore, a somewhat dogmatic character. But in the legends this dogmatic negation is interwoven with the folkloric conception of the depths of the earth as the maternal womb, which at the same time absorbs and gives birth. It is also combined with the idea of the past as a gay monster that is chased away. The folkloric conception of gay time could not but penetrate the images of hell, as the symbol of the defeated evil of the past. This is why as early as the vision of Tungdal Lucifer is represented as a gay monster, the symbol of obsolete power and of fear that has been defeated. This theme with its incessant changes and varied nuances could create the gloomy images of Dante's Inferno and Rabelais' gay netherworld. Finally, the very logic of the lower stratum, of the inside-out and turnabout, irresistibly drew these images into the sphere of grotesque interpretation. But there is yet another element that must be taken into consideration. The gods of antique mythology which Christianity had turned into devils and the images of Roman Saturnalius which lived on during the Middle Ages were thrown by Orthodox Christian consciousness into hell and brought their pagan spirit along with them. One of the oldest descriptions of carnival is presented in the form of a mystic vision of the underworld. The 11th century Norman historian Orderic Vidal pictured in detail the vision of the priest Gosh Ellen, who on January 1, 1091, returning at night from a visit to the sick, saw Earl King's army marching along the deserted road. Earl King was described as a giant, armed with a huge mace, recalling Heracles. The army he led was motley, the front row formed by men wearing the skins of wild beasts and carrying all kinds of kitchen utensils and housewares, followed by men carrying 50 coffins. Tiny beings with large heads sat on the coffins holding big baskets in their hands. Then came 2 Ethiopians with a gibbet on which 2 men were tortured by a devil who dug his fiery spurs into their flesh. Next came a great number of women on horseback. Their saddles were studded with red-hot nails, onto which they fell as they rode. Among the women were noble ladies, some of them real people, alive at the time of the vision. Last came the clergy and soldiers enveloped in flames. All these marchers were souls of dead sinners. Gosh Ellen talked to 3 of them, one of whom was his dead brother, and learned that they were migrants from purgatory expiating their sins. Such is Goshelin's vision. 240. It does not, of course, refer to carnival. The priest himself, and the author who relates the incident, consider that Gosh Ellen saw Earl King's army. This mythological picture, similar to the Wild Army, the Wild Hunt, or King Arthur's army, is here subject to a Christian interpretation. Christian conceptions determine the character and the separate details of Orderic's story, Goshelin's terror, the complaints and moans of the marching men and women. The man of the gibbet tortured by the devil is the murderer of a priest, the women astride the saddles studded with nails are being punished for their depravity. In a word, the atmosphere is far from carnivalesque. And yet, The carnival character of the separate images and of the march is beyond question. In spite of the distorting influence of the Christian presentation, the traits of the Saturnalia appear quite clearly. We find here the image of the giant, which is characteristic of the grotesque body and is the constant protagonist of all such processions. The image of Heracles and his mace is closely related to the underworld. The newborn babes sitting on the coffins are no less typical. Beyond the Christian mise en scene we clearly see the ambivalence of birth-giving death. The material bodily lower stratum is symbolized by the depraved women, dames douce, whose obscene gestures imitate those of coitus. Let us recall the Rabelaisian metaphor of the sexual act borrowed from horseback riding, the saccade. The men wearing the skins of wild beasts and armed with kitchen utensils are obviously carnivalesque images. The flame burning the soldiers is the fire that burns and renews the terrifying past, the mockery of the Roman carnival. The vision also contains the element of uncrowning, since the sinners are former feudal lords, knights, noble ladies, clerics, who are now debased and deprived of their high positions. Gosh Ellen converses with a viscount who is punished because he was a corrupt judge, another lord stole his neighbor's mill. In this New Year's march there is something that reminds us of the procession of the uncrowned gods, especially in the figure of Earl King himself, armed with his mace. We know that in the Middle Ages the carnival processions, especially in Germany, were interpreted as the march of the rejected pagan gods. The idea of the deposed higher powers and truths had become part of the nucleus of carnival images. Neither can the influence of the Saturnalias be ignored here. The antique gods played in these parades the role of the Saturnalian uncrowned king. It is characteristic that in the second part of the 19th century a number of German scholars insisted on the Germanic origin of the word carnival, deriving it from Kame or hearth, which means a holy site, that is, a pagan community and its priests, and from val or wall, which means dead, killed. According to this theory, carnival meant the procession of the dead gods. We quote this interpretation merely to show how persistent was the conception of the deposed divinities. Orderic Vidal's candid tale proves how closely these images of hell and carnival were interwoven in the minds of God-fearing 11th century Christians. At the end of the Middle Ages the diabol rise emerged from this combination when the carnival element prevailed and transformed the underworld into a gay popular spectacle of the marketplace. We find a parallel process of carnivalization of hell in all the Renaissance festivals. Carnival hell was seen in various forms. Its metamorphoses in the Nuremberg carnival parades of the 16th century, recorded in detail, were a house, a tower, a palace, a ship, a windmill, a dragon spitting fire, an elephant with men astride, a giant devouring children, an old devil eating wicked wives, a store selling all kinds of rummage, the Venus mountain, an oven for the baking of fools, a cannon to shoot ill-tempered women, a trap to catch fools, a galley with monks and nuns, and the wheel of fortune spinning fools. The whole contraption, stocked with fireworks, was usually burned in front of the town hall. All these variations of the carnivalesque hell are ambivalent and include in one way or another the symbols of fear defeated by laughter. All of them are carnivalesque dummies representing in a more or less harmless form the old, receding world. At times these are merely ridiculous monsters, and at other times they symbolize the obsolete character of that old world, its futility, absurdity, stupidity, ridiculous pomposity, and so forth. These images are similar to the debasing junk that fills Rabelais' netherworld, the old hose that Alexander the Great is darning or the piles of rags and garbage that the former usurers pick over. This world is doomed to the regenerating flames of carnival. All that we have said above casts some light on the philosophical significance of the underworld images in medieval tradition as well as in Rabelais' novel. The organic link of hell with all the other images of the Rabelaisian system is made clear. Let us examine some aspects of these images. For thousands of years folk culture strove at every stage of its development to overcome by laughter, render sober, and express in the language of the material bodily lower stratum, in an ambivalent sense, all the central ideas, images, and symbols of official cultures. In the preceding chapter we saw how cosmic fear and the images of world catastrophes and eschatological theories, cultivated in official philosophies, found their comic equivalents. The carnivalesque disasters and parodical prophecies freed man from fear, brought the world closer to him, lightened the burden of time, and turned it into a sequence of gay transformations and renewals. The image of the underworld was also developed. We have seen that the process of carnivalization of the official conceptions of hell and purgatory took place throughout the Middle Ages. The elements of this process were contained even in the official visions of hell. At the conclusion of the medieval period, the underworld became a central theme, the crossroads of two cultures, the official and the popular tradition. This theme disclosed most clearly the difference between these two cultures. The underworld is a peculiar balance sheet, the end of individual lives and destinies, and at the same time the judgment dealt out to the separate life of man as a whole, based on the highest criteria of Christian philosophy, religious, metaphysical, ethical, social, and political. This synthesis revealed the fundamental medieval conception of good and evil, not in abstract form but in a strikingly intensified pictorial and emotional form. This is why the image of hell was a powerful instrument of ecclesiastical propaganda. The basic traits of official medieval culture reached their extreme limit in the images of the underworld, an ultimate concentration of gloom, fear, and intimidation. The non-historic appreciation of the individual and his destiny was here most consistently exemplified. The vertical line of ascent and fall prevailed, while the horizontal line of historic time was obliterated. The concept of time in official medieval culture was here most strikingly revealed. Folk culture strove to defeat through laughter this extreme projection of gloomy seriousness and to transform it into a gay carnival monster. Folk culture organized the inferno according to its own fashion, opposing sterile eternity by pregnant and birth-giving death, preserving the past by giving birth to a new, better future. If the Christian hell devalued earth and drew men away from it, the carnivalesque hell affirmed earth and its lower stratum as the fertile womb, where death meets birth and a new life springs forth. This is why the images of the material bodily lower stratum pervade the carnivalized underworld. The image of the netherworld in folk tradition becomes the symbol of the defeat of fear by laughter. The fear is dual, the mystic terror inspired by hell and death and the terror of the authority and truth of the past, still prevailing but dying, which has been hurled into the underworld. During the Renaissance the inferno was pictured as more and more filled with kings, popes, clerical and political leaders, not only the dead, but also those still living. All that was denied, condemned, doomed was collected in this nether region. The satire of the Renaissance and of the 17th century used this imagery to portray a gallery of historic figures and political characters. But this satire often presented, as in the case of Quevedo, a purely negative aspect. The ambivalence of the images was considerably mitigated. The literary treatment of this theme entered a new period of development. We know from Pantagruel's last chapter that Rabelais intended to describe his hero's journey into the legendary land of Prestigion, located in India, and thence into the underworld. This topic does not come as a surprise. Let us recall that Pantagruel's leading image is the gaping mouth, the gueule d'enfer, of the medieval mystery. All of these images lead downward to the earthly and bodily lower stratum. Even the swab episode, as we have seen, leads us to the netherworld. In Rabelais' basic source, the folk legend of Gargantua, there is an episode of the hero's descent into hell. True, the Great Chronicle does not contain this story, but a farce of 1540 alludes to the episode as to something commonly known. One of the new oral variants of the legend, recorded by Sibylla 241, also contains this incident. The heroes of folk humor often descend into hell. One of them was Harlequin, who, like Pantagruel, was a devil in his pre-literary past. In 1585, in Paris, there appeared a work entitled The Gay Story of the Feats and Adventures of the Italian Comedian, Harlequin, containing his dreams and visions, his descent into hell to bring back Mother Cardina, and his escape after having deceived Cerberus, the infernal king himself, and other devils. In hell Harlequin turns somersaults, leaps and skips, sticks out his tongue, and makes Charon and Pluto laugh. All these gay leaps and bounds are as ambivalent as the underworld itself. Harlequin's somersaults are topographical, their points of orientation are heaven, earth, the underworld, the top and the bottom. They present an interplay, a substitution of the face by the buttocks. In other words, the theme of the descent into hell is implicit in this simple acrobatic feat. The figures of folk humor tend to descend. The famous comic of the 17th century, Tabarin, went down into the inferno. His story, entitled Tabarin's Descent into Hell, was published in 1612. To return to Pantagruel, his journey to the underworld, according to the plan of the novel, was to lead through the land of Prestigion in India. This approach was in accord with legend, which presumed the opening to heaven and hell to be located in that region. But the route to be followed by Pantagruel to reach India, as Rabelais projected it, was the route to the extreme west, through the Isles de Perles, i.e., through Brazil. Thus the route to the legendary land of death, thought to lie to the west of the Pillars of Hercules, was also Rabelais' response to the geographical explorations of his time. In 1523 to 1524, Francis I had sent the Italian navigator Verrazzano to Central America in order to discover the straits that would shorten the distance between China and India, without sailing around Africa as did the Portuguese. Rabelais almost fulfilled the program of the novel as planned in the last chapter of Pantagruel. But the exterior aspect of the novel was drastically changed. We do not find the land of Prestigion, and the underworld has been replaced by the island of the Oracle of the Holy Bottle, though we do not know how Rabelais would have depicted this scene. As to the southwest route, it was replaced by the route to the northwest, Pantagruel's journey in the fourth book. This new itinerary to the northwest was also an echo of contemporary exploration, of France's now revised colonial thrusts. Since Verrazzano did not discover the straits of Central America, Rabelais' famous contemporary Jacques Cartier advanced a new plan, to shift the itinerary to the North Polar regions. In 1540 Cartier made his way to Canada. In 1541 Francis I sent him to colonize this newly discovered territory of North America. So Rabelais, too, changed his hero's itinerary and made him sail to the northwest, to the polar regions, to which Cartier was pointing. Cartier's itinerary was also the famous legendary route to hell and paradise. This northwestern route was enveloped in Celtic lore. To the northwest of Ireland the ocean was full of mystery. You could hear amid the roaring waves the moans of the dead. The waters were scattered with strange islands, full of wonders like those of India. We have seen that the whole of St. Patrick was part of those Celtic legends of the sea. The Irish tales were absorbed by the literature of late antiquity, especially by Lucian and Plutarch. For instance, Rabelais' novel contains the episode of the words that froze and melted. This incident was directly borrowed by the author from Plutarch, but its images are doubtless of Celtic origin. The same can be said of the episode of the Isle of the Macrians, inspired by Plutarch. Incidentally, Plutarch relates that Saturn, guarded by Briareus, lives on one of these northwestern islands. 242. We shall mention here one legend of this Celtic cycle, which doubtless influenced the story of Pantagruel's journey, that is, the fourth book of the novel. This is the legend of Saint Brendan's voyage, an ancient Christianized Irish myth. The Travels of Saint Brendan, Navigation Sancti Brendani, written in the 10th century, enjoyed immense popularity in the Middle Ages in all European countries, both in prose and in poetic form. The most interesting version is the Anglo-Norman poem of the monk Benoit, written in 1125. It can be summarized as follows, noting similarities to Rabelais. Saint Brendan and 17 monks of his monastery sailed from Ireland in search of paradise, to the northwest, toward the polar regions. This is also Pantagruel's route. The voyage lasted 7 years. Saint Brendan sailed from island to island, as did Pantagruel, ever discovering new wonders. On one of these isles he found white sheep as large as deer. On another he saw gigantic trees with red leaves, white birds perched on their branches were singing the praise of God. On another isle one deep silence reigned, and lamps shone at the time of the holy office. The old man described in the legend is much like Rabelais Macrobius. The travelers had to celebrate Easter on a shark's back, and there is in Rabelais an episode picturing a whale. Saint Brendan witnesses a fight between a dragon and a griffin and observes a sea serpent and other monsters. The monks overcome all the dangers, thanks to their piety. At one time they see a great sapphire altar rising from the sea. They pass by the opening leading to hell from which a cloud of fire rises. Near the jaws of hell they find Judas sitting on a small rock surrounded by stormy waves. He rests from his torment on feast days. Finally, they reach the gates of paradise. Its walls of precious stones glisten with topazes, amethysts, amber, and onyx. A heavenly messenger permits them to visit paradise. They see lush meadows, flowers, trees laden with fruit. A sweet fragrance fills the air. The woods are inhabited by gentle beasts, rivers of milk flow through the grounds, and the dew is made of honey. It is neither hot nor cold. There is no hunger, no sadness. We have here a typical example of the medieval concept of earthly space and of movement within this space. Just as in the grotesque body, there is no opaque surface, only cavities and heights. An excellent symbol of this legendary relief is the hole of hell and next to it Judas Rock, or the sapphire altar rising from the depths of the sea. The opening to hell and the gates of paradise break up the earth's surface and disclose other worlds. In this legend Christian ecclesiastical ideas are combined with contrasting popular images. The images are still powerful and lend their charm to the legend. Paradise is a popular utopian kingdom of material bodily abundance and peace. It is the golden age of Saturn, where there are no wars, no suffering, but material wealth. Plutarch precisely located Saturn's abode on one of the isles of the Irish Sea. Thus in this pious poem, as in Gauchelin's mystic vision, we hear the ever-present overtones of the Saturnalias. In Pantagruel's voyage to the northwest, the legendary route to the utopian land of peace and abundance is interwoven with the real contemporary route, the last word in geographical exploration, the route of Jacques Cartier. Such a combination is characteristic of all Rabelais basic images. We shall resume this topic in the next chapter. The themes inspired by Saint Brendan's voyage are combined in the fourth book with images of a different order. Actually, Pantagruel's entire voyage takes place in the underworld, the obsolete world of comic monsters. The Isle of the Catchpoles, the Isle of Wild Sausages and the carnivalesque war of its inhabitants, the figure of Kermprenant, and its fantastic anatomization, the Isles of Poppymania and Pope Figuri, the Isle of Gaster and the festive offerings of the gastrolators, as well as the inserted tales and episodes, especially the stories about the beating of the catchpoles by the Lord of Basque and villains' tricks. All these are carnivalesque images of the old world and of the old truths. They are the gay monsters who fill the grotesque underworld and are the protagonists of the diable rise. The downward thrust in its most varied forms and manifestations marks all the images of the fourth book. We must also note the great number of political allusions in this section of the novel. The legendary wonders of the Irish Sea are thus transformed into a gay carnivalesque underworld. As we see, Rabelais' initial plan, suggested in his last book, the fourth, was consistently carried out, in spite of all external transformations. The philosophical meaning of the downward movement and of the underworld images which reflect it must be understood in the light of the radical reconstruction that the medieval picture of the universe underwent during the Renaissance. In the preceding chapter we described the hierarchical character of the medieval physical cosmos, the respective positions of the four elements and their movement. Such a gradation also existed in the metaphysical and moral world order. An important influence on the entire medieval philosophy was exercised by Dionysius the Areopagite. His works 243 contain a complete and consistent development of the idea of hierarchy. The teaching of the Areopagite is a combination of Neoplatonism and Christianity. The idea of a graded cosmos, divided into higher and lower worlds, was taken from Neoplatonism. While Christianity brought the idea of redemption as an intermediary between these two levels, Dionysius offered a systematic description of his hierarchical scale, leading from heaven to earth. Between man and God there is the world of pure intelligences and heavenly powers. They are divided into three circles which, in turn, have three subdivisions. The Church's hierarchy faithfully reflects this heavenly pattern. The teaching of the Areopagite had a great influence on Erigena, Albert the Great, Thomas Aquinas, and others. In the medieval picture of the world, the top and bottom, the higher and the lower, have an absolute meaning both in the sense of space and of values. Therefore, the images of the upward movement, the way of ascent, or the symbols of descent and fall played in this system an exceptional role, as they did also in the sphere of art and literature. Every important movement was seen and interpreted only as upward and downward, along a vertical line. All metaphors of movement in medieval thought and art have this sharply defined, surprisingly consistent vertical character. All that was best was highest, all that was worst was lowest. The horizontal line of movement, forward or backward, is absent. It was non-essential, since it brought no change to objects in the scale of values or in their true destiny. It was understood as static, or as a senseless rotation within a closed circuit. Even the medieval accounts of voyages and pilgrimages were devoid of the special pathos of advance along the world's horizontal. In these medieval tales the line of advance was distorted and replaced by the vertical concept of world space. The concrete, visible model of the earth on which medieval thought was based was essentially vertical. This hierarchical movement also determined the idea of time, which was conceived as horizontal. Therefore, the hierarchy was considered outside of time, and time was not essential for hierarchical ascent. There was no conception of progress, of moving forward in time. It was possible to be instantly reborn in the highest spheres, even before Mahomet's pitcher would have time to spill. Medieval eschatology devalued time. Dante's picture of the world is characteristic. In his world a considerable role is attributed to time, but all Dante's metaphors of spatial values have a purely vertical tendency of ascent and fall. He knows only the upward and the downward, not the forward movement. But he develops his system of vertical images with extraordinary depth and richness. His entire world is shown along the vertical line, from the lowest level, Satan's jaws, to the extreme heights that are the abodes of God and of beatified souls. The only movement that changes the position and the destiny of the soul is the upward or downward movement. We scarcely find any outstanding images of near or remote objects in time and space. Both in the Divina Commedia and in the Vita Nuova Beatrice's image is projected in the hierarchical light. The fall makes this image remote, while the soul that is raised draws it nearer. The infinite distance separating the poet from the beloved can be instantly overcome or can be made to last forever. Time and space seem to be entirely excluded from the story of this love, they exist only in their symbolic aspect. How different from popular folk lyrics, where remoteness from the object of love, the long and difficult roads leading to it, and the concrete time of expectation play such an essential role. 244 Time is devalued in Dante's world. In the hierarchical order every moment contains the extreme low degree and the high degree of perfection. Real historic time can change nothing. But the medieval picture of the world as it appears in Dante is already in a state of crisis and stands at the breaking point. In spite of his ideological intentions, individuality and variety appear in his work on a single hierarchical plane. Such images as Farinata, Ugolino, Paolo, and Francesca are important and are differentiated but not according to their hierarchical position on the scale of the ascending souls. Dante's world is extremely complex. His exceptional artistic force is revealed in the powerful tension of opposed elements that pervades all his images. The mighty impact of the upward vertical movement is opposed by the no less mighty impulse to break through toward the horizontal of real space and historic time, the tendency to understand and form destiny outside the hierarchical norms and values of the Middle Ages. Hence the extraordinary tension of the balance created in his world by Dante's titanic power. At the time of Rabelais the hierarchical world of the Middle Ages was crumbling. The narrow, vertical, extratemporal model of the world, with its absolute top and bottom, its system of ascents and descents, was in the process of reconstruction. A new model was being constructed in which the leading role was transferred to the horizontal lines, to the movement forward in real space and in historic time. Philosophy, scientific knowledge, human practice, and art, as well as literature, all worked on this new model. In the struggle for a new conception of the world and for the destruction of the medieval hierarchy, Rabelais continually used the traditional folklore method of contrast, the inside-out, the positive negation. He made the top and the bottom change places, intentionally mixed the hierarchical levels in order to discover the core of the object's concrete reality, to free it from its shell and to show its material bodily aspect, the real being outside all hierarchical norms and values. The mighty thrust of all folk images into the absolute lower stratum, the element of time they contain, and the ambivalent nature of the underworld are opposed in Rabelais to the abstract hierarchical tendency to ascend. Rabelais sought the real world and real historic time, not on the upper level but in the lower depths. In the words of the priestess of the holy bottle, the greatest treasures are hidden underground, and the wisest of all is time, since it will reveal all riches and all secrets. The material bodily principle, earth, and real time become the relative center of the new picture of the world. Not the ascent of the individual soul into the higher sphere but the movement forward of all mankind, along the horizontal of historic time, becomes the basic criterion of all evaluations. Having done its part upon earth, the individual soul fades and dies together with the individual body, but the body of the people and of mankind, fertilized by the dead, is eternally renewed and moves forever forward along the historic path of progress. Rabelais gave to these ideas an almost direct theoretical expression in Gargantua's famous letter to Pantagruel, Book 2, Chapter 8. Let us examine the part of the letter related to this philosophy. Among the gifts, graces and prerogatives with which our sovereign Creator, God Almighty, blessed and enriched humanity from the beginning, there is one that I deem supreme. By its means, though we be mortal, we can yet achieve a sort of immortality, through it we may, in the course of our transitory lives, yet perpetuate our name and race. I therefore have reason to give thanks to God, my Saviour, for having granted me the joy of beholding my old age blossom anew in your youth. When, by His pleasure, which rules and orders everything, my soul must abandon this human habitation, I shall not believe I am dying utterly, but rather passing from one place to another. For in you my visible image will continue to live on earth, by you, I shall go on frequenting honorable men and true friends, as I was wont to do. Book 2, Chapter 8. This letter is written in high rhetorical style. It is a bookish speech externally loyal to the Catholic Church and delivered by a humanist obeying all the norms and conventions of eloquence. Neither does the tone of the letter, nor the rather archaic style, nor the correct, pious choice of words contain the slightest allusion to the marketplace jargon that characterizes the novel. Gargantua's admonition seems to belong to a different world, it is a model of official oration. However, the letter's contents do not correspond to official ecclesiastic philosophy. In spite of all the pious forms of speech, marking the beginning and the end of nearly every paragraph, the ideas developed by Gargantua concerning earthly immortality belong to a dimension entirely different from the Church's teaching. Rabelais does not openly contest the eternal life of the soul outside the body, which he accepts as self-evident. But he is interested in the related idea, immortality linked with the body, with earthly life, accessible to a living experience. He is interested in the perpetuation of human culture and of the seed, the name, the deeds of men. He is not satisfied with the static survival of the soul departing from the senile body for another world. He wants to see himself, his old age and senility, flowering in the new youth of his son, grandson, and great-grandson. We stress Rabelais' characteristic approach. He does not say that the son takes the place of the father, such an expression would break the tie between father and son, old age and youth, as two static, closed phenomena opposed to each other. Rabelais' image has a dual body, he says that old age flowers anew in youth, mon antiquite charnu refluerit en ta jeunesse. To express his idea he uses the rhetorical form, which is an adequate translation of the grotesque folk image of pregnant old age and birth-giving death. Rabelais' picture stresses the uninterrupted but contradictory unity of the vital process, which does not cease on death but on the contrary triumphs in it, for death is life's rejuvenation. Let us take note of another typical expression in Gargantua's letter. He writes, "When my soul must abandon this human habitation, I shall not believe I am dying utterly, but rather passing from one place to another." It could be surmised that the ego will not die utterly because it will rise to the heavenly abodes together with the soul departing from the body. But it seems that the soul's destiny does not interest Gargantua. He thinks of the change of habitation in earthly terms and within earthly space. He is interested in the life of his son and in the destiny of all the future generations. The vertical line of the soul's ascent is here completely suppressed. There remains the bodily horizontal, the passing from one abode to another, from the old to the youthful body, from generation to generation, from the past to the future. But Rabelais did not have in mind the biological renewal and rejuvenation of a man through his progeny. For him the biological element could not be separated from the social, historic, and cultural element. The father's new flowering in the son does not take place on the same level but on a higher degree of mankind's development. When life is reborn, it does not repeat itself, it is perfected. Gargantua further points out in his letter the great transformation that took place during his lifetime. Now, by God's grace, light and dignity have been restored to letters, and I have lived to see it. Indeed, I have watched such a revolution in learning that I, not erroneously reputed in my manhood the leading scholar of the century, would find it difficult to enter the bottom class in a grammar school. Book 2, Chapter 8. Let us note, first of all, Rabelais' clear awareness of the historical revolution that has taken place, of the changing times, and the advent of a new era. The author expresses this awareness in the other parts of his novel with the help of a system of folk images, celebrating the new year, spring, or carnival. In Gargantua's letter he creates a theoretical basis. Rabelais clearly defines the specific character of human rejuvenation. The son does not merely repeat the youth of his father. Although Gargantua is the most highly educated man of his time, his knowledge is now insufficient for a child in first grade. Mankind is incessantly progressing historically and culturally, and thanks to this progress, the youth of each new generation attains a higher degree of cultural development. This is not the youth of an animal, which simply repeats the pattern of the preceding generations, it is the growth of historic man. The image of old age flowering in its progeny has also a historic character. This, once more, is not the rejuvenation of the biological individual but of historic man's culture. 2 centuries were to elapse before Rabelais' idea could be repeated, and not in its best version, by Herder and his teaching of the progress of human culture in each new generation. Herder's attempt to justify death is idealistic, and his optimism is somewhat far-fetched. It lacks the quality of Rabelais' unconditional defense of life, which is also inclusive of death. The idea that man becomes more nearly perfect is completely cut off from the vertical ascent. The new, horizontal movement forward in real time and space is the prevailing note here. Man's improvement is attained not by the rise of the individual soul toward the hierarchical higher spheres but by man's historical development. In Rabelais' novel the image of death is devoid of all tragic or terrifying overtones. Death is the necessary link in the process of the people's growth and renewal. It is the other side of birth. Rabelais expressed this idea clearly, though somewhat rationalistically and conventionally, in the 3rd chapter of Pantagruel, when Gargantua's wife dies as their son is born. In this situation Gargantua suffers great embarrassment, a terrible doubt racked his brain. Should he weep over the death of his wife or rejoice over the birth of his son? And so he cries like a cow, but then, thinking of Pantagruel, exclaims, "Ho, ho ho, ho, how happy I am! Let us drink, ho! And put away our melancholy. Bring out the best wine, rinse the glasses, lay the table, drive out those dogs, poke up the fire, light the candles, close that door there, cut the bread in sippets for our pottage, send away these beggar folk but give them anything they ask for. You, there, hold my gown. I shall strip to my doublet to entertain the gossips better. As he said this, he heard the priests chanting litanies and mementos as they bore his wife off to burial. Book 2, Chapter 3. Birth and death meet in this scene. Death is the other side of birth. Gargantua does not know whether he should laugh or cry, but the joy of renewal prevails. The father celebrates the triumph of life by a gay feast, but as in the entire Rabelaisian world we find here an element of a utopian future. All that is not in the banquet spirit must be eliminated, no beggars, no dogs asking for food are allowed. Clothes must be changed, I shall strip to my doublet. There is also a travesty of the liturgy, the Last Supper, wine, bread, a clean tablecloth, burning candles, closed doors. But the celebration marks a real triumph, for life has defeated death. In Rabelais' system of images the combination of death and laughter is characteristic. The episode of Janitas de Bragmerdo, which we have analyzed elsewhere, ends as follows. The theologian had no sooner concluded than Ponocrates and Eudaemon burst into such uproarious peals of mirth that they all but gave up the ghost. Theirs was almost the plight of Roman Crassus, who died of laughter when he saw a mule eating thistles and Greek Philemon, an ass eating figs prepared for his own dinner. Master Janitas began to laugh too, and all vied in hilarity. Their eyes watered at the violent concussion of the cerebral substance which pressed out these lacrimal humidities and brought them flowing out through the optic nerves. Here was a picture of Democritus Heraclitizing and Heraclitus democratizing. Book I, Chapter 20. Death from laughter is one of the forms of gay death. Rabelais turns more than once to this theme. In the 10th chapter of Gargantua he enumerates the cases of death caused by happiness and joy. These examples are borrowed from antique sources. For instance, he takes from Aulus Gellius the death of Diagramoras, whose 3 sons won the Olympic Games and who died from joy when the 3 youths placed their laurel crowns on his head and the spectators showered flowers on him. In Pliny Rabelais found the death of the Lacedaemonian Ilan in similar circumstances. 245 There are 9 cases of death from joy in Rabelais listing. The author even gives a physiological explanation of these accidents, founded on Galen. In the 3rd book, chapter 21, we find the story of the last moments of the poet Ramonagrobes. When Panurge and his companions visited the good old man, he was in the agony of death but still smiling cheerfully. In the 4th book Rabelais describes the strange death of the giant wide nostrils, swallower of windmills, and cites a long list of unusual demises, some of them due to happy circumstances, as death from drowning in a barrel of Malvasia. Rabelais had borrowed most of these stories from ancient and new anthologies of death, which presented their subjects systematically and were extremely popular. Rabelais' main source was the anthology of erudite works collected by Ravissous Textor. 246 This collection's first chapter was devoted to death and one section was entitled, Deaths from Laughter and Joy. 247 This interest in unusual and gay deaths was typical of Rabelais and of his time. Death is an ambivalent image for Rabelais and for the popular sources from which he drew his material, therefore, death can be gay. While depicting an individual body in the throes of death, this image also shows a glimpse of another youthful body being born, even if it is not shown or directly named, it is implicit in the image. Where death is, there also is birth, change, renewal. The image of birth is no less ambivalent, it represents the body that is born and at the same time shows a glimpse of the departing one. In the first case we have the negative pole but without a break with the positive pole, in the second case, we have the reverse, the positive continuous with the negative. The image of the underworld also bears this ambivalent character, it contains the past, the rejected and condemned, as unworthy to dwell in the present, as something useless and obsolete. But it also gives us a glimpse of the new life, of the future that is born, for it is this future that finally kills the past. All these ambivalent images are dual-bodied, dual-faced, pregnant. They combine in various proportions negation and affirmation, the top and the bottom, abuse and praise. We shall have to examine once more this ambivalence of Rabelais images, but mostly from the formal point of view. We shall first discuss Rabelais' peculiar form of negation, with which we are already partly familiar. We shall then turn to the combination of praise-abuse in the words used in his novel. 248. Negation in popular festive imagery has never an abstract logical character. It is always something obvious, tangible. That which stands behind negation is by no means nothingness, but the other side of that which is denied, the carnivalesque upside down. Negation reconstructs the image of the object and first of all modifies the topographical position in space of the object as a whole, as well as of its parts. It transfers the object to the underworld, replaces the top by the bottom, or the front by the back, sharply exaggerating some traits at the expense of others. Negation and destruction of the object are therefore their displacement and reconstruction in space. The non-being of an object is its other face, its inside-out. And this inside-out or lower stratum acquires a time element. It may be conceived as the past, the obsolete, or the non-existent. The object that has been destroyed remains in the world, but in a new form of being in time and space. It becomes the other side of the new object that has taken its place. Carnival celebrates the destruction of the old and the birth of the new world, the new year, the new spring, the new kingdom. The old world that has been destroyed is offered together with the new world and is represented with it as the dying part of the dual body. This is why in carnivalesque images there is so much turnabout, so many opposite faces and intentionally upset proportions. We see this first of all in the participants' apparel. Men are transaviced as women and vice versa. Costumes are turned inside out, and outer garments replace underwear. The description of a chivalry of the early 14th century, in Roman du Fauvel, says of its participants, they donned all their garments backward. This logic of the wrong side out and of bottoms up is also expressed in gestures and other movements: to walk backward, to ride a horse facing its tail, to stand on one's head, to show one's backside. 249. We find a similar logic in the choice and use of carnival objects. They are, so to speak, turned inside out, utilized in the wrong way, contrary to their common use. Household objects are turned into arms, kitchen utensils and dishes become musical instruments. Useless and worn-out items are produced, such as a pierced bucket and a barrel with its bottom knocked out. We have already seen the role played by junk in the carnivalesque underworld. We have also sufficiently discussed the part played by bottoms up in folk humor, from common somersaults to more complex comic situations. The imagery of time and space is also marked by the element of negation in abuse. This element is usually topographical, the bottom of the earth, the bottom of the human body. Abuse is the most ancient form of ambivalent negative imagery. In Rabelais' system of images, a highly important role is played by negation in time and space, expressed in forms of the contrary: the backside, the lower stratum, the inside out, and the topsy-turvy. We have already given a sufficient number of these examples. As a matter of fact, the negative pole in this time-space play is not removed from the positive pole. This is not an abstract, absolute negation that clearly cuts off the object from the rest of the world. The time-space negation does not make such a division. It considers the phenomenon in its becoming, in its movement from the negative to the positive pole. It does not deal with an abstract concept, for this is no logical negation. It actually offers a description of the world's metamorphoses, its remodeling, its transfer from the old to the new, from the past to the future. It is the world passing through the phase of death on the way to birth. This is not understood by those who see in such images a bare, purely negative satire of definite, strictly limited contemporary manifestations. It would be more correct, though not quite accurate, to say that these images are oriented toward the entire scope of the contemporary world, toward the present as such, and that they represent this present in the sequence of the past giving birth to the future, or in the past's pregnant death. Side by side with the time-space form of negation we see a related form constructing the positive image by means of the negation of certain manifestations. This is a process similar to the opposite, inside-out logic but in a more abstract form, without the clear time-space exchange. This form was widely utilized in grotesque realism. Its most common aspect is the simple act of replacing a negation by an affirmation. This is the method used to a certain extent by Rabelais in his construction of the image of the Abbey of Theleme. Theleme is the opposite of a monastery. That which is forbidden in the monastery is permitted and even prescribed in Theleme. We find in medieval literature a number of similar constructions. The Rules of Blessed Libertine, a parody of monastic law, is similarly built on sanctifying that which is forbidden. Another example is the so-called Song of the Vagrant Order, which rejects the common prohibitions. During the Renaissance, a picture of the inside-out monastery where everything is submitted to the cult of love was given by Jean Lemaire in his Temple of Venus and by Coquillart in his New Rites. Both these works had a certain influence on Rabelais. In this play with negation, the opposition to the official world and all its prohibitions and limitations is obviously revealed. It also expresses the recreative, festive suspension of these restrictions. It is a carnival game of negation, and this game may also serve utopian tendencies, though expressed in a rather formalistic aspect. The most interesting example of this carnivalesque game of negation is the famous History of Nemo, Historia de Nemini, one of the most unusual pages of Latin recreative literature. Radulphus Glaber, a French monk, composed the Historia de Nemini in the form of a sermon. Nemo is a hero whose nature, position, and exceptional powers are equal to those of the second person of the Trinity, that is, the Son of God. Radulphus discovered the great Nemo in a number of biblical, evangelical, and liturgical texts, as well as in Cicero, Horace, and other writers of antiquity. The word Nemo, nobody, which in Latin is used as a negation, was interpreted by Radulphus as a proper noun. For instance, in the scriptures Nemo Deum vidit, nobody has seen God, in his interpretation became Nemo saw God. Thus, everything impossible, inadmissible, inaccessible, is, on the contrary, permitted for Nemo. Thanks to this transposition, Nemo acquires the majestic aspect of a being almost equal to God, endowed with unique, exceptional powers, knowledge, he knows that which no one else knows, and extraordinary freedom, he is allowed that which nobody is permitted. Radulphus' work has not been preserved, but the character of Nemo which he created impressed some of his contemporaries to the extent of initiating a special sect, the Sectum Neminiana. This movement was opposed by a certain Stephen from the monastery of St. George, who demanded that the followers of the sect be condemned by the Paris hierarchy and burned at the stake. Stephen's polemic, as well as a number of revised versions of Nemo, have been preserved. There are many manuscripts of these revisions dating from the 14th and the 15th centuries, proving Nemo's immense popularity. What was the attraction of this extraordinary character? We do not know what were the intentions of Nemo's original creator, Radulphus. But he probably did not take his character seriously. Probably Nemo was no more than a game, the diversion of a medieval cleric. But the limited and bluntly serious Stephen, an agelast like Rabelais tickle-pecker, took the story at its face value and began to fight the heresy. However, his approach was not typical. All Nemo's revised versions have the obvious and frank character of an amusing game. We have no reason to believe that the Nemo story in its different versions was in any way connected with the Feast of Fools or any other definite festivity of the carnival type. But its link with the festive, recreational atmosphere of the Shrove days is beyond question. Nemo's story is a typical recreation of the medieval cleric, as is the majority of medieval parodies. In this genre, speaking like the eulogists of the Feast of Fools, folly inherent in man, in the ambivalent sense, must freely express itself. This is the air that must be pumped into wine barrels in order to preserve them from the continual ferment of piousness and fear of God. Nemo is the free carnivalesque play with official negations and prohibitions. This image is spun from freedom, it is the liberation from all the restrictions that oppress man and are consecrated by official religion. Hence, the exceptional attraction of this game for medieval man. All the endless gloomy sentences, no one may, no one can, no one knows, no one dares are transformed into gay words, Nemo may, Nemo can, Nemo knows, Nemo must, Nemo dares. The authors of the revised texts heaped up more and more freedoms, liberties, and exceptions on behalf of their hero. The proverb says, no one is a prophet in his own country, Nemo est acceptus propheta in patria, but Nemo is a prophet at home. No one can have two wives, but Nemo is allowed bigamy. According to the Benedictine rule, it was forbidden to talk after supper, but Nemo was an exception, he could talk, post completorium Nemo loquatur. Thus, from the highest divine commandments to minor restrictions and limitations of monastic life, Nemo's independence, freedom, and power remained unrestrained. The play with negation in Nemo's image was not devoid of a certain utopian element, though this utopianism had a formal anarchist character. In spite of the difference between this play and the previously mentioned time-space forms of negation, the opposite world, the inside-out, these two genres have an important function in common. Nemo's image is the incarnation of the opposite of the world of limited human possibilities, of official obligations and prohibitions. This is why the two forms are often combined and confused. The play with negation can be found often in the work of Rabelais. Besides the Thelemae Utopia, already mentioned, let us look at gargantuous childish occupations, where proverbs are used in their opposite sense. The role of negation is also important in the description of the exterior and interior organs of Cairn Prenant and of his way of life. We also find this play in the eulogy of Penrhydstedts, in the picture of the Isle of Ennison, and in a series of other episodes. Moreover, the play with negation is scattered throughout the entire novel. It is difficult at times to draw the line between the time-space opposites and the play with opposite meanings. One form passes directly into the other, as in the description of Cairn Prenant. Both body and meaning can do a cartwheel, and in both cases the image becomes grotesque and ambivalent. The play with negation and its time-space expression both combine in one single image the old and the new, the dying and the generated. Both phenomena are the expression of one dual-bodied world and of that time element which simultaneously destroys and renews, replaces and substitutes. Let us now look at the fusion of praise and abuse in Rabelais language. We have discussed this phenomenon in a previous chapter, where we saw that abuse is the other side of praise. The popular festive language of the marketplace abuses while praising and praises while abusing. It is a two-faced Janus. It is addressed to the dual-bodied object, to the dual-bodied world, for this language is always universal. It is directed at once to the dying and to what is being generated, to the past that gives birth to the future. Either praise or abuse may prevail, but the one is always on the brink of passing into the other. Praise implicitly contains abuse, is pregnant with abuse, and vice versa, abuse is pregnant with praise. Rabelais has no neutral words, we always hear a mixture of praise and abuse. But this is the praise and abuse of the whole of gay time. The point of view of the whole is far from being neutral and indifferent. It is not the dispassionate position of a third party, for there is no place for a third party in the world of becoming. The whole simultaneously praises and abuses. Praise and abuse may be aligned or divided among private voices, but in the whole they are fused into ambivalent unity. Praise and abuse are mixed in Rabelais not only in the author's words but often also in the words of his characters. They are directed at the whole as well as at every part, however insignificant, for no part is seen separately from the whole. The fusion of praise-abuse belongs to the very essence of the Rabelaisian language. It would be superficial and radically false to explain this mixture by the fact that in every real part of the existing world, as well as in every real individual, positive and negative traits are always combined, because there is always a reason for praise as well as for abuse. Such an explanation has a static and mechanical character. It conceives parts of the world seen as isolated, immovable, and completed. Moreover, Separate features are stressed according to abstract moral principles. In Rabelais' novel, praise abuse is aimed at the entire present and at each of its parts, for all that exists dies and is born simultaneously, combines the past and the future, the obsolete and the youthful, the old truth and the new truth. However small the part of the existing world we have chosen, we shall find in it the same fusion. And this fusion is deeply dynamic. All that exists, both in the whole and in each of its parts, is in the act of becoming, and therefore comic, as all that is becoming, but its nature is also ironic and joyful. We shall examine 2 episodes of the novel in which this fusion of praise-abuse is expressed with the greatest clarity and simplicity. We shall then look at similar manifestations and at some of their common sources. In the 3rd book, Panurge, depressed by the unsolved problem of whether to marry and puzzled by the unsatisfactory answers of fortune-telling, turns to Friar John for advice. He makes his request in the form of a litany. For his invocation he chooses the indecent word kouillon and repeats it 153 times, accompanying it with praise concerning the excellent condition of the friar's genital organ. Here is the beginning of this litany. O dumpy cod, stumpy cod, famous in birth, famous in girth, O cod, rich in lactary secretions and heavy as lead, O cod, rose red, O cod, above all things fair, cod covered with hair, O cod, cocked and docked, veined and ingrained, hear me, I beseech you. O tuck, O cod, O stucco cod, O cod grotesque, what incunabula you scrawl in grottos, cod humoresque, cod arabesque, with styles, devices, mottos. Book 3, Chapter 26. All the 153 epithets added to kouillon are extremely varied. They are grouped, without strict order, either for their alliteration, rhyme, or even assonance, or according to the various fields from which these expressions are taken: terms of the pictorial arts, grotesque, arabesque, literary terms, tragic, satiric. But all these are purely exterior links, which have no relation whatever to the object itself. All the epithets are equally unexpected and fortuitous. The word kouillon, like all indecent words, is isolated. It is not used in the pictorial arts, in architecture, or in trade. Each epithet applied to it is unusual and forms a mésalliance. But all the 153 terms have one trait in common: they all have a positive character, represent the kouillon in excellent condition, and are, in this sense, a form of praise and glorification. After Panurge has explained his case, Friar John addresses him in turn. But he is displeased with Panurge and his tone is therefore quite different. He chooses a similar form of invocation and repeats it 150 times, but all his epithets depict the phallus in poor condition. Here is an excerpt of Friar John's litany: O moldy, mildewed, musty cod, O fusty cod, O riasty, rusty cod, cod frigid and numb, kneaded in ice-cold water, cod pendant and pendulous, O cod appellent, cod leveled, slack, relaxed and flapping cod, hear me, I beseech you. Book 3, Chapter 28. Friar John's invocation is abusive. The outward principle of choosing the epithets is the same as that adopted by Panurge. As applied to the given object they are fortuitous, except perhaps a few that indicate the symptoms of venereal disease. Such is this famous episode of the parodical invocations. Let us first of all point out certain traits these images have in common with the swabs we previously discussed. The similarities are obvious. The 153 epithets linked with the phallus are subject to the rite of uncrowning and lead to a new birth. Their meaning is renewed in a sphere of life unusual for them. We are already familiar with this method. Let us look at some new elements. The very word kouillon, or cod, was current in familiar Billingsgate as a form of address, as abuse, as caress, colio, couillet, as friendly encouragement, or simply as an overemphasized mode of speech. In Rabelais' novel this word is used frequently. The author offers a great number of derivations, some of them rather unexpected: couillard, colatra, coulaud, couillet, koianas, koiane, koioniform, koionic, koioniquement, and finally the woodcutter's name, colatries. Such unexpected and unusual derivations revived and renewed the word. Rabelais likes extraordinary derivations from indecent words. We must note that koion contained an element of familiar invocation much stronger than that of other similar expressions. This is why Rabelais chose it for the construction of his parodical litany. The word was essentially ambivalent, it closely combined praise and abuse, it glorified and humiliated. In this sense it was similar to the word fall or sot. Just as the fool was the king of the other world, the inside-out world, so was koion the main organ of procreative force, the center of the non-official, forbidden picture of the world, the king of the topographic bodily lower stratum. Rabelais developed this ambivalence in his litany. It is impossible to trace a sharp line of distinction between the praise and the abuse of this invocation, to find where the one ends and the other begins. In this case it is not important whether the one litany chooses only the positive, and the other only the negative epithets. Both these categories are related to the deeply ambivalent word koion, and both of them only strengthen this ambivalence. The word is repeated 303 times in the litanies. The very fact that the prayerful, cordial tone is replaced by the contemptuous, ironic one only increases the ambivalence of this Janus-like, dual-faced Billingsgate. Thus Panurge's praise and Friar John's abuse are equally two-faced, each in its own way. Put together they form another two-faced Janus of what might be called second degree. This ambivalent eulogy of koion creates the peculiar atmosphere of the entire conversation of Friar John and Panurge, an atmosphere characteristic of the whole novel. The eulogy introduces the same tone of absolute familiar Billingsgate frankness, where all things are named by their own name, shown from the front and from behind, from top to bottom, from inside and out. To whom is the praise-abuse of the litanies addressed? To Panurge? To Friar John? Perhaps it is addressed to those 303 manifestations, which are hitched as epithets to the indecent word and are thus uncrowned and renewed. Formally, the praise-abuse of the litanies is addressed to Friar John and Panurge, but actually they have no definite, restricted addressee. They spread in all directions, drawing all spheres of culture and reality after them, in the linked epithets. The ambivalent word koion as a familiar combination of praise-abuse is universal. It was not mere chance that the ecclesiastical form of litany was chosen, for this form of pious, one-sided praise is here debased and drawn into the vast torrent of praise-abuse, reflecting the contradiction of the world of becoming. The ambivalent invocation thus loses its character of common familiarity, it reflects a universal point of view, an authentic counter-litany addressed to the material bodily lower stratum, symbolized by the image of koion. It must be noted that the two litanies are separated by Friar John's words about the birth of the Antichrist and the necessity of emptying the seminal ducts, kois, before the Last Judgment, and by Panurge's project of letting every criminal conceive a new life before execution. Here the image of koion, kois, is shown in its universal cosmic meaning and is directly linked with the images of the Last Judgment and of the underworld. The parodical litany thus presents a condensed expression of the basic peculiarity of Rabelais language, which always combines, more or less clearly, the praise-abuse image and is always addressed to the dual-bodied world of becoming. These peculiar traits of Rabelaisian language were already contained in the popular speech of the marketplace, toward which Rabelais' style was oriented. This style is characterized by the absence of neutral words and expressions. It is colloquial speech, always addressed to somebody or talking for him, or about him. For this other party there are no neutral epithets and forms, there are either polite, laudatory, flattering, cordial words, or contemptuous, debasing, abusive ones. But even regarding a third party, there are no strictly neutral tones, neither are there any neutral words concerning objects, they are also either praised or abused. The more official the speech, the more are these tones differentiated, for the speech reflects the established social hierarchy, the official scale of evaluation concerning objects and concepts and the static lines dividing them, as fixed by official philosophy. But the more unofficial and familiar the speech, the more often and substantially are those tones combined, the less distinct is the line dividing praise and abuse. Indeed, the two coincide in one person or object as representing the world of becoming. The hard, official lines of division between objects, phenomena, and values begin to change and fade. There is an awakening of the ancient ambivalence of all words and expressions, combining the wish of life and death, of sowing and rebirth. The unofficial aspect of the world of becoming and of the grotesque body is disclosed. But this ancient ambivalence is revived in a free and gay form. The survival of this ambivalence can be observed even in the familiar speech of cultured men of our modern times. We find in intimate letters certain coarse and abusive words used in friendly fashion. When certain limits in men's relations have been removed, so that these relations become quite intimate and frank, the usual speech patterns begin to break up. A new, familiar pattern is constructed in which the current polite words begin to appear false, stereotyped, narrow, and especially incomplete. They have a hierarchical overtone and are inadequate for free familiar use. Therefore, all these current words are discarded and are replaced either by terms of abuse or by words created according to this abusive pattern, which are more realistically complete and alive. Praise and abuse are combined in them to form an indissoluble whole. Thus Friar John's and Panurge's two-faced cohesion begins to emerge. Wherever conditions of absolute extra-official and full human relations are established, words tend to this ambivalent fullness. It is as if the ancient marketplace comes to life in closed-chamber conversation. Intimacy begins to sound like the familiarity of bygone days, which breaks down all barriers between men. It would be grossly incorrect to transfer this phenomenon to the psychological sphere. It is a complex social and verbal manifestation. All peoples still have enormous spheres of unpublicized speech, non-existent from the point of view of literary written language. Only a small and polished portion of these unpublicized spheres of speech reaches the printed pages, usually in the form of colorful dialogue of the protagonists of a story, as removed as possible from the author's own direct and serious speech patterns. To form a strict ideological evaluation and a full artistic picture of these dialogues is impossible, not because they usually contain a great number of obscenities, not always the case, but because they appear illogical. They transgress all distances between objects, manifestations, and values. They fuse and combine elements that the mind is accustomed to divide strictly and even to oppose to each other. In these unpublicized spheres of speech, all the dividing lines between objects and phenomena are drawn quite differently than in the prevailing picture of the world. These lines seek as it were to reach another object at the next point of development. All these illogical spheres of unpublicized speech are manifested in modern times only when the serious goals of language have been dropped, when men are placed in conditions of extreme familiarity and engage in an aimless and uncontrolled verbal game, letting their imagination run from serious lines of thought. Such patterns find but a feeble reflection in literary writings, and only in the lowest and most senseless comic verbal forms. 250. Today these spheres of unpublicized speech have almost lost their original meaning, have broken with folk culture and have become in most cases obsolete vestiges of the past. But in the days of Rabelais the role of the unpublicized spheres was entirely different. They were far from being unknown, on the contrary they were closely linked with marketplace publicity. Their intrinsic value in folk speech, which became for the first time the language of literature and ideology, was considerable. And their role in breaking up medieval philosophy and the building of a new world picture was highly productive. Let us here examine one of these phenomena, though it has no direct visible connection with ambivalent praise-abuse. One of the popular forms of comic speech was the so-called coquet-el-ana, from rooster to ass. This is a genre of intentionally absurd verbal combinations, a form of completely liberated speech that ignores all norms, even those of elementary logic. The forms of verbal absurdities were widespread during the Middle Ages. The element of intentional absurdity existed in various aspects of many genres, but there was also a special genre of this comic speech known as phatrasy. This was a form of verse composed of an absurd string of words, linked by assonance or rhyme but with no meaning and no single theme. In the 16th century these verbal absurdities were often found in soties. The expression coquet l'âne had been established after Clement Marot wrote his first poem in that genre, entitled Epître du coquet l'âne, Didi à Léon Jamad. 251. This piece contains no unity of composition nor logical consistency in the presentation of facts and the development of ideas but is devoted to news of the day in the life of Paris and of the royal court. This theme determines the intentionally scattered choice of events and thoughts, held together merely by the fact that they all make news. In Rabelais' novel Coquet l'âne plays an important role. The speeches of Kissars and Bumfondle in the 11th, 12th, and 13th chapters of Pantagruel are constructed as typical Coquet l'âne. We find a similar construction in the 11th chapter of Gargantua, which presents the young giant's amusements in a series of proverbs, most of them turned inside out. Another example of this genre is offered in chapter 2 of the same book, entitled Antidote Flummeries. All these are systematic, pure, and unbroken Coquet l'âne. But many verbal absurdities and illogisms are scattered throughout the book. For instance, there are strong Coquet l'âne elements in chapter 9 of the 4th book, which lists the strange names and family relations of the inhabitants of the Ennison Island. What is the artistic and ideological meaning of this genre? First of all, it is a game of words, current expressions, proverbs and adages, and common sequences of terms deprived of their logic and meaning. It is as if words had been released from the shackles of sense, to enjoy a play period of complete freedom and establish unusual relationships among themselves. True, no new consistent links are formed in most cases, but the brief coexistence of these words, expressions, and objects outside the usual logical conditions discloses their inherent ambivalence. Their multiple meanings and the potentialities that would not manifest themselves in normal conditions are revealed. But every separate case of this genre has its own functions and character. For instance, the antidote flummeries are constructed as a riddle. This chapter depicts certain historic events but with a considerable admixture of obscenities and a few banquet images. The poem is written in such a way that the reader is induced to look in it for allusions to some contemporary or recent political events. 252. Thus a peculiar carnivalesque picture of political and historical life is created by the author. Events are conceived outside their traditional official interpretation and offer, therefore, new opportunities for interpretation and appreciation. A different character is presented by chapter 11 of the same book, Gargantua. Gargantua's childish amusements are here pictured with the aid of proverbs and various common expressions. But they follow each other without any logical sequence. Moreover, these expressions are turned inside out. Gargantua always acted in his own way, in spite of the proverb, that is, he acted contrary to the proverb's recommendation. For instance, he bit off more than he could chew, leapt before he looked, and struck the iron while it was cold. As a result of this game, the image of young Gargantua is built in the spirit of the folkloric fool, whose actions are contrary to reason, defying all norms of common sense. Finally, the speeches of Kissars, Bumfondle, and Pantagruel in the episode of the lawsuit offer the purest, one might say classic Coquet l'âne. The speeches are not a parody of the legal eloquence of that time, nor are they, generally speaking, a parody at all. The images chosen for the speeches are devoid of all visible links. Here is the beginning of Kissars' speech. My lord, the truth is that a good woman of my house was taking her eggs to market. Whereas there passed between the twin tropics the sum of 3d towards the zenith. And whereas the Riphean mountains had that year suffered a great sterility of paste and imitation stone. And whereas this was due to a warfare of fiddle-faddle seditiously fomented between the tripe gabblers and the accursion maundermongers. And whereas the cause of the contention was the rebellion of the Switzers, who had assembled to the number of 3, 6, 9, 10. And whereas they did this to get presents on New Year's Day, at the season when soup is served to oxen and the keys of the coal cellar given to country wenches so they may feed the dogs plenty of oats. All night long they kept their hands on the pot, dispatching bulls on horseback and bulls on foot to keep the ships in harbor, because the tailors insisted on making stolen tatters into a peashooter to shoot a pea across the Oceanic Sea, which at the moment was pregnant with a potful of cabbage, according to the opinion handed down by the manufacturers of hay bundles. On the contrary, the physicians maintained that the urine revealed no positive traces. Book 2, Chapter 11. As we pointed out, there is no link between these images. Kisar's speech truly skips from rooster to s. It is built in the spirit of the Russian proverb, in the vegetable garden grows the elder tree, and uncle is in Kiev. But all these jumbled images are offered according to the Rabelaisian system. We have here the typical grotesque picture of the world, in which the generating, devouring, and defecating body is fused with nature and with cosmic phenomena, the Riphean mountains sterile of imitation stone, the sea pregnant with cabbage, physicians analyzing the urine of the sea, the Pantagruel complex. We further see various kitchen and household materials and activities in their carnivalesque aspect, soup served to oxen, the feeding of oats to dogs. Finally, all these grotesque bodily, cosmic, and carnivalesque images are combined with historic events, the rebellion of the Switzers, the dispatching of bulls to keep the ships in harbor. All these images and the very mode of their combination are typical of popular festive forms. We shall also find these images in the soties and farces of the time of Rabelais, but subject, usually, to definite topical lines. In the quoted excerpt we find a completely free carnivalesque game of images, unrestricted by any framework of meaning. The divisions between the phenomena and the objects are completely effaced, and the grotesque aspect of the world is sharply outlined. In a period of the radical breaking up of the world's hierarchical picture and the building of a new concept, leading to a revision of all old words, objects, and ideas, the Kokelana acquired an essential meaning. It was a form which granted momentary liberation from all logical links, a form of free recreation. It was, so to speak, the carnivalization of speech, which freed it from the gloomy seriousness of official philosophy as well as from truisms and commonplace ideas. This verbal carnival broke man's century-old chains of medieval philosophy, thus preparing a new sober seriousness. Let us return to the problem of combined praise-abuse in Rabelais' work and examine another example. The third book contains the famous episode in which Pantagruel and Panurge in their eulogy of the fool Tribolet. They give 208 epithets describing his folly, again a litany. The epithets are taken from various spheres: astronomy, music, medicine, legal and political relations, falconry, and others. The choice of these words is as unexpected and illogical as in the other parodical litanies analyzed previously. Here, too, everything is ambivalent. All these epithets expressing the highest degree of a certain quality refer to folly and praise it. But folly, as we know, is also ambivalent. The fool or clown is the king of the upside-down world. In the word fol, as in the word koion, praise and abuse are merged into an indissoluble whole. To take the word fool as pure negation and abuse or as pure praise, as for instance, the word saint, would destroy the entire meaning of this Protean litany. In another part of the novel Tribolet is described as morosophic, that is, foolish-wise. We know Rabelais' comic etymology of the word philosophy as fin folie. All these expressions toy with the word and image of fol. Tribolet's eulogy is described by Rabelais himself as a blazon, a characteristic literary manifestation of the Renaissance. In addition to its special heraldic use, blazon has the dual connotation of both praise and abuse. This dual meaning already existed in the Old French language and was fully preserved at the time of Rabelais, though the negative element of this word, blame, is somewhat mitigated. Only later did blazon express merely the idea of praise, louange. Blazons were widespread in the literature of the first part of the 16th century. Everything was submitted to blasonning. Clement Marot wrote 2 short humorous poems entitled The Beautiful Breast and The Ugly Breast, thus creating a new type of blazon which produced a great effect. Poets began to blazon women's mouths, ears, tongues, teeth, eyes, and eyebrows, performing a systematic dissection and anatomization of woman in a tone of humorous, familiar praise or denigration. The method was typical of those days, for it was rooted in popular speech, which was the source of avant-garde literature and of the poets of Clement Marot's school in particular. The blazon preserved the duality of its tone in its appreciation, in other words, it could render praise ironical and flatter that which was usually not to be flattered. 253 Blazons remained outside the official system of straight and strict evaluations. They were a free and ambiguous praise abuse. Here is the definition of this genre, given by Thomas Sabillat in his Art Poétique François in 1548, the blazon is a continuous praise or constant abuse of the object to be blasoned. Both the hideous and beautiful, the bad and the good can be equally well blasoned. This definition clearly stresses the blazon's ambivalence. Sabillat's Art Poétique represents the poetics of the school of Clement Marot, it belongs to the time of Rabelais. We must point out that poetic blazons, and those of Clement Marot's school in particular, sometimes acquired the character of pure praise or denigration. This rhetorical degeneracy sharply increased toward the end of the century. The link with popular blazons and with the popular dual-faced praise of the marketplace was more and more attenuated, while the influence of antique, rhetorical, forms of praise was increased. 254. Elements of the blazon were common in the great genres of the 15th and of the first part of the 16th century, in the Mysteries and Soties. Here we find the praise of fools, sots, in the form of a long list of epithets, similar to the Rabelaisian eulogy of Triboulet. We find blazons in the Mystery of Saint Quentin, and the Monologue of Fools. 255 contains approximately 100 epithets and 48 verses filled with this blasoning. Finally, in the New Monologue of Fools 256 we find as many as 150 epithets. Thus Triboulet's blasoning eulogy had a traditional character and was thought by Rabelais contemporaries to be self-explanatory. We have already pointed out the immense importance of the fool and clown and of the theme of folly. Let us now have a look at the popular blazons in the narrow sense of the word. The popular tradition was mostly concerned with the praise and abuse of other nationalities, of various regions, provinces, cities, and villages. Definite epithets were attached to each, and these were more or less developed and given ambivalent connotations, although in some cases the abusive element prevailed. The oldest collection of this genre dates from the 13th century. At the time of Rabelais a new collection appeared under the title of Dict de Pays. 257 It contained short characterizations in most cases of nationalities, provinces, and cities. Rabelais gives a number of characterizations repeating the popular blazons. For instance, he writes, "Seoul comme un Anglais, drunk as an Englishman." This was a persistent blazon of the English, even in the oldest, 13th century collection. England is defined by the straight, les mildres buveurs en Angleterre, the best drunkards are in England. 258 In the first chapter of Pantagruel Rabelais mentions the Cuits de Lorraine. The inhabitants of Lorraine were blasoned for the unusual size of their cuits. Rabelais also mentions the swiftness of the Basques, love in Avignon, the Parisians' curiosity, all these are epithets from popular blazons. And still another ancient blazon is les plus sots en Bretagne, the most foolish are in Brittany. We see that popular blazons are deeply ambivalent. Each nationality, province, or city is the best in the world in respect to one attribute. Englishmen are the best drunkards, people of Lorraine the most potent sexually, in Avignon there is the greatest number of prostitutes, the Bretons are the most foolish, and so on. But the special attribute has in most cases an ambiguous or, more correctly speaking, a dual character. Praise and abuse are merged into an indissoluble unity. The Bretons' attribute the most foolish reminds us directly of Triboulet's blazon. Popular blazons are usually listed as ironical. This is true in the original Greek sense but untrue if we grant irony its new, more subjective and negative meaning. Popular blazons are two-faced. 259. Rabelais' novel contains all the types of blazons of his time. Pantagruel offers a poem in the spirit of Clement Marot's school, blasoning the University of Orleans. Popular blazons, that is, ethnic epithets, are scattered throughout the novel, and we have quoted some of them. The eulogy of the clown Triboulet and the blasé parodical litanies of Friar John and Panurge disclose the deepest essence of this genre, its dual face, complete ambivalence, and contradictory fullness. Finally, blasé tones pervade the entire novel, which is filled with ambiguous praise and abuse. A certain duality is also inherent in pure abusive forms without any elements of praise. Here is an example of such abuse from chapter 25 of Gargantua. The bakers not only turned a deaf ear to our shepherd's request, but worse, insulted them outrageously. Apparently our men were waifs, snaggle-teeth, red-headed Judases, wastrels, and shit-obeds, they were stinkers and fly-by-night smooth-stirs idlers, too, yet nick-stirs belly-busters, proud-stirs, bad-stirs, clots, sharpers, puts, scabbard-dragglers and sweets. The latter mild epithet applies to one whose fly is lined with silk and satire. Jokesmiths, they were, yet lazy, riff-raff oafs, louts, wompsters, tonies, wonglers, fops and rattle-tooth amsters, and, for occupation, they herded petrified turds and shepherded still assiduous excrement. Such was the harvest of defamatory epithets our herders reaped and, hard upon it, the flat statement that they were unfit to taste dainty pastry. Let them be satisfied with coarse bread and hard loaf. Book I, Chapter 25. Here we have a common string of abuse. The length of this string of derogatory expressions is striking, there are 28 abusive words. This group of abuses is not ambivalent as a whole, it is purely negative. But within the group most of the expressions are ambivalent, they are related to animal traits, bodily defects, foolishness, gluttony, defecation, all characteristic of the popular system of images. Such an expression as chienlix, chienlit, is used to designate one of the carnival masks. Thus even this group of abuses discloses the image of the unlimited and mixed human body and of bodily life, food, defecation, in its grotesque ambivalence. We see the peculiar two-faced aspect of the world, the peculiar character of men and objects, which does not exist in the system of literary speech imagery. Let us look at yet another manifestation of praise abuse in Rabelais' novel, the famous inscription on the gates of Theleme, in which some are expelled from the abbey while others are invited. This inscription in verse can be considered as belonging to the genre of the cri, that is to say, of those cries which opened the performances of mysteries and sottiers and were addressed to the representatives of various social groups and corporations, or to fools, in the sottiers. This is the loud cry of the marketplace composed in the official or in the parodical style. The inscription on the Theleme gates belongs to this genre but, of course, not in its construction and versification. The inscription can be divided into two parts, the words that expel and those that invite. The first part has a purely abusive character, the second part contains words of pure praise. The abusive character of the first part is strictly observed. In the first stanza, for instance, Rabelais abuses hypocrites with 15 different epithets, among them hypocrites, bigots, vieux-matagots, marmite looks. Nearly all the other words of this stanza have an abusive nuance, abus mescant, mescancit, falsit, troubles. In the stanzas that proffer an invitation, starting with the fifth, all the words, on the contrary, have a positive connotation and are chosen to express praise and friendliness, gentils, joyeux, plaisants, mignons, serenes, subtils. Thus the two strictly organized groups of praise and abuse are opposed to each other. As a whole, the inscription is ambivalent. But there is no ambivalence within it, each word has either a purely positive or purely negative meaning. This is a case of ambivalence that has become somewhat exterior and rhetorical. The praise abuse in Rabelais becomes rhetorical whenever he turns away from the popular marketplace forms and approaches official speech and official style. This was, in part, the case of the Theleme episode. True, we have here an element of opposites, of an interplay of negations and certain other popular festive traits, but Rabelais is essentially a humanist utopia reflecting the influence of literary, mostly Italian, sources. We observe a similar phenomenon in the chapters where Rabelais speaks directly as an almost official royal publicist. In the third book, chapter 48, there is a conversation between Gargantua and Pantagruel concerning a theme of special interest at that time, the refusal of the Church to consecrate a marriage concluded against the will of the parents. Here we see an example of the rhetorical nature of praise and abuse. According to the laws of the country I cited, what happens? Take the most arrant ruffian, villain, or scoundrel, the most evil-smelling foul-breathing hangdog, the most scurvy and leper stinkard, your most vicious footpad or brigand imaginable. Well, such a knave may abduct the most high-born, the richest, the most upright and the chastest maiden in the land, he may snatch her out of her father's house, out of the very embrace of her mother, and far beyond reach of kin and friend. All he needs is a priest to help him, by celebrating a secret marriage, and to share the future spoils. Book 3, Chapter 48. The groups of abuse and praise are here devoid of all ambivalence, they are separated and opposed to each other as distinct phenomena that do not merge. This is a purely rhetorical speech that draws sharp static lines between the various manifestations and values. All that remains of the marketplace element is the rather exaggerated length of the string of abuses. The phenomenon of praise-abuse that we have examined has an important theoretical, historical, and literary meaning. Positive and negative elements are, of course, inherent in every word of a living speech. There are no indifferent, neutral words, there can only be artificially neutralized words. In the most ancient forms of speech the merging of praise and abuse, that is, a duality of tone, is characteristic. In the subsequent development this duality of tone subsists, it acquires a new meaning in the non-official, familiar, and humorous popular spheres. Thanks to the duality of tone, the laughing people, who were not in the least concerned with the stabilization of the existing order and of the prevailing picture of the world, the official truth, could grasp the world of becoming as a whole. They could thus conceive the gay relativity of the limited class theories and the constant unfinished character of the world, the constant combination of falsehood and truth, of darkness and light, of anger and gentleness, of life and death. 260 The dual tone of the people's speech is never torn away from this whole nor from the becoming. This is why the negative and the positive elements do not seek a separate, private, and static expression. The dual tone never wants to halt the spinning wheel, to find and outline the top and the bottom, the front and the back. On the contrary, it marks their continuous change and fusion. In popular speech the accent is always placed on the positive element, but, we repeat, without tearing it away from the negative. In the official philosophy of the ruling classes such a dual tone of speech is, generally speaking, impossible. Hard, well-established lines are drawn between all the phenomena, and these phenomena are torn away from the contradictory world of becoming, of the whole. A monotone character of thought and style almost always prevails in the official spheres of art and ideology. At the time of the Renaissance the dual tone of popular speech was waged in a tense struggle against the stabilizing tendencies of the official monotone. For a deeper understanding of the complex and varied manifestations of style of that great epoch, the study of this struggle is exceptionally important and interesting, as is the struggle of the grotesque against the classic canon, the two conflicts being related. This struggle, of course, continued during the following centuries, but it acquired new, complex, and sometimes hidden forms. However, this theme is outside the scope of our present work. The ancient dual tone of speech is the stylistic reflection of the ancient dual-bodied image. As the ancient image disintegrated, an interesting phenomenon in the history of literature and spectacle took place, the formation of images in pairs, which represent top and bottom, front and back, life and death. The classic example of such pairs is Don Quixote and Sancho, but similar images are still seen today in circus sideshows and other comic productions. The dialogue of these pairs is of considerable interest, since it marks the as yet incomplete disintegration of the dual tone. In reality, it is a dialogue of the face with the buttocks, of birth with death. We find a similar manifestation in the antique and medieval debates between winter and spring, old age and youth, fasting and abundance, old times and new, parents and children. These debates are an organic part of the system of popular festive forms, related to change and renewal. Such a debate is recalled by Goethe in his description of the Roman carnival. The debates were known as agons in ancient literature. For instance, we have an interesting fragment of a debate between three choirs, old men, adults, and boys, in which each choir proved the value of its age. 261 Agons were most common in Sparta and Italy, and in modern Sicily they are still the indispensable feature of popular feasts. The agons of Aristophanes are complex and literary in character. Similar debates in Latin, for instance, conflictus veris et hiemus, and especially in the vernacular, were popular in all countries. All these agons and debates are dialogues of the forces and phenomena of different times, of two poles of becoming, of the beginning and the end of a metamorphosis. They unfolded and to a certain extent rationalized or rhetoricized the dialogue element inherent in the dual-tone speech. These popular festive debates of time and age, as well as the dialogues in pairs, of face and buttocks, top and bottom, were apparently one of the folkloric roots of the novel and of its specific dialogue. But this theme is also outside the scope of our work. It remains for us to sum up some of the elements of the present chapter. The last phenomenon we examined, the combination of praise-abuse, reflects ambivalence on the stylistic plane, duality of the body and incompleteness, the eternal unfinished nature, of the world which we found expressed in all the peculiarities of the Rabelaisian system of images. The old dying world gives birth to the new one. Death throes are combined with birth in one indissoluble whole. This process is represented in the images of the material bodily lower stratum. Everything descends into the earth and the bodily grave in order to die and to be reborn. This is why the downward movement pervades Rabelais' entire imagery from beginning to end. All these images throw down, debase, swallow, condemn, deny, topographically, kill, bury, send down to the underworld, abuse, curse, and at the same time they all conceive anew, fertilize, sow, rejuvenate, regenerate, praise, and glorify. This general downward thrust, which kills and regenerates, unifies such different phenomena as blows, abuses, the underworld, and the act of devouring. We must add that even Dante's images of the Inferno sometimes are obvious reflections of abusive metaphors. At times he openly brings in the theme of devouring, Ugolino gnawing Ruggiere's skull, Satan's jaws gnawing Judas, Brutus, and Cassius. At other times abuse and devouring are implicit in his images. But their ambivalence is almost completely toned down in Dante's world. During the Renaissance all these images of the lower stratum, from cynical abuse to the image of the underworld, were filled with a deep awareness of historic time, of the change of epochs in world history. In Rabelais this element of time and of historic change deeply pervades all his images of the material bodily lower stratum and lends them historic coloring. In his work the dual body becomes a dual world, the fusion of the past and future in the single act of the death of the one and the birth of another, in the image of the grotesque historic world of becoming and renewal. Time itself abuses and praises, beats and decorates, kills and gives birth. This time is simultaneously ironic and gay. It is the playing boy of Heraclitus, who wields supreme power in the universe. Rabelais builds an extraordinarily impressive image of historical becoming within the category of laughter. This was not possible before the Renaissance, when it had been prepared by the entire process of historical development. History acts fundamentally and goes through many phases when it carries obsolete forms of life into the grave. The last phase of the universal historic form is its comedy. Why such a march of history? This is necessary in order that mankind could say a gay farewell to its past. 262. This Rabelaisian system of images, which is universal and all-embracing, permits and even demands both an exceptional concreteness and fullness. It looks for detail, exactness, actuality, the sense of reality in the presentation of historical facts. Each of these images combines an extreme breadth and a cosmic character with an exceptionally concrete feeling of life, with individuality and a journalistic response to the events of the day. Our last chapter will be devoted to this remarkable aspect of Rabelaisian realism. Chapter 7. Rabelais Images and His Time. We have examined Rabelais images mostly in relation to folk culture. Our interest lay in the basic struggle between this culture and the official Middle Ages. But we have already pointed out that this main line was organically combined with the echoes of more or less important events that marked the years, months, or even days when the various parts of the novel were created. We may say with assurance that the entire novel, from beginning to end, grew out of the very depths of the life of that time, a life in which Rabelais himself was a participant or an interested witness. His images link the immeasurable depth and breadth of folk universalism with concreteness, individuality, and with a detailed presentation of living actuality. These images are far remote from abstract symbolism and schematism. We may say that in Rabelais' novel the cosmic breadth of myth is combined with the directness of a modern survey and the concrete precision of a realist novel. Beyond the images that may appear fantastic we find real events, living persons, and the author's own rich experience and sharp observation. French Rabelaisiana has performed an important and assiduous task in order to discover this link of Rabelais images with his own time. Thanks to this research, considerable and valuable factual material has been collected. But this material has been clarified and generalized according to narrow methodological positions. A faulty biographism prevails, in which social and political events lose their direct meaning and sharp implications, are minimized, blunted, and become mere facts in the author's own life story. They remain at the level of everyday trivialities. In the accumulation of this biographical data we lose sight of the portentous meaning of that time as well as of Rabelais' novel. Neither do we any longer see the genuine popular position that Rabelais upheld in the struggle of his time. True, certain Rabelais scholars, and especially the late Abel Lefren, devoted considerable attention to the political events reflected in the novel, but interpreting them, as well as their presentation by Rabelais, on the official plane. Abel Lefren even considered Rabelais as a royal publicist. True, our author was a publicist but not a royal one, though he did understand the relatively progressive spirit of the royal government and of some individual aspects of the king's policy. We have already said that Rabelais offered remarkable examples of the publicity of the marketplace, a publicity without an iota of officialdom. He did not adhere completely to any group within the framework of the ruling classes, including the bourgeoisie. He did not adopt any official point of view, nor did he agree with any proceeding or approve any current event. But at the same time he could very well grasp and appreciate the relative progressiveness of specific manifestations of his epoch, among them certain royal decrees that he welcomed in his novel. However, his appreciation never took on an official and unconditional character. For the popular, marketplace images, saturated with ambivalent laughter, disclosed all the limitations of this progressiveness. From the people's point of view, as expressed in the novel, there were always wider perspectives, reaching far beyond the limited progress of the time. Rabelais' basic goal was to destroy the official picture of events. He strove to take a new look at them, to interpret the tragedy or comedy they represented from the point of view of the laughing chorus of the marketplace. He summoned all the resources of sober popular imagery in order to break up official lies and the narrow seriousness dictated by the ruling classes. Rabelais did not implicitly believe in what his time said and imagined about itself, he strove to disclose its true meaning for the people who grow and are immortal. While destroying the official conception of his time and of contemporary events, Rabelais did not seek, of course, to submit them to a scholarly analysis. He did not speak in the conceptual language but in the tongue of popular comic images. While breaking up false seriousness, false historic pathos, he prepared the soil for a new seriousness and for a new historic pathos. Let us now look at a number of examples from Rabelais' novel which reflect his time, from his immediate surroundings to great historical events. The first chapter of Pantagruel, while describing the hero's birth, recalls the terrible heat and drought of that season and the thirst it caused among the people. According to Rabelais, this drought lasted 36 months, 3 weeks, 4 days, and 30 hours or more. From the memoirs of Rabelais' contemporaries we learn that the year 1552, when Pantagruel was written, was marked by a severe drought that lasted 6 months. The author merely exaggerated the length of the drought. As we have said, the general suffering revived the image of the devilkin Pantagruel who made people thirsty, thus lending reality to this image. In the same book we find the episode of Panurge buying indulgences to improve his financial affairs. In that very year when Rabelais was writing his novel, a papal jubilee was proclaimed in France. The churches visited by Panurge were actually authorized to sell indulgences. As we see, the accuracy of every detail was here strictly observed by our author. In the same book we find the following episode. Reading the noble chronicles of his ancestors, Pantagruel discovered that Geoffroy de Lusignan, known as Geoffrey with the Great Tooth, his stepmother's daughter-in-law's uncle's son-in-law's aunt's eldest sister's cousin-in-law's grandfather, was buried at Maillezais, the abbey he had destroyed and later rebuilt. Accordingly, like a dutiful relative, Pantagruel took a day off to call on Ardien, the noble abbot. Then, passing through Sancy, Trselles, Coulanges and Fontenay-le-Comte, where he saluted the learned Tiraquio, he reached Maillezais and duly visited the sepulchre of Geoffrey with the Great Tooth. Book 2, Chapter 5. When Pantagruel saw Geoffrey's stone effigy erected on his tomb, he was impressed by the angry look the sculptor had lent his statue. In this episode there are two fantastic traits: the image of the traveling giant Pantagruel and his comic, parodical relationship to Geoffrey. All the other elements of this episode, the names of the persons and localities, the various events, the statue's angry look, and other details strictly correspond to reality and are intimately linked with Rabelais' own life and impressions. In those days, 1524 to 1527, when Rabelais was secretary of Geoffroy d'Estissac, bishop and abbot of Maillezais, he often travelled back and forth from Poitiers, Pantagruel's itinerary, riding past the localities he faithfully cites in his story. D'Estissac was at that time incessantly travelling throughout his diocese. Like most prelates in those days, he was interested in building, and Rabelais accompanied him on these journeys. Therefore, he was thoroughly familiar with the province of Poitou and with its smallest localities. He names some 50 of these in his novel, some of them mere hamlets. All the names listed in our episode were well known to him. Rabelais' first years as a monk were spent in the Cordeliers monastery at Fontenay-le-Comte. He attended the meetings of humanist lawyers held at the home of the scholar Tiraquio, with whom he remained friendly to the end of his life. Near Leguge was the abbey where Rabelais often visited the learned abbot Ardien. Here, under the influence of Jean Boucher, he apparently wrote his first poems in French. Both Ardien and Tiraquio were Rabelais' well-known contemporaries. Neither was Pantagruel's ancestor Geoffroy de Lusignan, nicknamed Great Tooth, an imaginary person. He lived in the early 13th century and burned the abbey of Maillezais. For this crime Rabelais pictured him in the underworld as a vendor of flint, a carnivalesque punishment. Lusignan later repented, rebuilt the abbey, and richly endowed it. This is why a magnificent statue was erected in his honor in the church of Maillezais, although his body was buried elsewhere. The angry look of the stone effigy described in the novel also strictly corresponds to reality. True, the statue has since been destroyed, but its head was found under the ruins of the church and is now preserved in the Museum of Niort. Platard describes the sculpture as follows: puckered brows, a severe and petrified expression, bristling whiskers, wide-open mouth, and bared teeth. The entire sculpture is a naive picture of anger. 263. Let us stress in Geoffroy's portrait the wide-open mouth and bared teeth, the dominant grotesque image of Pantagruel in the second book. Is this why Rabelais, who so often beheld this sculpture in the abbey's church and retained it in his memory, made Geoffroy Pantagruel's ancestor? The structure and content of this brief and minor episode are extremely typical of Pantagruel's fantastic and even cosmic image, woven from a reality intimately known to the author. Pantagruel travels through an area with which Rabelais was familiar, meets the author's personal friends, and sees objects Rabelais had seen. The episode contains many real names of people and localities and even gives some personal home addresses of Ardian and Tiraquio. The world surrounding Pantagruel has therefore a realistic individual character. It presents familiar names of various people and objects. Abstract generalizations, typifications, and appellations are reduced to a minimum. We must also stress the local topographical character of this episode. We find this character throughout the novel. Rabelais always seeks to introduce into the texture of his story a real peculiar trait of some French province or town, some local curiosity or legend. We have already mentioned that the dish for Pantagruel's gruel was actually displayed in Bourges as the Giant's Bowl. Little Pantagruel was chained to his crib, and Rabelais notes that one of the chains is preserved in La Rochelle, the other in Lyon, and the third in Angers. These chains were actually exhibited and were well known to the inhabitants of the three towns. In Poitiers, young Pantagruel broke off a piece of rock and built a table for the students. This broken rock still exists in Poitiers but is split in two parts. Such locally known items, scattered throughout the novel, strengthen the individual traits of things already familiar. These are characteristic elements of the Rabelaisian world. Even objects of common use, such as a bowl for gruel, acquire an individual character as relics belonging to historical figures and exhibited in museums. We shall later return to Rabelaisian individualizations. Let us now look at the Book of Gargantua. The events of this book, except the Paris episodes, take place in the region of Chinon, in Rabelais' native land. All the localities, large or small, are designated with absolute precision and can be traced on the maps or registers of lands of that time. At the center of events, topographically speaking, we find the royal residence of Gargantua's father, Grangousier. At the present time, Rabelais scholars have been able to identify Grangousier's home as La Devonnière, the estate of the author's father, the lawyer Antoine Rabelais. François Rabelais was born on that estate. The modest house of the Rabelais family at La Devonnière has been preserved. The ancient fireplace can still be seen, at which good Grangousier sat roasting chestnuts, wailing for them to burst, poking the fire with a charred stick, and telling his family the good tales of yore, when he was informed of Picrocholi's sudden aggression. All the other geographical names and topographical data given in the novel, and there are many, come to life. All are real to the minutest detail, and are merely exaggerated in their dimensions. Not far from Devonnière, on the left bank of the Negrin, there still exists the Prairie de la Solzay on which the palaver of the Pochulant took place. February 4, during the carnivalesque festival of cattle slaughtering, Gargantua was born. Abel Leffren correctly figures that these were the place and date of Rabelais' own birth. The entire topography of Picrocholi's war is also absolutely realistic and precise, Souilly and Learn, and the road running between these localities where the battle of the wine growers and the bakers took place, as well as the Negrin Valley where military operations were conducted around Devonnière on the strip of land bounded by Learn, La Roche-Clermault, Vaudreuil and La Vauguyon. All these sites are named in the novel and present a clear picture of these operations. The monastery close defended by Friar John is still in existence as well as a fragment of the wall that was there in the time of Rabelais. The Picrocholi War was itself based on real events. Rabelais pictured a conflict that broke out in his native land. The Rabelais family and their friends sided with one camp, while the Lord of Learn, Gauchet de Saint Marthe, sided with the other. The Lord of Learn owned the fisheries on the river Loire, obstructing navigation, and because of this was involved in a lawsuit with the local communities interested in navigation. The lawsuit lasted a long time, was suspended, then once more resumed, to reach a climax in 1532, when François Rabelais visited his father at Devonnière during the grape harvest. The lawyer Antoine Rabelais was for a time a friend of his neighbor, Gauchet de Saint Marthe, and was even in charge of his affairs. But he later sided with the communities whose interests were being jeopardized. They were defended by the lawyer Gallet, Antoine Rabelais' relative and close friend. Thus, during his summer visit to Devonshire, François found himself at the center of this conflict and possibly took part in it to a certain extent. The description of the Picrochole War is full of allusions to this real conflict. Even some of the names correspond to real ones. Grangoucier's envoy is Gallet, and we have seen that a lawyer of that name was in charge of the community's interests against Gauchet de Saint Martha. The beaten-up standard-bearer of the bakers, who was the actual cause of the war, was Marquet, the name of Saint Martha's son-in-law. In chapter 47, Rabelais gives the list of the 31 feudal estates, one of the author's typical enumerations, that formed the ancient confederation and offered their assistance to Grangoucier. Not one of these names is imaginary. They are real names of towns, boroughs, villages, and hamlets located on the banks of the Loire and the Vienne or nearby and interested in navigation on the Loire. They all actually formed an alliance in the lawsuit against Saint Martha. It is quite possible that the episode of the Learn bakers and the Souilly wine growers also actually took place. Abel Lefren points out that the old competition still exists between the two communities, a dim memory of the ancient feud. Thus the central theme of Gargantua is presented in an intimate, familiar world, in the author's homeland and its immediate surroundings. The topography of this land is described with remarkable precision. This world, with the persons and objects it contains, has an individual and concrete character. Such fantastic events as, for instance, the pilgrims being swallowed with the salad and drowned in urine are set in the courtyard and garden of the Devonshire estate, which are realistically described and exist almost unchanged in our days. The same is true of all the other episodes of this book, as well as those of the following books. Rabelais has discovered in most of them real places, real persons, and events. A number of characters of the third book can be identified as Rabelais contemporaries. Herr Trippa was Agrippa of Netzheim, the theologian Hippothadius was Lefebvre d'Etaples, the poet Ramonagrobes was Jean Lemaire, and Dr. Rondebeus was the physician Rondelet. The village of Panzolt, in the episode of the Sibyl, existed and still exists. A popular prophetess is said to have actually lived there, and the cave that was her dwelling is still shown to tourists. The same can be said of the fourth book, although the data are not as abundant and precise as for the preceding sections. We shall be content with one example, the anecdote concerning Villain's prank. This tragic farce takes place at Saint Maxent, in the province of Poitou, with which Rabelais was so familiar. The roadside cross mentioned in the novel, Tickle Pecker's brains were spilled at its foot, still stands in the suburbs of this little town. It is possible that Rabelais' story was inspired by some local tale. One of the parishes near Saint Maxent is still known as the Church of the Dead Monk. These examples sufficiently point out that the immediate foreground of his images is the world he had lived in and the people he closely knew. In this familiar foreground of Rabelais' presentation, everything is individual, historically unique. The general is minimized, each object is called by its own name. Characteristically enough, even in his comparisons, Rabelais always seeks to mention individual, historically singled out objects and phenomena. Thus at the banquet following the burning of the knights, Pantagruel says that it would be good to hang church bells on the chewing jaws of the guests. In this remark, he is not content with speaking of church bells in general, but names well-known churches of Poitiers, Tours, and Cambrai. In chapter 64 of the fourth book, we find the following comparison: Friar John with, in his wake, the stewards, footmen, butlers, cupbearers, carvers, servers, caterers, and minor flunkies, brought on 4 tremendous ham pies, that looked for all the world like the 4 bastions of the city of Turin. Many similar examples could be cited. Rabelais continually tends to use objects that he has seen and that are historically unique. A similar characteristic trait is his interest, shared by his contemporaries, in curiosities, in rare and unusual objects. Most of the curiosities we have discussed can still be seen today: the sculptured head of Geoffroy of the Great Tooth, the stone table for student feasts in Poitiers, the roadside cross of Saint Maxent at which Tickle Pecker spilled his brains. But this immediate world, or more correctly speaking, microcosm, of familiar places, objects, and people by no means exhausts the reality reflected in the novel. Beyond this sphere we find another, broader perspective, more important historically. This sphere also belongs to reality, but it has a different dimension. Let us turn once more to the images of the Pikrakali War. They are based, as we have seen, on a local provincial conflict, almost a family quarrel, of the lawyer communities with Antoine Rabelais' neighbor, Saint Martha. The arena is the limited ground of Devanira's immediate neighborhood. This, as we have seen, is the foreground of the Pikrakali War, the land that Rabelais had often covered in his travels, which was familiar to his eyes, which he felt under his very fingertips, and which was linked with his relatives and friends. However, Rabelais' contemporaries and their descendants did not recognize Pikrakali as Gauchet de Saint Martha, but as Charles V or other aggressive despots of that time, Lodovico Sforza or Ferdinand of Aragon. And they were right to make this association. Rabelais' entire novel is intimately connected with the political events and problems of that period. The first three books, especially Gargantua, reflect France's struggle against Charles V. The Pikrakali War in particular is a direct echo of this struggle. For instance, in the striking picture of Pikrakali's Council of War there is an element of straight satire against the emperor's aggressive policy. This scene is Rabelais' answer to a similar scene in Thomas More's Utopia in which aggression and the goal of a world monarchy were attributed to Francis I. One might say that Rabelais redressed these accusations to Charles V. The source of Galet's speech in which he accuses Pikrakali of aggression and defends Grangoucier's peaceful policy is a speech on the causes of the war between France and Charles V, made by Guillaume du Bellay, Rabelais' future friend and protector, and addressed to the German princes. The question of determining the aggressor was acutely and correctly felt in connection with the war between Charles V and Francis I. A number of anonymous writings were devoted to this problem by authors of du Bellay's entourage, to which Rabelais also belonged. The images of the Pikrakali War are a living echo of this actual political theme of the aggressor. Rabelais offered his own solution to this problem and created in Pikrakali an immortal image of the militarist, aggressive politician. He doubtless lent him some of the traits of Charles V. This link with the political problems of his time creates the background of the Pikrakali War, reflecting actual events. But in the 15th and 16th centuries the problem of war and peace was posed in a broader sense than that of the aggressor in an isolated case of a given military conflict. It was a matter of principle concerning the rights of monarchs and nations to fight and the distinction between the just and unjust war. The organization of a general peace was under discussion. It suffices to recall Thomas More and Erasmus. The images of the Pikrakali War reflect these political principles, acquiring a second, broader, and deeper meaning. Of course, this second plane of images is concrete and historically individualized. There is absolutely no abstract generalization, no typification, but this individualized picture is presented in wider dimensions. From the minor we are transferred to the major individuality, not to an abstract type, the major repeats the minor structure. Beyond this second plane we reach the last, third plane of the Pikrakali images. The grotesque body of the giants, the banquet images, dismemberment, torrents of urine, the transformation of blood into wine, of the battle into a feast, and King Pikrakali's uncrowning, these constitute the popular carnivalesque festive plane of the Pikrakali War that we have previously discussed. The third, popular dimension is also individual and concrete, but this is the broadest, all-embracing, universal individuality. At the same time, the festive popular images reveal the deepest meaning of the historic process, which extends not only beyond contemporary events in the narrow sense but beyond Rabelais' entire epoch. These images reveal the people's views concerning war and peace, the aggressor, political power, and the future. In the light of these views, formed and defended over thousands of years, we discover the gay relativity of events as well as of the entire political problem they presented. The distinction between the just and the unjust, the right and the wrong, the progressive and the reactionary is not lost as the framework of definite time and immediate relevance is lost, but these distinctions do lose their absolute character, their one-sided and limited seriousness. A popular festive universalism penetrates all Rabelais images, lending meaning to every detail and relating it to the final whole. All these familiar individual objects and localities, which were actually seen by the author and which occupy the foreground, are related to the major individual whole of the world, a two-bodied whole in the state of becoming, as revealed in torrents of praise and abuse. In such conditions there cannot be any suggestion of a naturalist atomization of reality, of an abstract and tendentious approach. We have discussed the images of the Picrocolli War. But the second broadened plane of reality exists also in all the other images of the novel. All of them are related to actual political events and problems of the time. Rabelais was well informed concerning all the great contemporary political problems. In 1532 he began close relations with the brothers du Bellay, who were at the very center of political events. Under Francis I, Cardinal Jean du Bellay headed what might be called the Bureau of Diplomatic and Literary Propaganda, which was considered of great importance. A considerable number of pamphlets published in Germany, the Netherlands, Italy, and, of course, France, were written or inspired by the two brothers. They created their own diplomatic and literary agencies in all countries. Thanks to the du Bellays, Rabelais was at the very source of high-level political affairs. He was the immediate witness of their development and was probably initiated in the secret projects and plans of the royal government which were fulfilled by the two brothers. Rabelais accompanied Jean du Bellay on his 3 visits to Italy with important diplomatic missions to the Pope. He was in the service of Guillaume du Bellay during the French occupation of the Piedmont. He attended the historic meeting of Francis I and Charles V at Aigues-Mortes as a member of the French king's retinue. He was, therefore, an eyewitness of the most important political acts. From Gargantua on, actual political problems play a considerable part in the novel. Besides the immediate political theme, the 3 books that follow, in the present sequence, are filled with more or less distinct allusions to events and persons belonging to that historic period. Let us examine these themes in the 3rd and 4th books. We have already pointed out that the central image of the 3rd book's prologue, the defense of Corinth, reflects the military preparations of France and of Paris in particular, undertaken because of the deterioration of relations with the emperor. These measures were put in force by Jean du Bellay, and Rabelais could apparently observe them at close range. The first chapters of the 3rd book, devoted to Pantagruel's wise and humane policy in the conquered territories of King Anarchus, represent an almost direct eulogy of Guillaume du Bellay's policy in the conquered territories of Piedmont under French occupation. During that period Rabelais was Guillaume du Bellay's confidential and faithful secretary and was, therefore, initiated in all his chief's activities. Guillaume du Bellay, Seigneur de Langey, was one of the most remarkable men of his time. He was apparently the only person to whom the mercilessly sober and demanding Rabelais could grant a certain respect. The image of the Seigneur de Langey impressed him and left a mark in his novel. Rabelais was closely connected with Guillaume du Bellay during the last period of the Seigneur's political activity. He was present at du Bellay's death, embalmed his body, and brought it to his burial vault. He recalls the last moments of the dying man in the 4th book of the novel. The Seigneur de Langey's policy in the Piedmont had gained Rabelais deep sympathy. Du Bellay strove first of all to draw the population of the occupied province to his side. He sought to raise the Piedmont's economic standard. The army was forbidden to oppress the population and was subjected to strict discipline. Moreover, he imported an enormous quantity of wheat to Piedmont and distributed it to the people, spending his entire personal income. 264 This was a completely new and unheard of method of military occupation. The 3rd book's first chapter describes this policy. The prevailing note in this chapter is fertility and the people's abundance. The author starts with the fertility of the Utopians, Pantagruel's subjects, and then goes on to laud du Bellay's policy, in other words, Pantagruel's. Here I draw the attention of my bibbing readers to a point of statesmanship. Certain despotic spirits, to their shame and loss, promulgate violence. What an error! On the contrary, in order to instill and maintain obedience in a newly conquered people, the one thing a monarch must avoid is pillaging, harrying, vexing, oppressing, and tyrannizing them. The rod of iron will not work. Woe to the conqueror who swallows the nation in his maw, a demoverous king, as Achilles called Agamemnon. Conquered nations are newborn babes, as such they must be given suck, they must be rocked, fondled, and amused. Like newly planted trees, they must be supported, propped up, protected from all tempests, injuries, and calamities. Like convalescents from lengthy illness, they must be nursed, coddled, and cherished. Book 3, Chapter 1. This eulogy of an actual political method is deeply infused with a festive conception of the popular body which is born, feeds, grows, and is regenerated. Growth and renewal are the leading themes in the people's image. Rabelais compares them to a newly planted tree, to an organism restored to health. The ruler is the mother nursing her child, the gardener is the healing physician. The bad ruler is given the grotesque nickname of people-eater. These typically Rabelaisian and carnivalesque images of the people and of their ruler broaden and deepen to an extraordinary degree the actual political problem of the Piedmont occupation. They link the historical event to the whole, to the constantly growing and renewed world. The Seigneur de Langey, as we have said, left a deep mark on the entire third and fourth books. The memories of his person and of his last moments play an essential role in the chapters of the fourth book devoted to the death of heroes. These almost absolutely serious lines stand out from the rest of the novel. The initial theme, borrowed from Plutarch, is combined with Celtic images from the cycle of the northwestern land of death and with Saint Brendan's voyage in particular. These chapters devoted to the death of heroes are like a requiem to the Seigneur de Langey. Furthermore, the Seigneur determined the image of Pantagruel himself as presented in the third and fourth books. In these books Pantagruel does not in any way resemble the devilkin of the mystery who causes thirst and is the hero of the gay Phacedes. He becomes the ideal image of the wise monarch. This is how he is described in the third book. Was he not, as I told you once, and repeat again, the best little great good fellow that ever buckled on a sword? He took everything in good part, viewed every action in the most favorable light, was never in the least worried or shocked. To allow anything to upset or vex him, he believed, was tantamount to flying the divine coop of his reason. He knew well that everything heaven covers and earth bears, in all dimensions of height, depth, length, and breadth, does not warrant our troubling our equanimity or perplexing our spirit. Book 3, Chapter 2. Pantagruel's mythical and carnivalesque traits fade as he becomes more human and more heroic, but at the same time he acquires a certain abstract and rhetorical character. This transformation took place apparently under the influence of the Seigneur de Langey, whose image Rabelais wished to immortalize in his Pantagruel. 265. However, the identification of Pantagruel with Guillaume du Bellay should not be exaggerated. This is but one of the elements of the image, which is mainly founded on folklore. The fourth book is filled with allusions to contemporary political events and problems. We have seen that Pantagruel's itinerary combines the ancient Celtic route to the utopian land of death and regeneration with the very real colonial explorations of Jacques Cartier. At the time of the writing of the fourth book, France's struggle against papal demands had become acute. This struggle is reflected in the chapters concerning the decretals. When these chapters were being written they corresponded to the king's Gallican policy, but when the book was published the conflict with the Pope had been almost completely solved. Thus Rabelais' political demonstration was somewhat belated. Allusions to political events can also be found in such important episodes of the fourth book as the Sausage War, the struggle of the Geneva Calvinists, and the picture of the storm, the Council of Trent. We shall limit ourselves to these examples, which prove sufficiently how widely contemporary events and their problems were reflected in Rabelais' novel. His book is a survey, reflecting the actual events of the day. but at the same time the problems posed by the Rabelaisian images are broader and deeper by far than the usual survey, reaching beyond the contemporary picture. In the political conflicts of his time, Rabelais took the most advanced and progressive positions. Royal power was in his eyes the expression of the new principle to which the immediate historic future belonged, the principle of the national state. Therefore, he was equally hostile to the claims of the papacy and to those of the empire seeking a supranational power. In the claims of both pope and emperor he saw the dying past, whereas the national state reflected the new, youthful, popular, and political historic life. No less strong and sincere was Rabelais' view concerning science and culture. He was a convinced champion of humanism with its new methods and evaluations. In the field of medicine he demanded a return to the authentic sources of antiquity, to Hippocrates and Galen, and he was hostile to Arab medicine which had corrupted the ancient traditions. In the field of law he wanted to go back to the Roman legal system, unpolluted by the barbarian interpretation of ignorant medieval commentators. In military art, in all branches of technology, in education, architecture, sports, dress, customs, and mores he was the defender of all the innovations that were flowing from Italy in a mighty, irrepressible stream. In all the fields that left a trace in his novel, which is a true encyclopedia, he was a man of the avant-garde. He had an extraordinary sense of the new, not of newfangled fashions but of that which was born from the death of the old and to which the future belonged. Rabelais possessed to the highest degree the gift to sense and demonstrate this world to be born. The avant-garde positions in the field of politics, culture, science, and mores were directed and unambiguously expressed by Rabelais in various parts of his novel, for instance in the episodes of Gargantua's education, of the Abbey of Thelemae, in Gargantua's letter to Pantagruel, in Pantagruel's speech concerning the medieval commentators of Roman law, of Grangoucier's conversation with the pilgrims, and in the eulogy of Pantagruel's methods of military occupation. All these episodes have a more or less rhetorical character, the bookish and official language prevail in them. In these chapters we hear a direct and an almost entirely serious speech. It is a new form of speech, a progressive speech, the last word of the epoch and at the same time Rabelais' completely sincere opinion. However, if the novel did not contain other episodes, other words, another language, Rabelais would be merely one of the progressive but commonplace humanists of his time, perhaps one of the foremost. He would be someone like Bude, but he would not be the man of genius, the unique Rabelais. The last word of the epoch, sincerely and seriously asserted, was not Rabelais' last word. However progressive, our author knew the limits of this progressiveness. And although he spoke seriously of such things, he knew the limits of this seriousness. Rabelais' own last word is the gay, free, absolutely sober word of the people, which cannot be bribed with the help of the limited progressiveness accessible to the men of his time. This gay word of the people opened far wider future perspectives, even though the positive outlines of this future were still dimly utopian. All that was definite and completed within the epoch was in some way comic, insofar as it was limited. But laughter was gay, while all that was determined and finite was about to die and to open new possibilities. We must therefore seek Rabelais' last word, not in the direct, rhetoricized episodes of the novel in which speech has in most cases only one single meaning and is nearly always completely serious. We must seek this last word in the popular festive, elemental imagery in which these images are immersed. Here they never become entirely narrow and serious, for no matter how serious Rabelais may appear in these episodes, he always leaves a gay loophole that opens on the distant future and that lends an aspect of ridicule to the relative progressiveness and relative truth accessible to the presenter to the immediate future. Rabelais therefore never exhausts his resources in direct statements. This, of course, is not romantic irony, this is the broad, exacting spirit of the people which was transmitted to him with the entire system of the images of folk humor. Thus contemporary reality, so widely and fully reflected in Rabelais' novel, is seen in the light of popular festive images. And in this light even the best perspectives of reality appear limited and remote from the people's ideas and aspirations. However, contemporary reality did not lose its concreteness. On the contrary, in the sober light of folk imagery all objects and phenomena acquired a peculiar relief, a full, material nature. They were liberated from all narrow and dogmatic connotations and were disclosed in an absolutely free atmosphere. This determined the exceptional richness and variety of the forms drawn into the vortex of Rabelais' novel. This novel, like all the great works of that period, is widely encyclopedic. There is no branch of knowledge or practical life which is not represented in these pages. Modern Rabelaiana, especially that inspired by Sanion, has shown by Rabelais extraordinary competence in all the fields he described. Thanks to special research it is possible to definitely prove our author's unerring experience, not only in medicine and various branches of natural science but also in law, architecture, military science, navigation, culinary art, falconry, games, sports, and numismatics. The nomenclature in the novel of these various branches of scientific and practical knowledge is striking not merely for its richness and fullness but also for the minute detail of technical terms and nuances, known only to specialists. Whatever the expression used by Rabelais, he applied it with masterful precision. In the middle of the last century certain doubts were raised concerning the correctness of Rabelais' rich nautical vocabulary. But Sanion proved that this criticism was unfounded. In nautical affairs, also, Rabelais' competence was substantial. Rabelais' encyclopedic knowledge and the extraordinary richness of his world present one peculiar trait that Rabelais scholars have not sufficiently appreciated: all that is new, fresh, or primary prevails in the novel. This is the encyclopedia of a new world. It was concrete and substantial, and much of this substance had entered for the first time the field of vision of Rabelais' contemporaries. It had acquired a name for the first time and had renewed the old one by giving it another meaning. The world of objects and the world of language were immensely broadened and enriched. They had been essentially regenerated and regrouped according to sharp and most unusual patterns. We know that during the Renaissance a colossal and varied mass of new objects entered this field of vision. These objects were somewhat late in making their appearance in France, but they poured in a mighty stream from Italy and continued to increase during the wars in that country. Rabelais lived precisely at the time when this torrent was most unbridled. Since the close contact with Italy involved first the encounter of two armies, the first objects imported belonged to military science and technology. Then came navigation and architecture, followed by industry, commerce, art, and mores. We must stress that these were not merely isolated inventions or ideas, they had the power to renew and to reform the old objects, forcing them to adapt to new conditions, for instance to technological discoveries. The new culture introduced new words too. French was flooded with Italian, Greek, and Latin words, as well as with neologisms. Rabelais had a great love and awareness of the essential newness of objects and names. He not only never lagged behind his time, he was often ahead of it. His military terminology reflects, except for a few archaisms, the newest achievements of military technology, especially in engineering. Many words in this field were recorded for the first time in his novel. Rabelais' architectural terminology also reflects new developments. This subject takes up considerable space in his novel. His architectural vocabulary is filled with new and renewed terms, many of which he was the first to use. The word symmetry, which marked the Renaissance of architecture, appeared almost for the first time in the novel. A number of other terms in the novel express something named for the first time: peristyle, portico, architrave, frieze. All these words were new. They had the power to renew and to reconstruct previously existing architectural conceptions. In the nomenclatures of all other fields of knowledge we can observe the same important role of regenerating words and objects. Rabelais' vocabulary, however, is also rich in old words and even contains some archaism. Rabelais looked for fullness and variety in everything, but he constantly emphasized the new and used its power of rejuvenation and stimulation. Let us now examine an important aspect of the stylistic life of the word in Rabelais' novel. An enormous quantity of the elements of Rabelais language was taken from oral sources, These are virginal words that emerged from the depths of the people's elemental life and entered the system of written and printed literature. Even the vocabularies of nearly all branches of science originally belonged, to a great extent, to speech, and were being for the first time incorporated in the literary context, in systematic literary thought, intonation, and syntax. At the time of Rabelais, science had obtained with the greatest difficulty the right to speak and write in the vernacular, and this right had not as yet been definitely consolidated, since neither the church nor the universities and schools had recognized the popular media. Rabelais and Calvin were the creators of French literary prose. Rabelais was forced to lean on oral forms in all the branches of knowledge, in some of them more, and in others less. He had to draw upon the verbal wealth of the vernacular. The words taken from this source were still entirely fresh and unpolished by the literary context. Let us take, for example, the nomenclature of fishes. It is extensive. The 60th chapter of the 4th book, the festive sacrifices of the gastrolators, contains more than 60 different names of fishes. We find here freshwater, Mediterranean, and ocean species. Where did Rabelais collect this rich vocabulary? Certainly not in literary sources. The ichthyological works of the 16th century, composed by the French naturalists Guillaume Rondelet and Pierre Belon, were published in 1553 to 1554, after Rabelais' death. His source could only have been the vernacular. He learned about ocean fish in Brittany and Normandy, in the ports of Saint Malo, Dieppe, and Le Havre. He questioned the Breton and Norman fishermen for the names of these species. Mediterranean fish were named for him by the fishermen of Marseilles. All these were absolutely fresh words, as fresh as the fish Rabelais must have seen at the markets. They had never been used in written or printed form, they had not as yet been processed with an abstract, systematic context. They had not been in contact with the names of other species and were grouped only according to their own habitat. Breton fish were linked with Breton oaths and abuses, with the Breton storms and roaring ocean waves. Thus they were not named in ichthyological classifications but carried mere appellations of the local jargon. Only later were their names to acquire a definite form and character under the pen of Rondelet and Belon, while in Rabelais' enumeration they have still something of the nature of proper nouns. The crux of the matter is not the fact that Rabelais learned these words from an oral source but that they had never been used in a literary context. This determined their character in the consciousness of the author and of his contemporaries. The abstract, systematic classification was feebly developed. Not only were their names unknown to the naturalist, but literary language did not as yet employ even general terms for them. The same process can be observed more or less in Rabelais' vocabulary referring to other branches of knowledge. It is true of his medical nomenclature, for example. True, he widely used neologisms as well as Greek and Latin terms, but he also borrowed a great deal from oral sources of the vernacular. He often used side by side a scientific neologism and its popular equivalent, for example, epiglot and gargamel. Popular names of diseases are of special interest in this connection. These words still contain a considerable element related to proper nouns and, simultaneously, to abusive expressions. Many names of diseases were linked with saints who were considered healers or sometimes the cause of the ailment. There was the mal de Saint Antoine and the mal de Saint Vit. But all names of diseases were personalized, that is, conceived as the names of living human beings. In the literature of that time we find such personalized diseases as la dame virole, syphilis, and la goutte, gout. Diseases play a considerable role in oaths and curses and are sometimes turned into abusive nicknames. Persons are threatened with cholera, plague, pest, and are sometimes called by these names. The vernacular names of genitals acquire a similar character. In Rabelais medical nomenclatures there are many such names, not sufficiently generalized and polished to become neutral expressions of literary or scientific terminology. The virginal words of the oral vernacular which entered literary language for the first time are close, in a certain sense, to proper nouns. They are individualized and still contain a strong element of praise abuse, which makes them similar to nicknames. They are as yet insufficiently neutral and generalized to become common nouns. Moreover, their very nature renders them infectious, their influence spreads to other words and affects the entire language. We here touch upon a striking peculiarity of Rabelais' verbal style: his common and proper nouns are not sharply differentiated, as we are accustomed to find them in modern literary style. This softening of the dividing lines between proper and common nouns has the goal of expressing praise abuse in a nickname. In other words, if a proper noun has a clear etymological meaning that characterizes its owner, it is no longer a name but a nickname. And a nickname can never be neutral, since its meaning always includes an element of evaluation, positive or negative. All real nicknames contain a nuance of praise abuse. The majority of the novel's proper nouns are nicknames. This is true not only of the names created by Rabelais himself but also of those that he inherited from tradition. Such are first of all the names of the main protagonists: Gargantua, Gargamel, Pantagruel, Grangousier. These four names were handed down to the author by tradition. Two of them, Grangousier, big gullet, and Gargamel, gullet, have a definite etymology clearly recognized by tradition as well as by Rabelais, and, of course, by his readers. Gargantua's case is somewhat more complex. The etymology of this name is undetermined 266 and apparently not clear to Rabelais or to his contemporaries. In such cases the author had recourse to an artificial etymology of the name, even intentionally far-fetched. This is the method used in the example of Gargantua. Gargantua was born shouting, "Drink, drink, drink," and his father, Grangousier, exclaimed, "Que grand tu es el Gausier. What a big gullet you have." From the father's first words, "Que grand tu es," came the name Gargantua. A similar artificial process, based on a different principle, was applied by Rabelais to the name Pantagruel, the ever-thirsting one. All four of these nicknames are ambivalent. Grangousier, Gargamel, and Gargantua symbolize the gullet, not as a neutral anatomical term but as an abusive laudatory image: gluttony, swallowing, devouring, banqueting. This is the gaping mouth, the grave womb, swallowing and generating. The etymology of Pantagruel has a similar connotation, the ever-thirsting, disclosing the traditional ambivalent image. The absence of roots in the national language mollifies the ambivalence of this name. 267. Thus the names transmitted to Rabelais by tradition either originally presented the character of nicknames suggesting praise abuse or acquired this character by study of their etymology. Praise abuse ambivalence is also found in the names created by Rabelais himself. Typical are the names of the 64 cooks in the fourth book, all of which are based on various words for dishes, fish, salads, vegetables, dining ware, and various kitchen utensils. For instance, soups produce a number of these names: clear broth, soups nuffy, pottage piss. Meat also produces a few names: rot roast, mutton shoulder, and others. Many of the names are derived from lard. This enumeration is something like a talking kitchen, composed of proper nouns. Still another part of the list is composed of nicknames of an abusive nature founded on various physical disabilities, monstrosities, or signs of uncleanliness. The stylistic form and imagery of these names are similar to the abuses we saw hurled by the bakers at the shepherds. The names of Picrocholi's advisors and soldiers are also abusive in character: Tripolo, Raccadenere, Merdale, small title, swashbuckler, crap. The formation of proper names from abusive terms is one of the methods most frequently used by Rabelais as well as by folk humor in general. In contrast to Picrocholi's retinue, Grangousier's soldiers have Greek names: Sebast, honorable, Tolmera, bold, Ithibol, straightforward. The names of some of Rabelais' heroes, like Ponocrates, Epistemon, and even Panurge, also contain elements of praise abuse. Panurge means capable of doing everything, a jack of all trades. All these Greek names are similar in form to nicknames, but they are rhetorical and lack authentic ambivalence. They resemble the separate groups of praise and abuse in the official parts of Rabelais' novel. True ambivalence is inherent only in the abusive laudatory names rooted in the soil of the vernacular and folk imagery linked with it. Let us limit ourselves to the examples analyzed previously. All Rabelais names are in a way understood as nicknames of praise abuse. The only exceptions are the names of historic persons or the author's friends, like Tiracquio, or of those who remind us of real people, like Rondibulus instead of Rondelet. Other proper nouns, which do not belong to persons, also present these tendencies toward ambivalent forms of praise abuse. We have seen that a number of geographical names have a topographical bodily connotation, for example, True de Gibraltar, Bons de Hercule, and others. In some cases Rabelais uses artificial comic etymology, as when he explains the origin of the name of Paris or Beaussy. Of course, we find special nuances, but the fundamental, rough interpretation of the names that have been turned into nicknames of praise abuse remains identical. Finally, the novel contains a number of chapters in which the theme of names and appellations is treated in a theoretical style. Thus the problem of the origin of the names of plants is treated in the third book, while the fourth book presents a carnivalesque game of names on the Isle of Enissen. This book also contains a long commentary concerning the names of Colonel's Crush Chitterling and Slicky Sausage. Proper nouns in Rabelais novel tend therefore to attain the limits of praise and abuse. But this is also true of the common nouns, which become more individual, less general. Names of animals, birds, fish, plants, organs, members, and parts of the human body, of dishes and beverages, kitchen utensils, and household wares, arms, clothing, and so forth, sound almost like the nicknames of the protagonists in a peculiar satirical drama of objects and bodies. While analyzing the swab episode, we observed the peculiar role played by objects, comparable to that of the protagonists of a comic drama. We must stress that many of the vulgar names of herbs and plants, as well as of some of the other materials figuring as swabs, were still fresh and unused in the literary context. These were nicknames rather than botanical terms. The unexpected role of the objects in the series of swabs still further contributed to their individualization. In this peculiar use they enter quite a new classification, they are removed from their initial weak general definition, and their individual character is strengthened thereby. Furthermore, in their dynamic abusive function as swabs their material and individual nature is sharply brought out. The name becomes almost like the nickname of a character in a farce. The newness of the object and of its name, or the transfer of a known object to an unexpected use and place among other objects, individualizes it in a peculiar fashion, strengthens the special nature of the name, and brings it nearer to the nickname. Also, the general saturation of the Rabelaisian text with proper nouns, personal or geographical, contributes to the individualization of names. We have already said that for his comparisons Rabelais uses historically individualized names, as when comparing Pise to the bastion of Turin. He seeks to confer on every object a historical or topographical character. Finally, an important role is played by the parodical distribution of obsolete ideological and conceptual links between objects and phenomena. Even elementary logical links are done away with, as in the illogicalities of Coquet Anna. Objects and names, freed from the chains of a dying philosophy and granted their independence, acquire a peculiar gay individuality. Their names are brought nearer to appellations. The virginal words of oral folk language, as yet not disciplined by the literary context and its strict lexical differentiation and selection, its elaborate and limited meaning and tone, create a peculiar carnival freedom and individuality. They are easily changed into the names of characters of a comic drama. To sum up, one of the essential traits of Rabelais' style is that all proper nouns on the one hand, and on the other hand all the names of objects and phenomena, tend to extremes in abusive laudatory nicknames. Thanks to this process, all objects and phenomena of Rabelais' world acquire a peculiar individuality of praise abuse. In this individualizing torrent of abusive laudatory words the dividing lines between persons and objects are weakened, all of them become participants in the carnival drama of the simultaneous death of the old world and the birth of the new. Let us turn our attention to another characteristic trait of Rabelais' style, The carnivalesque use of numbers. Antique and medieval literature knows the symbolic, metaphysical, and mystical use of numbers. There were the sacred numbers, 3, 7, 9, for example. The Hippocrates Anthology contained a treatise concerning the number 7, considered the critical number of the whole world and especially of the human organism. But every number was sacred as such. Antiquity was pervaded with Pythagorean conceptions of the number as the foundation of all that exists, of every order, including the gods. The medieval symbolism and its mystic conception of numbers is well known. The sacred numbers were also considered the basis of artistic compositions, including that of literature. Let us recall Dante, for whom these numbers determine not only the structure of the entire universe but also of his own poem. If we somewhat simplify this conception, we may define the antique and medieval aesthetics of the number by saying that it must be determined, finite, rounded, symmetrical. Only such a number can be the basis of the completed, static, whole. Rabelais tore off the sacred, symbolic robes of the numbers and uncrowned them. He profaned them. But this is not a nihilistic act, it is a gay, carnivalesque gesture that regenerates the numbers and renews them. It would seem that there is nothing more remote from laughter than a number. But Rabelais knew how to render a number comic and include it on equal rights in the carnivalesque world of his novel. There are many numbers in Rabelais' novel, scarcely a single episode is described without them. All of them create a carnivalesque, grotesque character and effect obtained by various means. Sometimes Rabelais gives a parodical debasement of the sacred numbers, 9 spits for venison inspired by the number of the 9 muses, 3 triumphal pillars with carnivalesque decorations, in the episode of the destruction of the 666 knights, a number that is both parodical and apocalyptic per se. But such cases are relatively rare. The majority of grotesque numbers are striking and produce a comic effect through hyperbole, the quantity of food and wine absorbed, etc. Generally speaking, all the quantitative definitions expressed in figures are vastly exaggerated, they transgress all limits. They are intentionally rendered immeasurable. Furthermore, the comic effect is obtained by a pretense at exactitude in situations where a precise count is impossible. For example, Gargantua drowned in his urine 260,418 Parisians. More important still is the grotesque structure of Rabelaisian numbers. The following example is taken from Panurge's story about his Turkish adventures, Book 2, Chapter 14. Escaping the blaze that had broken out in the town, Panurge turns to watch. 600, no, more than 6, indeed, more than 1,311 dogs appeared on the horizon. We have here a grotesque exaggeration with a sharp crescendo from 600 to 1,311, all having to do with a trivial subject, dogs. Furthermore, the count is quite unnecessarily precise, and its very impossibility is topped by the uncrowning exactness of the word more. But most characteristic is the structure of the number. If we added one digit to obtain the figure 1312, this figure would be stabilized, rounded, completed, and the comic effect would be diminished. If we brought the figure to 1512, it would calm down entirely, would become static, would lose its asymmetry and openness, and would cease to be a grotesque Rabelaisian number. Such is the structure of all the large numbers in the novel, they are all unbalanced and unstable figures. If we take the number of the Parisians drowned in Gargantua's urine, 260,418, and change its aesthetic structure to 250,520, the effect will be drastically transformed. And here is another example, the number of casualties in the monastery close was 13,622, if we slightly change the structure to 12,520, we destroy the number's grotesque soul. We can be easily convinced of this by analyzing any large number quoted in the novel. If we do so, we find that it strictly supports its structural principle. All Rabelais figures are unstable, ambiguous, and incomplete like the characters of the medieval diablerie. The structure of the number reflects, like a drop of water, the structure of the entire Rabelaisian world. It is impossible to build with such a number any harmonious and complete universe. In Rabelais the prevailing aesthetics of numbers is quite different from those of antiquity and of the High Middle Ages. In conclusion, we shall touch upon the special attitude of Rabelais' time toward language and its philosophy. The Renaissance is the only period in the history of European literature which marked the end of a dual language and a linguistic transformation. Much of what was possible at that exceptional time later became impossible. It can be said of belles lettres, and especially of the modern novel, that they were born on the boundaries of two languages. Literary and linguistic life was concentrated on these confines. An intense interorientation, interaction, and mutual clarification of languages took place during that period. The two languages frankly and intensely peered into each other's faces, and each became more aware of itself, of its potentialities and limitations, in the light of the other. This line drawn between the languages was seen in relation to each object, each concept and point of view. For the two languages represent two philosophies. We have already said, in Chapter 1, that the line of demarcation between two cultures, the official and the popular, was drawn along the line dividing Latin from the vernacular. The vernacular invaded all the spheres of ideology and expelled Latin. It brought new forms of thought, ambivalence, and new evaluations. This was the language of life, of material work and mores, of the lowly, mostly humorous genres, fabliaux, cris de Paris, farces, the free speech of the marketplace, although popular language, of course, was not homogeneous and contained some elements of official speech. On the other hand, Latin was the medium of the official medieval world. Popular culture was but feebly reflected in it and was distorted, especially in the Latin branch of grotesque realism. But the picture was not limited to the vernacular and medieval Latin. Other languages were intersected at this point, and linguistic interorientation was complex and manifold. The historian of the French language Ferdinand Bruno explained how the transfer to the vernacular had been performed during the Renaissance with its classical tendencies. Bruno correctly stated that the endeavor of the Renaissance to re-establish Latin in its classic antique purity transformed it into a dead language. It would have been impossible to maintain this classic purity and to use it at the same time in the everyday life of the 16th century. The defense of pure Latin was inevitably limited to stylization. Here, once again, we find the ambivalence of the Renaissance image. The other side of this phenomenon was death. The rebirth of Cicero's Latin made it a dead language. The contemporary world, the new times, broke the bonds of Cicero's language and its pretense at being a living idiom. Thus we see that the interorientation of the vernacular and medieval Latin was complicated by intersection of the latter with classic Latin. One line cut through the other, and Cicero's Latin threw light upon the true nature of medieval Latin, whose character was actually perceived for the first time. Up to that moment medieval Latin had been used without awareness of its ugliness and limitations. Cicero's Latin could also offer the mirror of comedy to medieval Latin. The letters of obscure people was reflected in it. The intersection of the classic and medieval forms took place against the background of the modern world, which could fit neither the one nor the other. This world with all that was new threw light upon the face of Cicero's Latin and disclosed a beautiful but dead face. 268. The new social forces were most adequately expressed in the vernacular. Therefore, the process of interorientation of classical and medieval Latin took place in the light of the national popular languages. Three media interacted and defined their boundaries through one indissoluble development. Rabelais could have compared this triple linguistic process to the farce Jeux et trois personnages, a farce played by three characters, while the letters of obscure people and macaronic poetry could be represented as an exchange of marketplace abuse by three languages. The gay death of a language with senile lapses, wheezing, and coughing is pictured by Rabelais in Master Janitus de Bragmerdo's speech. In this process of mutual clarification, an exceptional self-awareness was developed by living reality, that is, by all that was new and had not existed formerly, new objects, new concepts, new points of view. The boundaries between periods in time and between philosophies were acutely realized. The flow of time could never have been so sharply and clearly felt within the confines of a single, gradually evolving language system. In medieval Latin, which levels all things, the marks of time were almost entirely effaced. Here consciousness seemed to live on in an eternal, unchanging world. In such a system it was particularly difficult to look around in time and space, that is, to become aware of the peculiar traits of one's own nationality and homeland. But on the brink of the three languages this awareness was to acquire exceptionally sharp and varied forms. It saw the boundaries of epochs and philosophies and could for the first time embrace vast dimensions and measure the flow of time. It could realize the present, it could contrast today with yesterday. This interorientation and mutual clarification of the three languages suddenly disclosed how much of the old was dead and how much of the new was born. The modern time became conscious of itself. It too could reflect its face in the mirror of comedy. But this process was not limited to the interorientation of the three languages. It also took place in the sphere of national folk idioms. A single national language did not exist as yet, it was being slowly formed. The process of transferring the whole of philosophy to the vernacular and of creating a new system of literary media led to an intense interorientation of dialects within this vernacular, but without concentration at a center. The naive and peaceful coexistence of the dialects came to an end, they began to clarify each other, and their variety was gradually unveiled. We can also observe a scientific interest in the dialects and the artistic search of dialectalisms. Their role in Rabelais' novel is immense. 269. This special interest of the 16th century in the peculiarities of dialects is exemplified in Claude Od's book Joyeuses Recherches de la langue de Lausanne. This book was published in 1578 and reflects to a considerable extent Rabelais' influence. 270 But the author's approach to language and to the dialects is characteristic of the entire epoch. Odd analyzes the peculiar traits of the Toulouse dialect, comparing it to the general Provençal language from the point of view of the ambiguous allusions and with misinterpretations and misunderstandings. These blunders are used by the author for a merry linguistic game in the Rabelaisian spirit. The interplay of languages is here obviously developed as a linguistic farce. The idea of the gay grammar is actually not new. We have already mentioned that the tradition of grammatical facetities can be traced throughout the Middle Ages. The grammatical Virgil that we described earlier started this parodical tradition in the 7th century. But this medieval genre has a somewhat formalistic character, concerns Latin only, and is in no way concerned with language as a whole, with its physiognomy, image, and comic aspect. Such an approach is on the contrary, characteristic of the linguistic and grammatical facetities and travesties of the 16th century. The dialects become complete images and types of speech and thought, they are linguistic masks. The role of Italian dialects in the commedia dell'arte is well known. Each mask features a dialect of the Italian language. It must, however, be observed that the images of the dialects and their comic nature are offered somewhat primitively in this genre. Rabelais gave a striking parody of the Latinizers in the episode of the Limousin student in Pantagruel, Book 2, Chapter 6. The student's speech was full of uncrowning obscenities in high-flown Latin-based confections. Enraged by its tone, Pantagruel seized the student by the throat, and the unfortunate fellow was so scared that he began to speak in his pure Limousin tongue. 271. If the interorientation and the mutual clarification of the major languages rendered the awareness of time and its changes more acute, it also stimulated the awareness of historic space in the dialects, which strengthened and expressed the local, provincial peculiarities. This awareness of space, whether of a specific land or of the entire world, is characteristic of that period and is strikingly featured in Rabelais' novel. However, the process was not limited to the interorientation of dialects. The national language, having become the medium of ideology and literature, inevitably entered into contact with other national languages that had reached this stratum of development earlier and had already mastered the world of new objects and concepts. Italian was such a language in relation to French. Many Italianisms made their way into French, together with Italian culture and technology. As they flooded French speech, they soon led to a reaction in the form of a struggle between purists and Italianizers. The latter affected such extremes of Italianism as to make themselves ridiculous and became the subject of parodies, for example, by Henry Essayin. The Italianization of the French language and the struggle against it are a new and important document in the history of linguistic interaction. We have here two national idioms, and their interorientation not only lends a new element to the awareness of language as a peculiar whole with its own limits and perspectives, but also leads to the consciousness of concrete historic space. It is important to stress the immense importance of translations in the above mutual clarification of languages. We know that translation played a considerable role in the linguistic and literary life of the 16th century. The translation of Homer by Salel was a great event. Even a greater one was Amyot's translation of Plutarch, 1559. The numerous French versions of Italian authors were also significant. These works had to be translated into a language that had not been finally developed and formed. Indeed, it had to be shaped in the very process of translation and had to master concomitantly a new world of high ideology and strange objects and concepts, disclosed for the first time in an alien medium. 272. We see at what a complex intersection of languages, dialects, idioms, and jargons the literary and linguistic consciousness of the Renaissance was formed. The primitive and naive coexistence of languages and dialects had come to an end. The new consciousness was born not in a perfected and fixed linguistic system but at the intersection of many languages and at the point of their most intense interorientation and struggle. Languages are philosophies not abstract but concrete, social philosophies, penetrated by a system of values inseparable from living practice and class struggle. This is why every object, every concept, every point of view, as well as every intonation found their place at this intersection of linguistic philosophies and was drawn into an intense ideological struggle. In these exceptional conditions, linguistic dogmatism or naivete became impossible. The language of the 16th century, and especially the language of Rabelais, are sometimes described as naive even today. In reality, the history of European literature presents no language less naive. Rabelais' exceptional frankness and ease are anything but that. The literary and linguistic consciousness of his time was aware of its media not only from the inside but also from the outside, in the light of other languages. Such an active plurality of languages and the ability to see one's own media from the outside, that is, through the eyes of other idioms, led to exceptional linguistic freedom. Even formal grammatical construction became extremely plastic. The artistic and ideological plane demanded first of all an unwanted freedom of images and of their combination, a freedom from all speech norms. The influence of the century-old hidden linguistic dogmatism on human thought, and especially on artistic imagery, is of great importance. If the creative spirit lives in one language only, or if several languages coexist but remain strictly divided without struggling for supremacy, it is impossible to overcome this dogmatism buried in the depths of linguistic consciousness. It is possible to place oneself outside one's own language only when an essential historic change of language occurs. Such precisely was the time of Rabelais. And only in such a period was the artistic and ideological radicalism of Rabelaisian images made possible. In his remarkable book Pulcinella, Diederich speaks of the peculiar character of the antique comic art of southern Italy: mimes, farces, comic games, buffooneries, riddles, and improvisations. He asserts that all these forms are typical of a mixed culture. In this area Greek, Oscan, and Latin cultures and languages were interwoven. Three souls lived in all southern Italian media, as well as in the first Roman poet Ennius. The Attilani with their comic culture are also situated at the center of Oscan Greek and later Oscan Latin mixed spheres. 273 Finally, the character of Pulcinella himself arose out of the depths of the peoples, at the very point where peoples and languages were constantly merged. Diederich's opinion can be summed up as follows: the peculiar and extremely free humorous language of Sicily and southern Italy, The similar media of the Attilani and later of Pulcinella's own linguistic clownery were born on the confines of languages and cultures, which not only were in direct contact but were in a certain sense interwoven. We believe that their emergence and development on these linguistic boundaries had exceptional significance for the universalism of humor and radicalism represented by these forms. The link of these forms with a multilingual world, as pointed out by Dieterich, seems to us extremely important. In the sphere of literary and artistic creation it is impossible to overcome through abstract thought alone, within the system of a unique language, that deep dogmatism hidden in all the forms of this system. The completely new, self-criticizing, absolutely sober, fearless, and gay life of the image can start only on linguistic confines. In the system of one language, closed to all others, the image is too strictly imprisoned to allow that truly divine boldness and shamelessness, which Dieterich finds in the farce of southern Italy, in the Attilani, as far as we can judge of them, and in Pulcinella's folk humor. 274 We repeat, another language means another philosophy and another culture, but in their concrete and not fully translatable form. The exceptional freedom and pitiless gaiety of the Rabelaisian image were possible only on the confines of languages. Thus we see that in Rabelais freedom of laughter, consecrated by the tradition popular festive forms, was raised to a higher level of ideological consciousness, thanks to the victory over linguistic dogmatism. The defeat of this most obstinate and secret element was possible only through the intense interorientation and mutual clarification of languages which took place at that time. Linguistic life enacted that same drama, simultaneous death and birth, the aging and renewal of separate forms and meanings as well as of entire philosophies. We have examined all the aspects of Rabelais' work which are essential in our mind. We have tried to show that the exceptional originality of his work was determined by the ancient folk culture of humor, powerfully reflected in Rabelaisian imagery. The main failure of contemporary West European Rabelaiana consists in the fact that it ignores folk culture and tries to fit François Rabelais' novel into the framework of official culture, to conceive it as following the stream of great French literature. Because of this misapprehension, Rabelais scholars are unable to master that which is most essential in this novel. We have tried to understand Rabelais precisely as part of the stream of folk culture, which at all stages of its development has opposed the official culture of the ruling classes and evolved its own conception of the world, its own forms and imagery. Literary studies and aesthetics are usually based on the narrowed and diminished manifestations of humor in the writings of the 3 last centuries, in spite of the fact that these conceptions are inadequate even for the understanding of Molière. Rabelais inherited and brought to fulfillment thousands of years of folk humor. His work is the unique key for the understanding of this culture in its most powerful, deep, and original manifestations. Our study is only a first step in the vast task of examining ancient folk humor, and even as a first step possibly may not be sufficiently firm and correct. But we are profoundly convinced of the importance of this task. We cannot understand cultural and literary life and the struggle of mankind's historic past if we ignore that peculiar folk humor that always existed and was never merged with the official culture of the ruling classes. While analyzing past ages, we are too often obliged to take each epoch at its word, that is, to believe its official ideologists. We do not hear the voice of the people and cannot find and decipher its pure unmixed expression. All the acts of the drama of world history were performed before a chorus of the laughing people. Without hearing this chorus we cannot understand the drama as a whole. Let us imagine Pushkin's Boris Godunov without the scenes involving the massed people. Such a conception of Pushkin's drama would be not only incomplete but distorted. Each character in the play expresses a limited point of view. The authentic meaning of the epoch and its events is disclosed in these crowd scenes, where Pushkin lets the people have the last word. Our example is not merely a metaphoric comparison. In all periods of the past there was the marketplace with its laughing people, that very marketplace that in Pushkin's drama appeared in The Pretender's Nightmare. The people swarmed on the public square, and pointed laughingly at me. And I was filled with shame and fear. We repeat, every act of world history was accompanied by a laughing chorus. But not every period of history had Rabelais for corypheus. Though he led the popular chorus of only one time, the Renaissance, he so fully and clearly revealed the peculiar and difficult language of the laughing people that his work sheds its light on the folk culture of humor belonging to other ages.